Iron Hand Chapter 36. By the end of the week, Forge World Estaban III had begun their counterattack, crushing the remaining warbands and other traders that were now leaderless and slightly lacking armor units. That's a big problem when a Legio Titanica knocks politely at your door, then kicks it open with a 50-meter-wide adamantium foot. In orbit, things were going rather well, as without battleships the traders couldn't stop the mighty fleet of the Cult Mechanicus, nor defend against constant harassment from my own ships, as I lead the fleet in and out and picked off a dozen more enemies, then fell back to reload. The Canticle's kill count rapidly climbed and passed 100, then 200 kills. Then again, it took only a full salvo from my battleship-grade lance batteries to explode a destroyer, and a salvo of guided torpedoes to sink a cruiser. Demons weren't as much a problem in space, because our guns were much heavier too. What would need a dozen tanks to kill on the ground took a single lance for my ship, and a few more from the smaller escorts. Then 100 cruisers gathered in a kill squad to hunt me and the Canticle, possibly exasperated and aggravated by my actions, and so I did what any rogue trader would do. I turned my pretty battlecruiser round and ran, and used my torpedo destroyers to come about and surprise the chasing idiots from behind, with a 50-meter-long suppository that delivered plasma warheads instead of medicine. The Litany scored a dozen kills and the destroyers as many, before the Chaos Admiral gave up and decided to return to his fleet. Only by then, the Mechanicus fleet has taken advantage and attacked, and shattered the Chaos battle line. I ordered my corvettes to group in wings and hunt down the scattering traders, and we bagged some 20 cruisers more, before they reached warp limit and fled, tails between their legs. While the fighting on the ground continued, I landed to meet the Fabricator General. Beside him it was a huge machine, that I soon learned was called Warleader Banis of Clan Cargul, the leading strategist of the Iron Hands Astartes. "Hello, and good to see you. I need 300 corvettes to replace my losses, Fabricator," I demanded in a less modest tone. "I mean, fuck that. Lord Pef had golden veins in my left hand now. You only lost 261 of those corvettes, rogue trader," the dreadnought interjected with no reason. I drew off my armored glove and held my left hand out. "Talk to the hand, Astartes," I quipped, since the dreadnought was a Terminator in every respect. The Fabricator laughed as if I said a wonderful joke. "That's the famous hand you got from the Angel?" he asked to make sure. "Yeah, I'd need you to analyze what the sword guy did. He used some Blood Angel blood for this construct, and you have my original genes on record," I answered a bit more relaxed. "Estaban were the good guys, and even gave me 1,000 years of youth for free. You seem upset with me for some reason, Lord Lancefire." "Have we not fought together?" the dreadnought boomed in a tenor voice. "I don't know you, Astartes Banis. But my own mother just died, sacrificing herself to kill an Astartes Primarch. Then another Astartes boarded my ship and shattered my wrist. Among those who just attacked Estaban, how many Astartes were there?" I shouted towards the infirm space marine walking around in his coffin. Something whirred and sputtered inside the coffin, then the veteran turned away in silence. Don't blame the venerable dreadnought for the acts of others. I'm certain many rogue traders do despicable things someplace, right? The Fabricator intervened in a peaceful voice. "There are 20,000 crippled guardsmen from my regiments, just on board the Canticle. I don't see any Iron Hands offering them genoseats and bionic limbs. They take healthy men and cripple them instead. Fresh young boys taken from the plow or factory, and given power armor and guns. No wonder half the Astartes go mad with power and start pillaging." I muttered with distaste and walked away. In a minute, the Fabricator had me sit comfortably in a metal chair with too many needles and probes whirling around. "This won't hurt too bad. Let's extract some blood and skin samples, then I will sequence them, right away," the Muggos explained, trying and failing to sound like a professional medic. Still, he tried, which wasn't so bad. An hour later, we had some results, which were mildly promising. Not quite a genoseed implant, but similar enough that I should see improvements in my every stats, mind, body and soul. For now, only your left hand was affected, but this will spread to your whole person in a few years. No Astartes organs, unless some chapter agrees to initiate you among their brothers. But this proves your conjecture was correct. Blanks, or at least blanks from your bloodline, can become Astartes and be immune to warp corruption, the fabricator mused, and took out a palm-sized emblem shaped like a coffin. Is that a blank machine spirit? I asked immediately. Indeed it is. This is a storm shield applique I intend to gift to War Leader Banis for his aid in defense of Estaban. We have already tested them on our Holy Titans and Battle Automata, and they worked with statistical certainty. Instances of warp corruption have decreased by 20% with this simple pattern applied to the chassis, and once we perfect the machine canticles and the consecration engrams, that percent will go up, he declared proudly. What about cogitators? I asked with a frown. That will take more time. Or less time, if you agree to stay 1 year and allow us cloning of your enhanced tissues. The fabricator pleaded with a hopeful voice. It only took a second to think it over. I could spare 1 year. My regiments will need time to heal or get bionic replacements as well. Ships will need repair, and the armor regiments will have to be rebuilt to strength. I will do it. If you fix my ships and people. My life isn't worth all of theirs. I spoke in a gentler voice. The Muggos patted my head with his cold tentacle. Of course, Lord Pef. We always pay our debts. Then, I could ask for the volcano_cannon pattern. My corvettes need some upgrades. I demanded after a minute. The fabricator sighed in defeat. He had to pay his debt, after all. As I was leaving the fabricator, that dreadnought Astartes waited for me, with a few more iron hands, all sporting nearly full mechanical replacements. Ludvius was there, and so was Mancerius Thrasius, the last surviving scythe from my honor guard. Captain, these iron hands want to offer their support. Thrasius announced in a flat voice, like it wasn't his business. Well then, it seemed my sneaky plan worked. Now let's see what they actually offer. Very well. We'll speak on the canticle. I'm certain my tech priests can offer them some machine oil to drink. I allowed politely and kept walking without a single glance towards the cyborgs. Ludvius snorted amused and walked faster, to arrive first at the landing pad and check for danger. Paranoid perhaps, but then again. Chaos troops were still on Estaban, and even a few ships somewhere beyond the gas giants. My Stormbird transport engaged the Geller field first, before taking off for the canticle. The Iron Hands muttered at one another while examining my assault lander with greedy eyes. Yes, I bet you'd want this nice craft, and maybe a dozen fellblades too, as a welcome gift. But I wasn't feeling generous today. Ludvius and Tharsius accepted. I kinda loathed Astartes right now. Bunch of overgrown bullies, who couldn't even keep an oath. I made a note to locate the Sworn of Guilliman, another traitor chapter who pillaged the eastern fringe, and exterminate them. And soon enough, every other Xeno or traitor infesting my tiny corner of the galaxy. Can we see those wounded soldiers, Captain Lancefire? Another Iron Captain asked politely once the transport landed on my ship. Astartes Tharsius will escort you. And if you draw weapons on my ship, you better be faster than the last Astartes who tried. I replied with a dismissive voice and left without turning, Ludvius stomping on the deck beside me, possibly a little upset. A minute later I entered the elevator and stared him in the eye. You disagree, Blood Angel? That was Lord Clan Commander Arvin Roth, Iron Captain of Clan Rovin. There is no need to be hostile with him, or any Iron Hand brother, he spoke in a warning voice. I nodded and smiled wryly. And yet, here they are, begging me to let them recruit my wounded guardsmen. I answered a bit jovially and let out a small snort. In the long run, a mechanical Astartes dying for the Emperor is better than a crippled soldier living on a meager pension. Ludvius blinked while he thought it over. I see, it was all a trick. Shame them into accepting the crippled soldiers as their aspirants. Indeed, that was the plan and worked fabulously. And what would the angel say? after he healed those thousands of burned guardsmen with your blood, Ludvius. I had merely a broken wrist. Perhaps it was as thanks for my mother. The miracle was for them, not a tiny gift that a tech priest could repair in 10 minutes. How did you know it would work? Was that our Primarch returned from the dead? The Astartes asked me with fervor. You talked to him, not me. I collect only rumors and stories from around the galaxy, repair STC patterns and devise plans and strategies. You created the miracle, Astartes. Your blood is the reason. I answered cryptically. Truth is I didn't know. Some say the angel is the good part of Sanguinius, a fragment of his soul looking after his children. Other sources say it is a blood angel guardian of the Red Grail that fell into a warp rift. But I suspect the Sanguiner is just like all the other saints or the Legion of the Damned. The Emperor is part of the warp now, and his dreams are made flesh. If you'll please reach him, then he might send help, just like the Chaos Gods send champions of their own. Sing or pray louder, and miracles will follow you around, like they do with the Sisters of Battle or some Astartes. Recruiting, Chapter 37. Rose met me in my apartment, already dressed in her sanctified armor. Back to your job, my dear Rose? I asked in a light voice. Yes. I'll have to recruit a new retinue. So what did you find? She asks as her Deathwatch Marine takes position beside Ludvius. What the angel did won't stop with my hand. I'll slowly transform into a bulky guy with too much strength. The extra brains will be helpful though. I explained and kissed her cheek. She smirked and measured me up and down. A neophyte body? I bet you could last in bed for weeks. Rose murmured and blushed a little as her eyes glazed in anticipation. Hush, woman. Go back to death and duty. I exclaimed in fake outrage and sat down in my creation chair, holoscreens and incipient 3D conversion engines powering up. The Kentacle's machine spirit seemed quite eager to help me experiment with the STC templates. Ludvius stood behind me, learning the craft from me and sometimes providing important clues why some weapon or emplacement was built in illogical ways. I opened the Weasel's STC template and compared it with the original Centaur troop transport of the Astra Militarum. A dozer blade wouldn't be of use for a patrol vehicle, except to clear obstacles like fallen trees and dead bodies. But a small, lighter one in a fixed position could serve as both a ram and protection against explosions and mines. 2 extra plates of plasteel on the sides would protect the tracks and also take the brunt of an explosion. Then I changed the autocannon for a lost cannon remote turret and a missile launcher. The saved weight from the lack of a big man turret would allow more armor and more fuel. The lost cannon wouldn't be limited by ammunition, and it hit 10 times harder than the autocannon, if also at a slower rate of fire. However, the main problem of the land armies was not the fire volume. Millions or billions of lost guns provided sufficient volume, but not enough strike power to pierce armor or chitin plates. But now, this tiny and cheap machine would be almost equivalent to a power armor suit in durability and firepower and just as fast in straight lines. To compensate for the reduced suppression fire, I added an addendum. The laser weasel pattern of the Centaur transport is designed to operate in groups of 5 to 10, covering each other as they advance or retreat. Now, because the STC template said so, the army commanders will have to deploy larger groups, which squads would obviously be much stronger than a single such unit alone on some road. I needed about 70,000 such machines for my PDF regiments to provide my 70 feral worlds with a degree of motorization and anti-armor ability, and Forge World Estaban should be nice enough to build them. In a year they should be ready. Another variant was the old Weasel but with a long wagon on wheels tracked behind it. This would help logistics immensely, able to ferry food, water, ammo, and even soldiers. Suppressive fire from the autocannon would help deter looters, pirates, or criminals from attacking the convoy. I wanted 70,000 of them as well, but even a tenth of that will suffice right now. Then I drank a big cup of CAF and loaded the new Volcano Cannon, which is simply a big laser lance weapon, normally mounted on Titans or Bane blades. After adjusting it a little, I fit the schematic over the Volcano Lance template and superimposed them in the holoscreen. Sadly, I had no more helpful tech priest to help, but Ludvius had the brains and the implant. What do you see, my friend? Same weapon in 2 sizes. So why isn't the schematic simply the larger version? I asked as I began marking the differences with red outlines. I'd say, because same weapon would break under its weight if you just make it bigger. Just like with spaceships, right? The Blood Angel wondered, seeming unsure. He was correct, but the Mechanicus could have simply used more durable alloys. But no, what the fabricator gave me was the Mark II Terracharge volcano cannon, which was too strong even for Titans. I did say I intended to mount them on corvettes. I powered up my Savant implant and started to work, examining each component for flaws or easier construction. Then all of a sudden my alert went off, the maximum 8 hours of work completed for today. I saved the progress and went to my jacuzzi to relax, also calling Henna to aid me with that. Being a big shot captain had perks too, not just getting shotted by big chaos traders. Sometime later, my wife rested in my lap and examined my strange hand. You were blessed by an angel of the Emperor, husband. I fear this means more trouble will come for you. Of course it will, my love. Hopefully it will be more Xenos or traitors that I can best with weapons. The corrupted rulers in the Imperium worry me much more. I explained in a soft voice and played with her generous body, the one who gave me Finona, our blank ship captain. A soft growl emerged from Ludvius, but I ignored him. Those Adeptus Sororitas keep asking questions about you. Your crew, your family, even the tech priests. Henna muttered with an accusing glance at my bodyguard. I had to get rid of them. Forge Risa contacted this hospitalier chapter to aid with injuries and morale, but they were overstepping. I tapped my ear. Victor, take Astartes Thrasius and a company of Void Marines, and expel those sisters down to Estaban. If they refuse, shoot first. I ordered and laid back to rest. This isn't wise, Captain, Ludvius said in a stern tone. My ship, my rules. If they don't like it, I expect an angel will arrive to slap my hand. I argued in a dismissive voice. I was indeed worried they might uncover something, and then report me to some fat slimy bishop who will simply order them to murder me. It might happen anyway. Then I just waited for my son to report repelling the zealot boarders. For once, the sisters didn't choose to martyr themselves like they usually do, and departed the canticle for the vanquished while singing loudly. I bet they weren't all that happy inside, though. A week later, I met one of them inside the medical research facility, waiting for me in a graceful poise. Captain Lancefire. Please, hear me out, she asked in a rather inciting voice. Ludvius, if she sings at me, crush her windpipe. I said in a careless tone, while the Astartes stepped to the side, ready to crush the pipes. No singing, Lord Pef. I reflected upon my actions, and indeed we may have been imposing on your crew and family. But we need to know, she demanded in a fervent voice. I stepped closer to her and stared into her pure blue eyes. The whole church is corrupt to bones, sister. You were a weapon when the decree explicitly said the church may not have soldiers. The Imperium has more than enough armed orders, and the church holds the highest authority anyway. You are the symptom of that disease, pretty sister. Join the Imperial Guard or the Navy if you want to serve, not some fat, stinky. I growled in distaste and walked around her. I didn't walk fast enough. All right. I will leave the hospitaliers. Let me join your crew, she yelled at me back. Damn it. She really was obsessed. But then again, I turned around and hugged her to my side. Really great body on her, as expected from a warrior order. Excellent news, my dear. I could use a medic for my crew. The job is not very safe though. Demons and Xenos abound in the eastern fringe. I whispered as if it was a big secret. The Emperor protects. I've seen it with my own eyes. Your wish is my command, Captain Pef, she murmured a bit demurely and tone raising into a squeak. Right, Close contact with a man wasn't allowed. 4 sisters. Report to the landing pad, medic. And see if there are others who wish to explore the galaxy in style. I told her with barely restrained mirth. My rose will have a fit at my new retinue. Then I went to undergo a long batch of tests and sample takings, with a dozen biologist magi spinning blood vials and slicing away at my holy hand. It was quite boring, but I had my savant implants to continue working on the Volcano STC at a slower pace. A month later, I had an early model for a Corvette-worthy Lance, with its autonomous adamantic reactor dedicated for it, as to not strain the engines or the void shield during combat. Pretty much like an infantry lost gun worked, with the power pack battery. Then I doubled, tripled, and quadrupled the barrels for better range and rate of fire, till I knew I had something amazing, if quite expensive. I decided to mount a twin-linked plasma bombardment cannon and 2 quad-lance batteries on the newest Corvette model. Plasma worked better to break void shields, but the technology was clunky and risky and prone to explosions. That turret was fixed on the outside of the hull, and due to the costly lessons learned here in the Battle of Estaban, I also decided to armor the turrets further, with a 10-centimeter thick adamantium cover. Already tech priests and servitors were scavenging the useful remains from the lost Navy ships, and even recovered enough iridium plates from my corvettes to start building new ones right away. On the 3rd month, Estaban's surface was declared free of invaders, the last chaos pockets of resistance burned alive or sent into the warp. In space this took much longer, and even after 11 months there were still sightings of chaos raiders prowling the edges of the system. But they lost hugely in this adventure, at least 1,000 ships and 15 heavy ones, battleships and battlecruisers. Even if they had Dark Mechanicum forges in the Eye of Terror, ships took a long time to build. Bed Stories, Chapter 38. My fleet didn't depart as one from Estaban, because there was no reason to and good reasons against it. The Litany and 4 destroyers were almost in perfect repair, and the same for the Antax-made corvettes, so Phenona took that fleet and left for our home in the fringe as soon as possible, with extra servitors and tech priests supplied by Estaban. Another squad of 5 destroyers and 200 more corvettes departed once the ground battle ended, filled with weaponry and tanks and a few regiments in better shape. And once the promised year of medical torture had finished, the Canticle and 200 more corvettes were repaired, supplied, and ready to go. The last batch of destroyers and damaged corvettes stayed behind with my brother Virion in command, waiting for longer and difficult repairs, as well as a promised universe_class_mass_conveyor filled with goodies for my empire in the east. These ships will be also upgraded to the latest Estaban 3 pattern, the one with volcano cannons. Yes, the destroyers will receive 2 of those lance batteries as well, with the extra reactors. The design of the classic Cobra destroyers only allowed a single lance battery at the prow, beside the torpedoes. Not anymore. The discovery of a Relic King Cobra pattern destroyer surprised absolutely nobody, and I even managed to fix some design flaws in the ship itself, installing a dozen macro cannons on the sides and 2 triple-barrel batteries per side. The new gravity-fed model, then extra armor skirts to the sides for plasma and acid deflection, a few more bulkheads around the reactor and the bridge, slightly better sensors and auguries, and a secondary Geller field with the Estaban trademark blank machine. Spirit power shield protecting it from warp interference by 21%. Add to this the improved anti-fighter defenses with multi-lasers and hunter-killer missiles, and a destroyer could now actually do its job as escort vessel. Nothing fundamentally different, but once this pattern spread into the Imperium, the Navy destroyers will receive a substantial increase in firepower and some extra resilience. The Iron Hands selected a few thousands crippled for their aspirant testing, volunteers only. Curiously, not all those selected by the Iron Hands agreed to become mechanical Astartes. Jiren has informed that another pair of transport ships will head towards Risa and Triplex Fall, the final loading procedure and incense blessing to praise the Omnicia taking place right now. So, I told him about my own blessing and what Estaban have discovered. He wasn't all that happy at the news, expecting a whole lot of trouble from the Emperor's worshippers. My mentor was right, much like always. I now had 5 former sisters serving on board the Canticle as medics, physicians, and spiritual healers for the crew, and Helena, the cute woman with silver hair and blue eyes, served in a more private role. She had no experience with men, but I allowed her some leeway, and did the hard part myself. Helena didn't like Ludvia's standing guard, nor my wives enjoying the show like they sometimes did. I'd say it was worth it, for a woman in love is a blessing in bed. Are you certain you're not corrupting me, Captain? Helena wondered as she rested on my chest and caressed my sacred left hand. Your children could become medics, my dear. And if you teach them, they'll even be good medics, like you are. Plus, I'm a blank so the warp cannot touch me. You heard what my mother did, right? I replied softly and groped her artful body with my special hand. Helena shivered and melted into my embrace. What about my sisters? Will you demand they join your little harem as well? The woman asked in a tiny fit of envy. Demand? I have plenty women that beg me for a child. Plus Decima handles the harem thing. You spoke with her, and she interviewed you for this duty. You demanded to stay at my side, even in bed. I replied in a soft snort. The Canticle lurched and emerged from the warp at Antax. It was time to start trading again. The old Lament cruiser that I gave the Mechanicus was nearly ready, armor and engines in place. A few exotic turrets decorated its hull, possibly Archaeotech excavated at Anvilus 9. I wanted some of those myself, and today it was the day everything paid off. A company of 100 young men, all blanks from my lineage, were already undergoing testing and seed dissemination on nearly anime levels. Each of them had 300 concubines prepared and housed by Forge Antax in their biological research complex, some of them getting impregnated naturally while other via surgery. I expected Estaban used my genetic samples for the same purpose, trying to obtain as many blanks as possible for the next growth cycles. After a few years of constant martial and marital training, my descendants will be received by the Blood Angels for Geneseed implants. By then, the next batch of 100 men will arrive at Antax from Illavar to begin the cycle again. I was promised the test companies will not be decimated in traditional Astartes training. Sure, they would get tougher and faster like that, but every Astartes was so anyway. What the Blood Angels needed were recruits that wouldn't mutate or go mad from the cursed Geneseed. Their chapter could and did massacre, 1,000,000 hive criminals to obtain 1,000 aspirants, but my sons were not chattel. My grandkids and nephews were not target practice for bored vampires. I even told them so. I don't care about shitty traditions and whatever codex. They obviously suck, simply by counting how many Blood Angels go mad and berserk. You want beasts, you can have them. Become Tyranids for all I care. Their captain wasn't too pleased at my words. Our Primarch wrote the Codex for. I stopped him by holding my left palm out. The Codex says Space Marines should give in to dark urges and massacre civilians or their allied guardsmen. Does it say the trainer should butcher 1,000 recruits and bathe in their blood to obtain a new brother? Trying an argument from authority by referring to your Primarch? I had my own argument right here. Well, that is the curse. Captain Aphael said in a weaker voice. Very well. Here is my curse, Blood Angel. For every one of my sons that you murder during training, I will incinerate one of your recruiting worlds. That's how I see their worth, compared to your corrupted flesh and souls. I proclaimed calmly and walked away, heading back to the Fabricator General. I expected they would listen to my warning. I did have a reputation now for liberally using Exterminatus and Vortex warheads on my enemies. Not that I would murder civilians without some huge reason, but I could be a spiny thorn. Our next Mechanicus project involved establishing a secure network among the friendlier Forge worlds in the sector via instantaneous mind transmission. It would be a very long process, and I might need to cheat a little and arrange a meeting with Trazyn the Infinite, the somewhat sane, or perhaps too mad Necron Lord from Solemn Ace. The sounding board still proved nearly impenetrable to scans and attempts at reverse engineering. Damn Necrons have forgotten more advanced tech than all the galaxy had discovered in the past 60 million years. The Necrons from Mandragora still held out strong, despite billions of Tyranids organisms and bioships invading them over the past decade. Sure, their world were arid deserts without any biomass, which worked in the Necron favor, but at least humanity got some respite. The Eldar were still bravely fighting the large Tyranid tendril that intersected with their craft world, so two advanced enemies were checkmated right now. The Tau and the Orcs were constantly advancing, as expected, but by now every sector fleet had a few hundred corvettes for patrol and intercept, and still big enough fleets to engage large invasions. With the large fleet at my disposal, my clan had also begun scouting and preparing the next expansion phase, and already chasing away or capturing a few pirate ships operating too close to our borders. Soon enough, our rings of orbital forts would be completed, and we could start sending more colonists, tech priests, and mechanized PDF regiments to new feral worlds. And once the huge mass conveyor arrived, I would begin transforming the dozen-kilometer bulk transport into a floating naval base for 1,000 Fury_interceptors and also ship repair facilities and supply depots, garrison and armor transport, and even a huge defense platform to anchor at in safety. There was enough volume inside the huge spaceship to fit 100 litanies with room to spare. Of course, for all that, my Mechanicus priestly friends were my only hope. I unloaded 24 more templates with various utility, from agriculture and mining machines to trains and crate lorries. I wouldn't credit myself for inventing the cargo container, but 40K seemed to have forgotten this useful artifact. Sure, the container was larger and better armored, but the fabricator general soon understood its usefulness. Standardized containers were a perfect fit for the order-obsessed cult Mechanicus. I also expected the Imperial Guard would soon adopt them as campaign shelters for their guardsmen. Beside the logical use as weapons and ammunition transport and storage. I named them standard transport containers to frustrate all the farcers and precogs searching for any notion of an STC among nebulous futures. It was also hilarious, just waiting to see who will get the heretical abbreviation the soonest. My Rose just snorted and shook her head in exasperation. Stop doing foolish things like that, dear PEF. One day there will be an invisible assassin waiting behind your door. I glanced at the marked corner and drew my weapon. Nothing sprang out, this time. Then I decided to shoot anyway. STC Chapter 39. After another year at Antax waiting for more upgrades and a squad of Knights War Machines getting prepared for my future night house, Captain Veryon arrived as well with the rest of his fleet. Only this time he had acquired a new Endurance_Light_ cruiser sent by the Triplex Fall Forge world as a gift, and 5 more brand new destroyers. Veryon had named it Hymnal for the Vanquished, which fit well enough that I agreed to it, and his new command. The Endurance was armed with lance batteries by design, and had torpedo tubes as well. Captain PEF, I want to begin exploring to the north of our holdings, as I compiled rumors and hints of another pirate hideout. With my escorts, we will have more than enough firepower to complete this task, my brother declared confidently. I almost denied it, before thinking again. Of course, brother. I have 4 women to add to your crew as medics and soul healers, former Hospitalier sisters. I'm sure Antax will provision this task force with new tech priests and another regiment for ground operations, and you will have a chance to prove yourself. My daughter Risa will join you to learn how to command a ship herself, as your XO and second-in-command. I will also ask Captain Afail to spare a couple of Astartes for bodyguard duty. Veryon blinked in surprise, as he possibly didn't expect so many gifts. So I can take all the ships I came with, he asked out loud, while looking at my own bodyguard with apprehension. What? No way I would give him 300 ships to start his own empire in the fringe. It was also a little too much for a single pirate group. No, of course not. You will take the upgraded 30 Volcano pattern corvettes, and the 3 King Cobra destroyers from Estaban, then some transport ships to carry the prizes you may find. Plus the Hymnal, after it receives missile launchers and multi-lasers for point defense. I explained with a wide grin. It was still a force to be reckoned, and would not depend too much on consumable ammunition. And with a few Astartes on board, Virion would not dare to mutiny. He knew that just as well. It's still great, Captain Pef. Are those sisters as beautiful as I heard? He asked without any ulterior motive, though his manner wasn't quite reverent. I just patted his shoulder, with a wide grin on my face. Oh yes. I already turned 2 of them into concubines. You may pick a few as well, if they catch your eye. He returned a lecherous smile and walked away trippingly. Poor foolish brother. Well, some women like his type too, I suppose. Brave noble captain, eager for glory. Of course, beside Helena, only Catherine seemed interested to make babies with me, so the rest of the apostate sisters didn't concern me. Virion could try his luck too. My wife Decima was now conducting final interviews and tests to assure herself that Catherine, the new concubine, was loyal and able to bear children for the clan. Meanwhile, down on the surface, the biologist Magi were doing other experiments with my half-brothers from Justine, testing them for night pilot compatibility as well as harvesting more fertile eggs from my blank concubines. They were determined to replicate the blank machine spirits from Estaban, despite the huge risks involved. A dozen fetuses yet unborn have somehow vanished, but I pretended not to notice. Sacrifice was the name of the game in this hell. Having a few working samples of the new blank designs would speed up research 100 times, not to mention harvesting samples from the primary source, me. I kept working on the Predator version of the Rhino, armed with a volcano lance and 2 multi-lasers, 1 coaxial on the turret and 1 installed on the frontal glacis. These would not be troop carriers, but instead dedicated main battle tanks, with reinforced armor, a power shield and a few engineers in the crew for maintenance. Once that was done, I did the same with Land Raider tanks and the Knights, upgrading their templates for better effectiveness and slightly more durability via ion shields. My Volcano Lance gunship didn't yet work, but instead the Fury spacefighter did, being large and durable enough to withstand the recoil and energy demands of such a potent weapon. A backup power shield was added to their already significant ion shields, and I made a note to update all the escorts with a backup ion shield as well, since I recalled it nullified Necron Gauss weaponry. The fabricator met me in his rooms before I left for my next trip, and received the new templates with reverence. We will conduct immediate testing and calibration litanies for these holy relics, Lord Pef. I have to ask, do you have a real STC database somewhere? I stared at his red robes and mechanical body while I strained my memory for an answer. The Mechanicus did have a few working STCs on board their Arch Mechanicus battleships. But they didn't know about them. I have heard a rumor. The Palomar Forge world is whispered to have built an Arch Mechanicus long ago, deep underground. And it should also have a working STC on board. However, I fear that waking up the old machine spirit will destroy the minds and everyone else on that planet. I spoke with doubt in my voice. I couldn't be certain if this was still true, or just wishful writing in another universe. To my surprise, the Fabricator General stepped close and hugged me with a dozen tentacles. Who cares about Palomar? I will go personally to recover the Holy Arkansas. Well, once the lament is fit for travel. I patted his eager limbs and shook my head. Arrange for Palomar to relocate, at least partially. Better have them support the Eye of Terror blockade and supply humanity with war machines. The Black Crusades will keep coming. The Middle Magos deposited me on my chair and patted my head like I was a baby. Well, in size and age I likely was 1, compared to him, not to mention mental ability. Always trying to save people, even if it would only delay the return of Omnicia. Let's hope your descendants will share your empathy, Lord Pef. This cursed galaxy needs more men like you. I nodded a bit shyly. If you say so, Fabricator. Let's see about arming my existing troops with sufficient weaponry to pacify the fringe. The Muggos calmed down and we returned to business. The heavy tanks and the gunships will take decades to begin mass production. Perhaps even more for the new Retribution pattern space fighters. But these weasels will not be difficult at all. My forge will provide 70,000 laser cannon variants and 30,000 logistics support, as well as production facilities for ammunition and fuel. Well, that was one worry wiped away. Mechanized PDF would be very useful. Orbital defenses and the upgraded conveyor? I asked in a hopeful tone. Some extra orbital class weaponry and a space mine factory for your minefields. I have already begun testing these mines for our own defense, but your Nova shell mines are not feasible. Perhaps against beasts like the Tyranids or the Hrud, he explained patiently and deftly ignoring the other item. I sighed in defeat. In truth, Nova mines could be captured and turned against us by a savvy technological enemy. And genetic treatments, life extension for my crew and veterans? I wondered in a more subdued voice. The Muggos turned his screen on and showed me his projections. The cost scaled immensely for every new crew category, as these treatments needed rare organic components and thousands of work hours from his biologist magi. Damn it. Ship captains and regiment colonels, for now. With light power armor and shields for the other field officers. I mused softly, seeing the cost drop abruptly on the screen. Nobody can support such expensive upgrades, unless it's the ecclesiarchy that has donated trillions of thrones and arms the Adeptus or Aritas. And even so, not all of them have good gear or shields, the fabricator replied in a wise voice, and sighed. Again, logistics for such upgrades were the main problem. Ion shields for every spaceship or heavy vehicle. I have read somewhere that Necron weapons are ineffective against those types of shields. I said in a wondering voice. My interlocutor froze a second, then stared at me intensely. It's a worthy conjecture, Lord Pef. I'll have the astropath send this data to Mars right away. Necron worlds are terrible enemies for mankind, and their predations are nearly unstoppable due to the advanced xenotechnology. I smiled and drank some wine. Well, don't hope for a perfect counter to the Necrons, esteemed Muggos. I'm quite certain these have many more weapons with different technologies, just like the Mechanicus doesn't have only macro cannons. The fabricator snorted in derision. Macro cannons were plebeian weapons, used by the Navy or Orcs. Indeed we do, like I already showed you on the upgraded Lament, Lord Pef. But if we manage to recover that Arc Mechanicus relic, there should be a trove of better holy machines, from the Golden Age maybe, he announced in a fanatical voice and immediately splashed me with sanctified ointment. Damn lack of common sense again. Upgrades to my canticle? I asked with little hope. Minor upgrades now, and 20,000 plasma torpedoes delivered to your base at Retribution in a decade or so. Jiren decided to convert that world into a new forge world beholden to us, to supply your holdings forever. So everything else will be done on site, he told me with a wry tone. A bit sneaky, and perhaps trying to find real STC templates on Retribution. Then again, I wasn't attached at all to that world, with painful memories from losing my father and many of my clan. He could have it, and good riddance. Promise Chapter 40. As soon as the Canticle received my needed upgrades, I convened with the clan members still at Antax. As you know, I have allowed Captain Virion to pursue the exploration expedition to the north. If there are any volunteers among you who wish to try their luck, please do so and request transfer to my brother's fleet. Capturing pirate vessels or discovering STC patterns is very lucrative, but also risky. I began, powering up the holomap and marking vaguely the area that Virion has chosen. There were thousands of stars in that volume, and nobody knew what dangers they may encounter. In my view, that fleet was expendable, if also strong enough to defeat minor opponents, like I have done. It was also a test and an opportunity to enlarge our empire and increase the richness of the clan. There were still older clan members, aunts and uncles with prodigious service, relatives from my own generation now eager to receive a ship to command and blow up stuff. Then the new generation, cadets and young officers that could use the experience and learn more, and thus earn the right for a ship themselves. I had about 40 daughters and sons among them, and a few blank girls approaching their age limit for military service. Still cadets in training, but time passed fast. By the time I would return from my next trip, many of them will be adults, and perhaps married. My Aunt Hesta, a stern, red-headed and bulky body woman with remembrancer implants, also a centuries-old veteran elected to go, as captain for a King Cobra destroyer. She got my approval right away, although she spanked me a dozen times in my youth. I probably deserved it. One more uncle, Severus with long blonde hair braided in dreads, and an old sister, Marilyn, with curly black hair and brown eyes got the same jobs, and then it was time to divide the corvettes and the XO ranks. The cadets could offer themselves for bridge posts or spacefighter pilots, though they were banned from direct fighting till adulthood. No matter their bravery, a trained mind and body mattered more when you had to assault a position carrying 50 kilos of gear, armor, and weapons. Those with blank genes were ordered to take every possible precaution to survive, because I needed them to produce the next generation. Teresa smirked at me and waved her left hand suggestively. I know, but I was stupid. Don't do as I did, do as I tell you. Unless you have an angel watching over you, in which case I won't have to worry, right? I grumbled in fake annoyance. Lord Pef. Can I request Lord Whitelance to join? Veryon demanded with a pleasant voice. I frowned and thought about it. His knight might save them from ambush or another mess. You can. But he is my stepfather of sorts. Ask him politely if he wishes to join you, Veryon. I decided after a few seconds. And with that, all is left was picking which regiments to send and what equipment. Nothing too critical, but enough firepower to avoid fleeing from barbarians. 50 Lehman Russ tanks and 500 Chimeras for the armor regiment, then 5,000 Weasels for the mechanized infantry, with support from 100,000 combat servitors donated by Antax. After the northern expedition left, I also send my newly born kids and the rest of the fleet back home, holding back a dozen corvettes and 2 destroyers as escorts for my next forge visit. This time, it would be Risa. This forge world was said to be only second to Mars in advanced technology, specialized in plasma designs and weapons. On the way, I revisited my early attempts at modeling plasma-based STCs and worked out a few more effective templates, such as the Multi-Melta Chimera, a variant expressly designed to combat Traitor Astartes or light armor. Then, the real infantry Melta gun from Retribution, somewhat simplified for simpler construction and durability. Then I cobbled up some partial Land Raider templates with turret with triple plasma cannons and heavy flommers in the sponsons and forward mount, especially for orc hordes. No passenger compartment, only Promethium fuel tanks. This heavy tank was provided ion shields and a power shield on each side, because it was already a ticking bomb on tracks. The fire corvette had a bombardment cannon turret and 20 LOS cannons on every side and 100 multi-lasers protecting every angle, beside the usual triple void shields and triple layered armor. The last design was a King Cobra destroyer template with 2 plasma bombardment cannons and 6 triple plasma cannons batteries, each turret with its own dedicated reactor. Such a ship, if it worked, would be death to orcs, tyrannids, and other short-ranged organic enemies. I named it Fire Cobra because it would make a huge fireball once it exploded. Not my problem. I didn't bother balancing the plasma conduits and energy output, nor containment and cooling. Risa had enough experts and time, and I didn't. My half-stalled projects for Volcano Lance gunships and Sentinel walkers were added on the data stack, and I left out a tired breath. There was only so much a single person could, and upgrading the entire Imperium from the outside was horribly difficult. If they caught on to it, there will be hell to pay. Technology was a religion for the Mechanicus, and there have been Forge World exterminated for breaking the rules. Advanced knowledge was reserved only for high-ranking tech priests, and nobody even dreamed of falsifying STC templates. No wonder the Antax fabricators suspected I had found a STC database on Retribution. A pair of strong hands massaged my tense shoulders. Catherine, the new concubine. Lord Pef, isn't this staring at the cogitator screen boring? Come, I was promised many babies, the silver-haired woman demanded in an attempt at a sultry voice. Well then. Relaxation was prescribed by the personal doctor. I winked at Ludvius and entered my shower, Catherine following me eagerly. We might have wasted some seed with foreplay and gratuitous pleasure, but it was really relaxing. Soon enough we moved to my captain bed to proceed with our duties. For once I didn't mind her chants, it was music to my ears. Oh God, oh Emperor. Faster, yes. She could perform marital duties without being short of breath, which always amazed me. Then the ship shook, but it wasn't our bed. I closed my eyes and focused, to hear and to feel the machine spirit. Another shake and then the familiar thrums of our lance batteries began, vibrations reverberating through the Canticle's hull. Never mind then. Combat was certain. Uniform, I demanded in a rush. I had urgent duties on the bridge, but Kathy seemed lost to the world and frantically trying to obtain release. Then the torpedoes launched, all of them, and I was freed from the trap, jumping from the bed straight into my jumpsuit. Then Ludvius rapidly assembled my power armor over the skin-tight protective suit. In a minute I arrived on the bridge to find ourselves right behind an orc fleet, heading towards Risa just like us. No matter how strong a ship is, even an orc cruiser, this kind of engagement favored us greatly, and Gwent-Ian didn't miss the opportunity. Lances and torpedoes, fighters getting launched, lost cannons and macro cannons, missiles and multilasers filled the void between us and the enemy squadron. One after another, the bigger orc ships were targeted with torpedoes, blowing up their engines, while the orc escorts simply burst into plasma and scrap from our lances and cannons. I just watched, as nearly anyone could conduct such a massacre, and Gwent-Ian was quite capable anyway. With this fortunate warp emergence, Risa would owe me a favor from the start. Closer to the sun, the defense fleet was engaged by a second orc armada, and those were already landing horde after horde onto the surface, disregarding losses in the millions. I suddenly regretted not bringing some extra escorts. This was a fantastic shooting gallery. We could barely miss in such a rich target environment. Wolves Chapter 41. Amidst all of the fighting and explosions, I kept an eye for any useful loot, the Canticle augury scans flashing rapidly on my holoscreen and comparing the orc ships with the Imperium's known ship profiles. While from the front or side the vessels would be mostly unrecognizable, due to erratic weapons and armor plates add-ons improvised by orc mech boys, from behind the number and placement of engines was a dead giveaway. Cruisers of Mars and lunar patterns, light cruisers and frigates, transport barges and or haulers, even an ironclad_battleship and an exorcist_grand_cruiser. It seemed this orc WIAC was composed of at least 80% from retrofitted Imperium vessels. Didn't fill me with confidence about the success rate of the Imperial Navy in their campaigns, nor the safety of the Imperium supply lines. The bridge tech priest soon achieved long-range contact with Risa and began imputing the Forge World's designations for these orcs of WIAC. Grax and Rarguts. The Grax WIAC had been ongoing for a longer time, and the promise of fighting and loot had drawn in the newly arrived Rarguts WIAC, which we were busy crippling right now. Captain, I have located 2 main warbosses on their largest ships. I recommend we target them with Vortex warheads, the Datapture expert Muggos announced a minute later. I mused at that proposal for a minute, then decided not to. Infesting those ships with demons wouldn't help me salvage them, plus Forge Risa did not send me a plea to use any means to rescue them. Nor was I confident I could close those rifts with my small fleet. I checked the system map for something that could help and noticed a battle barge of the Space Wolves chapter, with an Astartes strike cruiser as escort. Now, these guys would be useful indeed. Muggos, send a Vox communique to the Space Wolves and request a marine company to support us boarding and capturing the largest ships of Rarguts WAF. I ordered, then I turned towards the Army Regiment colonels standing ready at the holomap table. Colonels, I can expend 2 corvettes as boarding crafts for our guardsmen and servitors. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain. Those big ships have to be captured and returned into humanity's hands. I proclaimed quite heroically. Without engines to provide constant acceleration, the Ironclad and the Exorcist were falling behind their other ships, still pressing the big red button to reach Forge Risa faster. I urged the Canticle to target 2 Mars-type cruisers next, and to blow up as many smaller ships it could. The machine spirit seemed angry and excited, and obeyed eagerly, increasing the rate of fire of our lance batteries and adjusting course to gain better angles for the next torpedo salvo. No matter how bullshit the warp manipulation of an orc WAF was, a ship without engines couldn't steer as well as one with functional engines. The orcs tried, of course, assembling sails made of metal plates and oars made of long antennas or support beams, and it even worked to a very small degree. But paddling in the void with oars, as illogical and nonsensical it might be, was too slow, and we could steer ourselves away from their big guns firing arcs. They launched phytobombas and other assault craft to annoy us, but my fleet did have amazingly good point defense weapons and new ships. We barely missed any of their smoking and sputtering contraptions, some even powered by coal and steam engines by the looks of them. But if the orcs overran Risa, they would have the best of the Imperium's plasma reactors and weapons, and would become a major threat to the entire galaxy. Couldn't let that happen. Captain, the Space Wolves have agreed to dispatch 2 Terminator squads and some assault marines to spearhead the boarding parties. ETA 3 hours, the tech priest proclaimed victoriously. Indeed, even with such small numbers the Astartes knew their jobs well. They even had genetically modified dogs the size of a car to help, though I wasn't sure any dog could serve as a mount for a Terminator pattern power armor. We shall see. The wet dogs of Rus. Ludvius muttered with a weird voice. The other Astartes in my crew remained silent and calm, simply examining the space battle and taking mental notes. At least he was learning, my scythe captain. Anyway, those 3 hours should give us plenty time to secure and isolate our boarding targets, and even begin initial landings, so I could claim ownership over these relics after the orcs were exterminated. Darting to the sides and below the huge orc behemoths, my corvettes expended all their consumable ammunition to thin out the more fragile orc escorts and transports. Soon enough, the torpedoes were reloaded again, and the Mars-class cruisers under orc control also lost their engines and speed, drifting behind the main front of the orc WAF. I then focused the lance batteries of the Canticle on the remaining light cruisers and simply evaporated their exposed backsides, and filled the void with 24 hulks spinning out of control. We also had to slow down to maintain our safe-ish position to the rear of the bigger orc battleship, and soon the orc WAF left the range of our weapons. Torpedoes did have a longer range, and our last salvo caught 2 orc-infested lunar cruisers from behind and left them crippled far ahead of my fleet. Meanwhile, our lance batteries began cutting large holes into our targets, exposing the orcs to vacuum and clearing a path into the interior. Servitors and tech priests, as well as the smaller armored light weasels and sentinels, began loading into the 2 sacrificial corvettes, which will act as a kilometer-long boarding torpedo. The more squishy guardsmen and grenadiers, with a battalion of Void Marines, would arrive later and insert via shuttle and then through the length on the corvette into the battleship and the Grand Cruiser. 2 hours later the first corvette accelerated and hit the ironclad into the weaker backside, sticking out like a funnel. Good enough. Begin the liberation, colonels. I ordered while changing the focus of my attention on the next prize. The second corvette was ready and impacted the Exorcist just before the Astartes strike cruiser arrived. I just pointed to the next batch of army colonels, gifted to me by various Forge worlds along with their guard regiments. I didn't quite see eye to eye with most of them, but they were useful nonetheless. Mostly for defending entrenched positions, sadly. They worked great at Estaban during the defensive phase and struggled to keep up and adapt to maneuver and other attacking tactics in the liberation phase. It didn't matter that much because Estaban and the Iron Hands had more than enough heavy machines and expertise for assaults, but I still wasn't happy with their poor training. Rogue Trader Lancefire, your arrival was fortuitous. I see you have already began boarding the largest orc vessels. Very commendable, a voice with a strange accent arrived on the Vox channel. Your target is the orc warbosses, Astartes. Try not to damage my salvage prizes overly much. PEF out. I replied with a wry voice. An amused chuckle was the only response from that space wolf. Overwhelming firepower was in their codex. I should be happy if anything was left standing after they completed the mission. Escorts, spread out in pattern Omicron. Augury scans to maximum and keep an eye for any sneaky Xenos prowling about. I ordered on the clan channel, dispersing the corvettes farther out in a sphere to increase visibility and cross-sectional scan profiles. Soon enough, the helpful Astartes took the lead and began butchering their way deeper into the derelict spaceships, filling the hallways with splattered green mushrooms and bolter casings. How about you two, want to go loosen up those violent inner urges? I wondered idly, turning to my guardian Astartes. Ludvius growled at me, while Captain Thrasius just nodded calmly. It is our duty, Lord Pef. Do try and avoid getting into more fistfights, if you can, he advised me politely, and checked his combi bolter the 10th time. I just waved him off. Your own chaplain punched me, you wise ass. You too, Ludvius? I wondered out loud. Stay safe, Captain, he replied with a serene voice. After the Space Marines left, I turned towards the Risa tech priest. Muggos, assemble the rest of the available servitors and tech priests and secure the crippled cruisers. Once the reactors are safe and powered down, we may begin cleansing the greenskins as well. Captain, that would leave our ship without vital security and tech support, he argued just like I taught him. It made sense to have your subordinates point out critical mistakes, after all. All true, tech priest. But we are here at Risa. I'm sure your fabricator general will replenish my losses once I gift him a captured ship or two. I replied a bit amused, pointing at the system map. The tech priest blinked and then nodded a second later. You are correct, Captain. A cruiser is worth 100 times as much as any losses we might sustain from boarding operations. I know, my friend. I invented the gift game. Each capital ship salvaged would be a favor with Risa, and if they wanted the relic Grand Cruiser, I would get something even nicer in return. Ironclad, Chapter 42. And losses we did sustain, tens of thousands of servitors and some guardsmen, even with light armor support and void marines lobbing crock grenades into every corridor. The orcs fought back with passion and disregard for losses, and our salvage expeditions to the lunar cruisers farther away had to retreat ignominiously, although they did achieve the primary objectives and shut down the reactors. I redirected the remaining troops and servitors on the Mars cruisers and sent out more light tanks and sentinels to compensate for the obvious lack of power armor. Imperium ships were built with huge inner hangars and wide hallways, so this strategy worked somewhat. Flammers and grenades were much more useful in tight spaces, frying thousands of Gretchens and Orc boys, and somewhat countering the more armored Knobs and Mech boys. The Ard boys were a more difficult target, protected by heavy metal plates and impossible biological resilience, than the normal Shoulda boys or Slugga boys, but fire is a great equalizer. By the end of the day, the Space Wolves had terminated one warboss on the Ironclad and diverted some Grey Hunters to help clear out the Mars cruisers, while the Terminators transferred on the Exorcist Grand Cruiser, after they reloaded all the spent bolter ammunition. Immediately, the tides changed, as the Astartes simply plowed through the fierce Orc resistance and cleared the main hallways towards the bridge and the reactor bulkheads. Sometime during this engagement, the real warboss died under Astartes Terminator's assault, and the Rargut's WAF simply shattered into 100 small splinters all around the star system. Their warp distortions also failed, and many illogical Orc weapons or armors became ineffective or just stopped working. Thus, we renewed our offensive boarding with 10 times fewer casualties and rapidly overran the Mars cruisers. The assault landers returned to the lunar cruisers and managed to capture them as well. After that, it became even easier, and one by one the light cruisers were boarded and disinfected from the fungal infestation, leaving the tech priests to begin reconsecrating the derelicts and cleanse the corpses. Of course, that meant my medical bay was again filled with wounded and cripples, giving something to do for the Biologus Magi and my dear doctors/concubines. Thousands of irradiated and sick serfs from the lower decks were called to be converted into more servitors as a stopgap, and during this culling the tech priests detected 9 more blanks among the indentured crew. I set them aside as a gift for Risa, should it be interested in replicating blank machine spirits. I was quite certain they would. Made me wonder if constant exposure for generations to the warp had created even more blanks among the serfs of the Navy, which seemed probable. It could be simply my extraordinary luck, or it could be a general trend among humanity. Clearing the big ships took more time, as expected. My troops soon ran out of bolter ammunition and had to fall back on lost guns and flammers, while the Astartes had their potent melee weapons and servo-powered strength to keep slashing and chopping. I provided 100 STCs produced at Antex to serve as temporary barracks for my organic troops, as well as for sleep and recovery on board the enormous orc warships. The tech priests were poking them in confusion, as intended. Containers with the STC designations didn't quite compute in their Mechanicus cult dogma. Of course, the Grenadiers and Void Marines were too tired to care, simply glad at having a safe-ish place to eat and sleep. Nearly a month later, both ships were declared reasonably secure and the Astartes departed for their continued crusade against the other Orc Wyak. I decided to wait and let my troops rest and recover while the tech priests inventoried and collected anything of value from my prizes. Sadly, most of the comical-looking weaponry that we captured didn't work anymore, possibly because the silly mech boys used welding or hammers to fix their devices, powering them with belief and stupidity. Once the WAF field dissolved, the orc weapons became rusted scraps and unstable power cells ready to blow at nearest touch. However, the dead Pain Boys, known also as Mad Dokes, did have real artifacts stapled onto them, some of them relics of Astartes genitors or librarians, including trauma packs and valuable life_extension_ technologies. One of them was a huge claw with the ability to connect a human mind, or even an orc, to a mind impulse unit and allow that person to control machinery with their minds, just as a princeps mentally controls an imperial titan. Or so my Antex provided advisor whispered while measuring me for some future upgrade. Other serums and injections would be valuable as well, after the biologist Magi checked them 10 times for safety and doctrinal integrity. The other find was a weird boy bound tightly by the orcs themselves into a prison cell, eyes exploded but still alive. His neck and chest were covered with phase iron manacles and chains, possibly to keep the warp user from exploding the ship or the orc tribe itself. He wouldn't be that dangerous right now, and nearly irrelevant to myself. I also decided to keep him as a gift for Risa, complete with a ton of ultra-rare phase iron bindings, worth a battlecruiser by itself. Then I thought again and decided to chop off the weird boy's arms and salvage some phase iron for my own use. Something like a crossbow bolt tipped with phase iron couldn't be parried by the next chaos sorcerer trying to ruin my wrist. The adamantium hull of the ironclad battleship was of enormous value again, and I just realized how lucky our warp emergence had been. I doubted a vortex missile would have damaged the ironclad sufficiently, and it would have been impervious to anything else I had. I managed to steal away a hangar full of adamantium plates from broken bulkheads and doors, since the Astartes haven't been careful or frugal with their firepower. Luckily, I did have armed sentinels and logistic weasels to help me transport and handle the heavy adamantium plates. A day later, an Arc Mechanicus cruiser arrived from Forge Risa, with the fabricator locum on board. It was time for gifts and making friends. At his place, not mine. Captain Lancefire. We meet at last. Who knew you would employ the Overlord in aid of our Forge world, and so soon? The fabricator began with a rhetorical question. Ludvius gestured with 3 fingers at me. Something in Astartes battles speak about being cautious and thinking thrice before speaking. Obviously, Forge Risa did. A sign from Omnicia, as a gift would be returned thrice if given with a pure heart. I answered gently and followed him inside his armored quarters. Ludvius snorted and leaned on the metal wall of the hallway to await my eventual return or survival. The fabricator stared at me for a minute, waiting for the punchline. I admit I don't understand, he replied with a wave of tentacle. There's a grand cruiser, a battleship, a few Mars, lunar and dozens of light cruisers in my gift, fabricator. I'm sure even the outer shell is worth something, if sold for scrap. I argued humbly and sat in the indicated chair. The muggo sighed audibly, emitting a wheezing noise like something mechanical wobbled in his chest. You're being ridiculous, Lord Pef. That adamantium ironclad is worth some 3 trillion thrones, even if sold for scrap. And a nearly intact Grand Cruiser is worth at least another Overlord-class cruiser, just like the Canticle, he answered with a flutter of mechadendrites. Perhaps upset or irritated, maybe both. Cyborg body language is hard to read, because they never seem to have the same numbers of limbs and joints. I just shrugged. If you say so. Here, more gifts of another nature. I said flatly and began handing over the plasma-based templates and my failed volcano patterns. Surely Risa will manage to make them work. I never seen a tech priest cry till now, but perhaps insurmountable joy was not something their Logis engines were prepared to counter. So, I patted his orange robe over the shoulder. There. No need to cry, Magos. I know the STC templates are a bit damaged, but you have a million genial magi on Risa. Perhaps they can be repaired in a few decades. I advised him in a sad voice. The Archmago sobbed harder, so perhaps I fucked up worse than I thought. Machines, Chapter 43. A minute later the fabricator composed himself and patted my head in a gentle move. We will remember this gift, Lord Pef. There is little Forge Risa cannot do, as we have entire sectors beholden to us, shipyards, regiments and technologies as advanced as Mars itself, he promised in a more sober tone. I just nodded, since it made sense. Your world is in trouble right now, Magos. I'll try to help, but my troops and servitors are nearly depleted. The same with our torpedoes and missiles, and most consumables. 100,000 injured and crippled guardsmen. And then, I had to sacrifice 2 perfectly good corvettes to deploy sufficient forces for a beachhead. The Muggos blinked in confusion, then acceptance. Anything you need, Captain Pef. 2 corvettes are precious for me. Perhaps your forge can repair them at half cost? I asked humbly. The fabricator sighed and turned away. Yes. We will repair the ships, he allowed in a softer voice. I pumped my fist in obvious joy. Many thanks, Magos. I'll let you return to your duties, while my surviving tech priests complete whatever repairs they can. I announced in a pleasant voice and left his rooms, and followed Ludvius back to my ship. Obviously, this won't end here, but Risa would need to check everything, before agreeing to trade some rewards to the peculiar rogue trader. What I wanted was not to empty their stasis cells of valuable machines and weapons already promised to the Navy or the Army. I wanted production templates and forges. I wanted their plasma technology spread towards 1,000 forge worlds, large or small. In my view, the Mechanicus had too little power in the Imperium for a group that should have held half of everything. Among the Lords of Terra, there were not 6 tech priest magi, but only 1. The 11 other lords were too strong with their majority votes, and could dictate policy and even exterminate entire forge worlds at their whim. Even the rogue traders were beholden to the administratum, their warrants subject to censure or removal, something that didn't stand well for my own safety and freedom. In theory, I could send requisition forms to Terra and demand to be granted more ships and regiments for my exploration efforts, or to repair losses in defense of the Imperium. In practice, some scribe in the administratum would flag my request to the Inquisition or the Vindicare assassins, because it would be cheaper to solve my legal but expensive procedure due to my expiration date. This was also the main reason I avoided big merchant or hive worlds, where the administratum would begin auditing my conquests and plunder for a substantial tithe, or perhaps simply confiscate my empire with a stroke of their brass typewriters. By giving away the stuff I earned to various forge worlds, I sold nothing and received no revenue. Hopefully, other rogue traders would begin catching on and start doing something similar. They just needed me to create a workable and rich path, something too attractive even to some rapacious trader like my father had been. I even had the perfect and unassailable motive, as donations to the cult of Omnicia. If the administratum wanted to impose taxation on religious donations, the ecclesiarchy would promptly object and veto that, as they too received humongous donations from nearly everyone in the Imperium. Very little from my own dynasty, as it happens. And here, Forge Risa was the key, with their strong ties to Mars itself, having been founded by the Red Planet way back. A week later, my fleet started moving again, shifting course to approach the larger ships of Wafgrax from below and behind. This potent armada had 3 grand cruisers and 2 battleships among their heavy ships, with over 24 kill cruisers and a small space hulk composed of some 50 different ships of various races and ages. My fleet accelerated to flank speed and unleashed everything we had left on the optimal placed Orc_battleship, shutting off and melting the engines before the rest of the Orc armada could turn and chase us. Sadly, another corvette got lost to this daring raid, because a crazy Orc simply flared their cruiser's engines to the maximum, and aided by the WAF magic reached a faster speed than a ship 1,000 times lighter. However, that also exposed their weaker sides and rear to the defense fleet of Forge Risa, who didn't lack torpedoes and other weapons to punish the Orc stupidity. For this single stunt and my precious corvette, the Grax Wyack lost 30 ships and even a battleship, which continued its spiraling orbit and crash-landed on a nearby moon. Still, the damn thing seemed intact and kept shooting the remaining guns and big guns at anyone approaching that moon. I estimate with 80% probability for the Grax Warboss to have been on the crashed battleship. Still alive, it seems, the bridge tech priest explained after trying to figure out how that ship didn't simply make a deep crater or explode, or both. Lucky targeting, perhaps. Let Forge Risa and the Astartes know about the Orc boss. And tell them we're out of torpedoes, except that fancy one that the Inquisitor asked me not to use. Bicycle torpedo or something, I demanded with an innocent voice. Ludvius snorted in amusement as the Muggos began spluttering Benharic cants and litanies about the sacred flame of the Omnicia. Cyclonic torpedoes were not bicycles, but I was not a tech priest, so I got the benefit of doubt. It didn't take an entire minute for a couple of Mechanicus cruisers to break off from the battle lines and speed away, then change course to intercept us at a fairly good distance from the fight. Soon enough, the servants of Omnicia began transferring 100 torpedoes and replenishment servitors without any more hints of half-cost. Did I tell you how stupid Orcs are? We repeated the same trick a dozen times over the next month, slowly but surely eliminating the larger Orc warships and causing them to drift away without a real chance at steering or slowing down. The Astartes failed to kill the warboss stranded on the moon with their small strike teams, but I focused my attention on capturing the other battleship, this time without sacrificing another corvette. Using our lances to open up landing spots for assault boats and nearly all the replenished servitors, we began boarding the derelict battleship, while still enduring near suicidal waves of Orc bombers and escorts trying to save their big ship. We could only shut down the reactor and silence the weapons, then we held the defensive positions inside the deformed bulkheads with more weasels and sentinels, waiting for reinforcements. In the end, the Space Wolves began helping with more Grey Wolves as tactical marines and some tiny tractors with huge guns on them, called Rapier. They did a good job despite the silly looks, but then a big gun on a long hallway would be quite lethal. Ludvius went inside to take a look and meet his brothers for some banter, but I was told it was a real war zone, so I should stay put. So I did. He brought back a shuttle filled with exotic archaeotech and even xeno weapons, which we hid away in a hangar for my later perusal and deep scans. He was also badly injured and leaking stuff from his ears, because the idiot thought helms were for bitches. While Ludvius recovered, Captain Thrasius took the job of bedroom guard, and he didn't seem to like it, hiding his pure eyes from my carnal pleasure. "You want my descendants to consider joining your chapter, Astartes?" I asked after the last concubine departed with a dreamy smile. The scythe blinked in confusion. Why wouldn't they consider it? It is the greatest honor to serve the Emperor, even in death. All right then. It's not like the Blood Angels don't need more blank recruits, immune to warp or mutations. I suppose your chapter is free of any such problems like demonic taint or corruption. I answered with a shrug, and sat down in my cogitator chair. And did nothing, because I couldn't know how this space marine might react. I missed my Rose and her sealed by Inquisition perk. Hopefully she'll find another batch of Deathwatch Astartes and other sneaky acolytes for her retinue. And if she could find a rogue navigator to train our daughter, it would be even better. Navigators had dozens of special skills and abilities, but not the weak guys in the employ of the Mechanicus. Every Forge world had contracts with various navigator houses that would provide their heirs and lower talents for a cost, and poor PEF didn't qualify for a beta-level navigator. Even gamma-level like Lord Duros on the Litany were hard to find, and the deal made by my grandfather wasn't worth all that much. Possibly a rare trade route or a secret planet somewhere. Lord Duros wouldn't say, or possibly couldn't. Still, one day I would have my own navigator house, as well as a knight house. Perhaps my own Astartes chapter, if I didn't get killed too soon. Constructing a real Forge world at Retribution would take at least decades, or perhaps a century, and that if we managed to avoid getting invaded by something big. Anyways, we conducted a last raid and demolished a dozen more cruisers, expending most torpedoes and tricking more orc ships to follow us on a chase, when the fleet at Risa changed stance and began attacking. Gravity beams, neutron guns, plasma guns of a dozen types, lost cannons and macro batteries filled the void, and breaking the back of the orc waff. I launched another boarding party on a grand cruiser, just to be able to claim it for my clan. Soon enough, Skitarii and servitors and various battle automata from Risa joined my troops and unleashed Promethium, Phosphorus, and Plasma on the silly orc crew, crushing everyone in their unstoppable march. The machines fought back, and they won the day. Puppies Chapter 44. While the surface of the Risa was still crawling with billions of orcs, with the orbital siege lifted, the hardest part was over. Billions of servitors and their commanding tech priests arrived to engulf the derelict orc ships and reclamation workforce. Under my eyes, smaller escorts and even the light cruiser hulls were being swiftly dismantled and brought to the orbital shipyards for reforging into new Mechanicus or Navy vessels. As Risa had the best plasma technology and expertise around, they kept the larger hulls intact and just pushed them farther out to have their plasma engines rebuilt and the hulls cleaned and sanctified. It would still take decades to rebuild a grand cruiser and even longer for a battleship. Meanwhile, the bulk of the Mechanicus Navy fired salvo after salvo at the crashed orc battleship on the moon, without visible effect. The damn WAF field was still going strong, anchored into the body or soul of that Grax warboss. Still, it seemed to me that Risa wasn't really trying to end the invasion, and instead used it as opportunity to test their machines in relative safety, close to supply lines and without having to transport the huge titans and robots to another system. Good target practice, right, Muggos? I asked idly, while examining the battle lines from orbit. Perhaps so, Captain. Forge World Risas should possess more than enough firepower to wipe out these orcs. Majoris replied after a few seconds of contemplation. Not his full name, but there was a Majoris title in there, so I went with it. I engaged the Savant implant to consider why this was happening. If a Forge world was under invasion, their quota and tithes would be obviously much reduced, or perhaps even suspended. Sneaky way to conduct tax evasion, while also field testing various war machines on a nearby battlefield. Try to see if the Fabricator General can receive me, in private. I added in a fake whisper and left the bridge to Wendian. My elder uncle had good instincts and plenty command experience. Then I went to my rooms and began importing schematics and templates on another database, things that were not finished but would be useful to the millions of worlds in the Empire. From weapons and vehicles, to industrial designs and agricultural machines, logistical upgrades and facilities, including the standardized containers, wheeled and rail transport beds for them, also water-based transports like container ships, cargo carriers for the merchant navy and chartist captains. Then I had health and ecologic designs, chemical filters and ultraviolet light barriers, electric trains and tramways for faster and cleaner transport, water purification and desalination, and more. For defense, I compiled a set of forts and orbital fortresses without major or glaring weaknesses. Metallic asteroids, powered by a plasma reactor and enveloped by a shield. Variants of them were armed with lances, torpedoes, attack craft, point defense, and even Nova cannons. Then a simple corvette pattern without warp engines but stronger shields and point defense and extra torpedo launchers and vertical cells. Practically a system missile boat that could emerge if the system was under attack or be carried as a parasite craft inside a universe-class conveyor. 1,000 of such system corvettes, if the carrier was well designed, with launch decks and wide hangars. I sketched a possible variant, envisioning a central rail line to bring torpedoes out from the armory and load them in blocks on the corvette, 30 per ship. With its 10 kilometers long and 3 kilometers tall cargo hold, a mass conveyor could have 10 decks with 100 corvettes ready to be launched like torpedoes, and still have plenty room to spare. Another similar design was a missile destroyer, but with normal warp engines and slightly bulkier as a result of the torpedoes stacked in a vertical cell block. STC template name, Los Angeles. Then a light cruiser with 100 dorsal torpedo tubes and 3 lance batteries on the ventral side, called the Macross pattern cruiser. I had begun loving the torpedoes, especially the servitor-piloted type that I used. Enormous range and devastating firepower, with little chance of being hit yourself. While my other sets of memories didn't include the exact operating principles and standards for these machines, they didn't need to. A Forge world would have 1 billion engineers ready to be assigned those designs and told to make them work. Funny enough, these were in fact ancient Terran designs, like the missile cruiser of the Navy or the missile submarine, even the cargo vessels and electric trains. Then again, Terra was now an arid planet without a drop of water, and the Himalayas mountains have been sculpted into the imperial palace. Many parts of the Holy Planet were still greatly irradiated or polluted so much that the pollution itself seeped into the ground to form new oil fields. Scars of tens of thousands of years of constant warfare were visible in every pict, craters and canyons formed by titanic weapons in place of the old cities. The future had not been kind, and it would only get worse. My musings were interrupted by Helena, who entered my room looking tired and drained. Most likely another hospital shift. She sat in my lap and stared at the Holy Terra pict on the holoscreen. "Will we ever see it for real?" she asked in a longing voice. Her emperor, and grudgingly mine as well, rested on the golden throne, sustained by the daily sacrifice of 1,000 psychers. My own hand was proof of his real powers, even mostly dead as he was. Soon enough, my dear. A few more Primarchs need to die, and others found again. Give me 1,000 years to get my affairs in order. I answered softly and massaged her toned body with deft hands. Tharsius coughed in warning. Right, big capital I sealed secret for now. She fell asleep, and I carried her to my bed, and went on another tour of the ship, inspecting for damage, checking with the Master of Arms and all the various service heads. A single campaign, fairly short at that, and the Canticle needed at least 6 months in dockyard, plus near total replenishment of servitors and lower deck serfs. Perhaps Risa will be nice enough to install triple void shields on my battlecruiser and provide other upgrades to armor and torpedo tubes. Then I visited the fighter deck, which was kinda small for a ship of this size. The Litany could carry 3 squadrons of fighters, and the Canticle had only 4 squadrons, being designed for long and medium-range battles via torpedoes and lances. Of the total 100 pilots, 22 were my daughters and 37 other clan members. It seems being a spacefighter pilot is still an honor and probably an adrenaline rush as well. This wasn't my mansion on Illavar, so the girls wouldn't try their wiles on me, and Daddy, kiss my elbow, it hurts tricks. While my kids were healthy and looked well, their machines were not. Riddled with bullets, holes, and missile shrapnel, I would be safer to just kick them overboard. Perhaps Risa could replace them. Need anything from me, pilots? I asked to make sure. They hesitated and glanced at the damaged fighters. Better armor on the birds, and more missiles their flight leader demanded as everyone laughed. I'll see what I can do. Prepare an escort for my shuttle, the most damaged Furies that can still fly. I commanded with a wry tone, and walked towards the next hangar, with the shuttles and assault boats. These were riddled with holes and burn marks as well, due to hostile boardings under fire. I almost decided to pick a wobbly shuttle, then I thought again. My own person would be at unnecessary risk. A Stormbird had the Geller field as well, and chaos wouldn't just wait to be purged. Heading towards Risa? Tharsius asked with a wary tone. Of course. We'll have air cover and orbital support, my friend. I answered a bit more confidently. Fine, helmet stays on, my bodyguard demanded as the ramp began to close. I nodded in agreement. Wouldn't want my lungs to freeze if the lander depressurized for some reason. As the Stormbird lifted off, I obediently mounted my armored helmet and checked my weapons, just like the Astartes did. Hell pistol, power dagger, and 3 flash grenades, just in case. My Void Guards became alert and silent now, and 2 armed sentinels locked their feet with magnetic clamps to cover the ramp. A minute later the fighters formed a protective wing on us, and we began descending towards the main spire of the Forge Risa. Passing through Risa Air Defense Corridor, IFF check, the lander's pilot announced on the Intervox speakers. Clear to land now, beginning retroburn, he continued in a professional tone. The Stormbird shook and trembled, then settled down. Be advised, I see Astartes and dogs among the welcoming party. I sighed and pointed at the ramp, letting my escort go first and secure the landing pad. Probably made quite a sight, 2 large walkers with chainswords and autoguns providing deterrence and a show of strength. My Void Marines were not as imposing, even with their burned and scratched carapace armor, but then Tharsius emerged and observed the landing pad for a minute before urging me to come. Landing secure, Lord Pef. Still, head directly inside and don't pet the dogs. They might bite, he announced in a loud voice. A dozen wolves growled menacingly, showing long canines and shaking their furs. I advanced and slapped the biggest space wolf on his furred shoulder. Well met, Astartes. Don't bite my hand, okay? He slapped me back and nearly broke my spine. Ha ha ha, you really are a funny guy. Is it true an angel grew back your hand? He wondered out loud. I wasn't conscious at that time, and my implants didn't record anything. But before that, I recall slashing a chaos sorcerer and trying to stab a word bearer in the face. He was too fast, though. I admitted in a pleasant tone. The big Astartes chuckled and glanced at Tharsius in disbelief. I was on Estaban, busy killing Fulgrim at that time. But witnesses say he kicked the traitor in the balls after his arm was caught, the scythe explained with an amused voice. The other space wolves howled in mirth and glee and pounded my shoulders for my bravery. Good enough for a puppy, Lord Lancefire. Any smart idea how to get to that war boss? Another space wolf asked in a more sober voice. I nodded and walked away. Of course. But I want a puppy for that. I quipped, pointing at the ferocious guardian wolf to my side. The wolf snarled at my hand and drew back. Damn blank aura. Ogryns Chapter 45. Inside the barricaded entrance, I was met by a company of Katakan_jungle_ fighters, as their planet was nearby and was able to send a dozen regiments to defend Risa. A big Ogryn bodyguard in makeshift armor stood in front of me, and eyed Tharsius with suspicion. Oi, you're kinda small for a space marine. Nork_Didog commented, possibly referring to my light power armor. I nodded and smiled. You're very smart, buddy. I'm a puppy marine, but I have this big spaceship, so it evens out. I also have this real Astartes as my bodyguard, just like you. Nork sees. A ship captain then. My boss is a colonel, so I win, the Ogryn proclaimed proudly towards the sky, pointing carelessly with his enormous hand at his commander, someone named Colonel Grice. Tharsius snorted and banged his chestplate in salute. We could use a regiment like them, Captain. Katakans are fierce warriors, he suggested without any ulterior motive. I took a mental note and stayed silent. Something to ask the fabricator then. It wasn't like regiments could simply be poached, although I technically could. The Katakan colonel glanced between me and my bodyguard with surprise. I mean, it was quite rare to see an Astartes in the retinue of a mere captain. Plus Tharsius was a captain himself, visible from the markings on his shoulder and knee pads. You are in command of that Overlord battlecruiser, Captain, he asked to make sure. Indeed. Inherited from my father. But since we lost most of our troops capturing that Orc battleship and 2 grand cruisers, we might need some fresh troops on board. You know, travel the galaxy, meet new and exotic people, and then kill them brutally. I mused out loud, and waved him goodbye. The man stared after me in confusion and perhaps amusement. Always made sense to use the helmet's visor to see behind you, via the implant link. A delegation of high-ranking magi received us in a sumptuous antechamber, decorated with metal cogs and tons of obscure heraldry or old relics. Welcome to Risa, officially, Captain Lancefire and Captain Tharsius. I heard about Sotha, the Fabricator General told my bodyguard with a nod. Lord Pef evaluated everyone before he incinerated the planet, with 1 billion Tyranid Xenos killed while devouring all biomass. A worthy sacrifice, to stop that huge hive fleet, the Astartes allowed in a mourning tone. Well, it wouldn't have been pleasant to see your home go out in flames. I suppose we could repeat that trick, though perhaps using some Orc planet and spare the Imperium from another loss. 2 Xenos with 1 shot. I mused to myself, and saw the Mechanicus perk up with attention. Wouldn't need to tell them twice, as they had better implants and Logis engines than I had. A large adamantium door opened in front of me, leading to a proper strategy room, with 12 holomaps and 100 magi of every clade busy coordinating the defense of their forge world. Every Muggos in the retinue entered that room, except the forge leader who pointed at a smaller door to the side. All right then, Captain. You earned a private meeting, he invited me while pointing at a plasteel dais towards Thrasius. The room was lined with copper and brass inserts, and a myriad of bafflers and shield emitters sprang up as the door closed behind me. Tea, wine, or something else, the fabricator offered politely. Something else, of course. I said and sat down on a metal throne, since my power armor would damage a leather couch. Your forge world is amazing, but you have forgotten your purpose. I spoke in a sterner voice, and poked my chest plate with the golden Aquila symbol. You mean the Imperium? A rogue trader that only deals with forged worlds, he wondered in surprise. This eagle head, right here, it's you, fabricator. The cult Mechanicus. The other eagle is the Emperor's domain. There are 1,000 times more human worlds than forged worlds, and a single lord on Terra. Does that seem like parity of power to you? I asked rhetorically. He nodded slowly as he analyzed what I meant. So that's why the gifts. I begin to see why my fellow tech priests here in the Ultima Segmentum hold you so dear. I smiled gently and leaned back. I have a device, of sealed origins, that is used right now to redirect Hive Fleet Kraken on Mandragora. Really similar in ability with the Astronomicon. The Tyranids follow the Psychic Beacon in hope of more biomass, though the Necrons lack such weakness. The orange-robed Archmagos froze for a second, then began making tea with a few tentacles, possibly as a calming ritual. Terra itself will draw more hive fleets then. Perhaps even the Eye of Terror, if what our navigators tell us is reliable, he mused in a wary voice. Excellent logical deductions, I had to admit. I did mention the Astronomicon, just for that. I have another gift, of a relating nature. Estaban makes blank machine spirits now, and there's 9 such blank persons kept safe on the Canticle, if you can spare some effort to replicate the process. Plus myself and my blank concubines, for calibration tests. Could be useful to have robots and titans immune to the warp and psychers. I mused after sipping the nice tea. The Fabricator General of Risa just sighed and powered up a holoscreen with his own gifts. Let's not upset the trade balance that much, for now. We're deeply in your debt, Lord Pef. Pick whatever you find useful, and request what else it is not here. There were thousands of machines and weapons, spacefighters and bombers, spaceships and auxiliary regiments, even navigators and astropaths. I didn't see anything really useful though, not in the long term. Sure, new fighters and a few escorts would be nice, but they weren't my own templates. Gunships and tanks, sentinels and troop carriers, artillery and anti-air vehicles. I did select a Katakan regiment, one that had more women. Hopefully I could seduce a few hundreds of those fierce warrior women for a stronger gene pool. Then I shrugged and closed the screen. What I would need is not here, Fabricator. Replacements are great, of course, so you have my thanks. This isn't worth much, Lord Pef. Please, surely there is something Risa can do, even though we're in a small trouble for the moment, he argued and waved a few arms. Getting irate with my frugal ways, as expected. I tapped my backpack and removed some 30 data slates and placed them on his work desk. What humanity needs, Fabricator, is civilization. Clear air, clean streets, cheap transport, open markets. We also need solid defenses for our worlds, not running from crisis to crisis. That means 1,000 ships over every hive world. It means 1,000,000 warships at every forge world. We should crush those bugs with impunity. They have claws and we have guns. Space guns! I exclaimed in disgust and sat back down with a thump. One could almost see the cogs spinning inside the cyborg's head. A few data cantrips escaped from a prayer box before the tech priest stopped it. And how would this be achieved, Lord Pef? The Imperium strangles the cult with absurd rules and inquisitorial controls. Nearly every year, another holy forge gets bombarded by our so-called allies, he muttered, seeming desperate. That was it. Risa refused to work for the Imperium anymore. Sort of work strike, imposed by an orc invasion. I have nearly 100 worlds in the fringe, my friend. And there, I speak with the voice of the Emperor. My rules, for those who want to live there. I said, opening up the sector map. Here, in this small corner of the galaxy, there are 50 million stars and planets. Enough metal to build 1 billion ships. And once my blank genes spread among the people, the usual enemies will become much easier to defeat. Just another type of Xenos that we can shoot with our blank machine spirits guiding our fire. I explained with fact-checked logic. Sure, the genial idea came from Antax, but their small forge world couldn't sustain such an enterprise. Even pimping out a cruiser took all their effort. Meanwhile, the Fabricator was examining the other designs I have envisioned, or remembered. For starters, an exploratory expedition, in force. We'd need to map out your future realm, and plan our strategy. And all this will take centuries, maybe millennia, he concluded after storing the data slates into a coded vault. I went and hugged my new best friend while he was quite confused. We'll need to coordinate with my other partners. For now, corvettes by the thousands to cover as much volume at once. And more Katakans would be nice. The fringe is quite hostile to humans. I quipped as I waved goodbye and left his room. You didn't punch the Fabricator, did you? Tharsius asked while checking me for damage. What the hell did he think I was? An Ogryn? Wait, Ogrins, in power armor. We'll need savant implants for all of them, but it could work. Or maybe some eugenics, select the smarter descendants. I wondered if I could procreate with an Ogryn female. Oh well. Time to find out. Canis, Chapter 46. My fleet grew and was upgraded in the orbital shipyards of Risa, and in these 6 months I received 10 brand new Los Angeles pattern missile destroyers, hastily converted from nearly completed hulls already in production. With 30 torpedoes prepared in their launch blocks, a single such destroyer should be able to cripple or destroy even a battlecruiser. They have also started testing those system-only corvettes, and even produced about 30 of them, using them as testbeds for the large numbers of STC templates they have just received. My own forces were upgraded with 16 Stormblade heavy tanks, 400 armed sentinels with multi-melta sidearms, and 4,000 upgraded Hydra tanks, each with extra ceramite armor and a multi-melta remote control gun for close defense, beside the twin anti-air multi-lasers. Hydras were amazing against air and land targets with thinner armor, and since air cover was always lacking I had to provide my own. Also because in this time one of the continents of Risa had been cleared of orcs, for Katakan regiments, about 80,000 guardsmen, and about 500 Ogrins for special duties were donated to my own fleet. Sadly, I was refused the pattern for an Emanatus_Force_field, although the fabricator did install these amazing shields on my heavy tanks and armored gunships. The hard way it will be then, scanning every micron of the device and then selling variants to other Forge worlds. Nearly 1 million servitors were transferred to my fleet, and everything was repaired and upgraded, to a small degree. This was not Antex, and they wouldn't let me demand the sky and the moon at the first meeting. But I was promised a few more capital ships, and the Universe Conveyor Carrier upgrade and refit, sometime in the future. Perhaps in a century. My transport ships were filled with lost guns, flak jackets, helmets, backpacks, boots, and other Astra Militarum supplies, since I did have 1,000 PDF regiments planned for my Empire's defense. By the time my transports and a few escorts departed for Illavar, and my own fleet towards Forge World Shanlong, that crashed Orc battleship was still kept intact, but grounded. Risa was surely faking being invaded, because I had a fearful puppy crying beside my bed, which meant the Space Wolves considered my tunneling plan viable, but were not allowed to proceed. Ludvius has also recovered from his injuries, and was given a refractor_field to guard me better. They didn't give me one, which kinda made me sad. Luckily, I had a few hundred Catacan concubines drafted for a new sacred duty, and they kept me busy and rather satisfied, in bed. Strong in body, and very fast, also funny accents all of them, but I didn't let Decima discriminate on that account. Only loyalty and fertility. However, no Origin females were available, and I would need to travel to one of their frigid homeworlds to recruit a stock of superhumanly large Amazons. Majoris was busy buying my new regiment's loyalty by crafting Devil's Claw pattern combat knives from our salvaged adamantium, first for the commanders, then sergeants, and then lower ranks. The Ogren were being implanted with Savant and Remembrancer nodes, and covered in fatigues made of flak jacket material with armor plates pockets, which will also be filled with adamantium armor plates. For the Catacans, I tried the same type of armor, but the silly jungle savages preferred thin tank tops, to show off muscles and tattoos. If my destination was under attack, like the astropaths claimed, then as every Forge world the climate would not sustain jungles, or even breathing. Some sort of Krieg type of covering might be needed. For the combat servitors as well. I launched a final duty into the new concubine and ran for the shower and then the ship's armory. Like I suspected, there wasn't enough flak material for 1 million servitors. Not even for 100,000. Barely 90,000 sets of coveralls could be made, just enough for my new jungle regiments. Those Risa tech priests in charge of logistics possibly didn't even consider protecting the servitors against bullets or harsh weather. Can we craft more plasteel plates for at least 100,000 combat servitors? I asked in a tired breath. Majoris blinked and blurted some Benheric to his engineers. Perhaps 20,000 suits, with what we have on board. Also, I suggest we do not waste precious adamantium on mere servitors, Captain. At most, 1,000 solid shields for the first ranks to board an enemy ship. When they die, those behind them can be programmed to pick up the fallen shield and advance. I thought for a minute and agreed. Forge Shanlong will probably replenish the dead servitors anyway, and we also had a lot of them right now. Good enough then. And we need to craft adamantium weapons for the Ogren. The shaft can be as thin as we can get away with, or even better, hollow. But the head has to be an Aquila with 2 heads, like a double axe. We can stamp a simple pattern, right? I wondered without thinking too much. As you say, Captain. I would recommend stamped armor plates as well, if you want to be ready when the fleet arrives, the tech priest replied, producing a sampling box with plates of various quality of add-on armor. Sure, the handcrafted models looked great and would likely be more resilient, but I wasn't going to a ball. Pretty-looking plates for officers, and stamped plates for everyone else. Perhaps even for your own tech priests, if they are part of the boarding teams. Their knowledge should not be lost to accident. I ordered and turned around, bouncing off a grinning Astartes. I'm not an officer, Lord Pef. Just a meager sergeant, he complained like a child. Well, he did have a point. Fine. Pretty stuff for sergeants too. I yelled and saw Ludvius holding his thumb up for success. Damn man-child. He had power armor already and the fancy shield that could block tank fire. I continued my march to check the bridge, then the Geller generators. The armed sentinels tracked my approach, and the Void Marines confirmed my identity twice before I could inspect my own damn ship. But I wouldn't change those orders, and even instructed the Marines to shoot anyone looking like me, without an Astartes bodyguard with him. Shapeshifters were possible after all, and losing the Geller fields inside the warp to a saboteur wouldn't be quite healthy. You think the angel would return if we call, my lord? Ludvius asked in a reverent voice as I turned off the stasis field for another check on my family and friends, here in the future. I'm certain he will, my friend. Already the transformation has reached my shoulder. In a few years, we will be brothers. By blood I mused out loud, then focused on Jiren. Hello, mentor. It is Pef. The Space Wolves gave me a puppy. I began my mental link. Always start the connection with something true but seeming absurd. My mentor knew me quite well. Why am I not that surprised, my pupil? I take it you saved Forge Risa by accident. Or so my Archmago said in the last dispatch. Jiren replied, seeming amused. This wasn't quite right. Accidents don't shoot people. We didn't fire lances and torpedoes by accident, dear Tech Priest. But we were lucky to emerge from warp at an advantageous angle. Yes, yes. Lucky as always, young Pef. I am returning to Antax, even though the exploration at Anvilus is still ongoing, with a new leader. You know why? He asked me a bit rhetorically. I suspect because the Lament is finished upgrading and Antax has sufficient ships for a bigger expedition. And you are an explorer Mugos now. I replied curtly. I didn't dare blurt out words like STC over a long-distance call. I see you're learning. Sorry again for Justine, although I say it was worth it. It's rare that a mortal can strike such a deadly blow to the enemy, he added as a parting gift. He was right, of course. It still hurt, and the chaos would still corrupt others. Plus I wasn't fully certain the serpent was dead. Too many chaos champions had been resurrected by their patrons. Then I decided to take a risk, minor as it may be. I searched for a certain Necron world, till I located Salamis and then Trazyn the Infinite. Quick question, Necron Lord. Is your fulgrim getting stronger? I asked with a cautious mental transmission. In a few seconds, a mental image of the Necron mage appeared in my mind. Oh? Someone has figured out how to operate the ancient cinder? I shrugged mentally. Is that your important question you desire as a trade? I suppose not. My fulgrim, huh? So the serpent demon is dead? Or is that how you can be certain? The ancient lich wondered to himself. I declined to answer, because I knew there will be a big trade to follow. Paranoid, but I like it. Let me check. Conversion, stasis, there. Measuring psychic output, now this is peculiar. Half of his soul has grown indeed. I'd say the original has been split, and now the power is returning to the familiar body. I wonder what kind of weapon can split a soul in two, he mused to himself, while no doubt examining his fulgrim clone with arcane devices. I'm getting tired, Necron Lord. Ask me the question. I demanded more abruptly. Right. A fair trade, even after learning the answer. We should really meet one day. Wait, my question. How did you know about me? He asked in a rather self-serving manner. You were defending Cadia when the Black Crusade cracked the planet apart. The pylons worked as well. You were just too late. Too hesitant, even after the galaxy broke in two. I answered with a sad voice. I see now. You're trying to make me act. Not your puppet, whoever you are, the Necron complained half mad. I thought for a minute. You did act Trazyn. And you will act again. Last time, you were alone. I'll see what rare item I can offer. A tan shard, not. You should have one already. Astartes, you have too many anyway. How about a demon pre-march? Nah. Fulgrim, wait, the Tau have this chronoblade. Can make anyone immortal. But you are already, I don't know. Maybe some dark Eldar stuff? Nice things are hard to find. I muttered in a rambling kind of way. No, wait. There is such thing as a chronoblade? The Tau are too backwards to invent something of that level. A tan shard is valuable too. And that Primarch, you have the other Fulgrim? We should really trade. I rarely find anything nice. Trazyn demanded a bit more eager. I smiled inward. The hook was deeply caught. Don't call me, I'll call you. But you'll know me easily when we meet. I have a puppy. I said with some effort and ended the call. Then I engaged the stasis field again and went to bed. The puppy jumped on my left arm and went to sleep as well. Good senses on that wolf. I continued my normal schedule, crafting fake STCs, making babies, and inspecting the troops. Taking the puppy with me made me more popular, for some strange reason. His name was now Canis, the High Gothic for dog. Keeping things simple worked best, and I had enough balls in the air to jibble already. Lorgers Chapter 47. The second our fleet translated into real space, sensors and auguries switched to autistic mode. Then, we burned plasma at maximum and turned away, as exactly above us there were a dozen of the famous Universe-class mass conveyors, only decorated with the hated spikes of chaos. I had 10 destroyers and 8 corvettes, and my slightly more durable Canticle. But closer in system there was the siege fleet from Galmec, the Dark Mechanicus Hellforge in the Maelstrom. Of course, we didn't simply run away. We had torpedoes and were not afraid to use them. One by one, the new Los Angeles pattern destroyers launched their ship-killing salvos, each of them aimed at a different troop transport. For no doubt, these were the Titans, Demon engines, and other Dark Machine transport vessels, with the needed ammunition and fuel and food and everything else a force expecting to besiege a Forge world would need. The Canticle and the corvettes unloaded on the 11th conveyor, torpedoes and lance batteries, bombardment cannons and volcano lance batteries. The Los Angeles destroyers simply turned at 90 degrees to allow their own batteries to fire, and then the explosions began, first the Chaos Flak batteries firing too late at our torpedoes, then the torpedoes striking the enemy void shields, then the hull and finally the reactor and munition depots. 11 new suns appeared at Shanlong, far behind the gas giant. The explosions were so powerful we lost our void shields even this far away, and the ion shields barely saved us. Somehow, the corvettes got away easy, riding the shockwaves like leaves in a storm. The destroyers suffered worse, and reports of massive damage filled the clan's Vox channel. The Canticle was shaken so strongly that I had to use my armor's servomotors to hold onto the command chair, and many bridge officers were flung out of their seats. It would have been nasty in the lower decks, but I didn't have time to pity the serfs and servitors right now. Torpedo room, time to reload? I asked in a command voice. Captain, full reload estimated at 714 minutes with current effectives. Most of the gunnery crews and some engineers are wounded or dead, the voice replied on the Vox. Not the usual torpedo guy as well. Must be really messy in there, torpedoes bouncing around and crushing people. Understood, help will arrive soon. Meanwhile, load only the Vortex warhead in the sealed cell row 0888. Not the other one. I shouted in the Vox box. Roger that, Captain. Vortex not bicycle warhead, the voice answered, seeming amused if also in pain. I almost sighed and glared at Majores. He waved a few tentacles to show he was sorry for gossiping. Or make fun of me. Replacement servitors and 100 tech priests and medics to torpedo room. Lance batteries repair secondary. Engines and shields tertiary. The rest can wait. I demanded while checking damage on my bridge. Broken bones and lacerations weren't too bad. The woman at long-range Auspex console was dead. Neck broken, seemed like. My ship's escorts began speeding away, trying to enter the huge cargo ship's dead weapon zone in the aft. I had some distant uncle in command of those destroyer escorts, and he knew his job. Cripple the engines, and we could come back later to finish them off. The Chaos Behemoth still had engine power, but was very slow to turn, due to starting from an immobile position. The Kentacle still had our last vector, aiming us outward. We wouldn't have 12 hours for my Vortex torpedo to be loaded, even with the injured Behemoth failing to turn yet. Air Wing, any fighter operational right now? I asked without much hope. No fighters for a few hours, Captain. There's an intact shuttle, though. Somehow, the wing commander answered after a few moments. It would have to do. Prepare it for vortex deployment. We have a 12 kilometers long chaos ship just above us. I spoke and glanced at Ludvius. He showed me 4 fingers, which I didn't know what. Never mind. Just act, don't think. I was doing fine then. I leaned back and scrolled through the howling machine spirit's demands for fury and vengeance. The Geller field was broken. There would be no retreat then. In Death Ground, fight. I said softly, and immediately the bridge became quiet. You wish us to board that conveyor, Captain? Wendian asked in near horror. They have a Titan Legion aboard, Wendian. We have 1 night. I replied, shaking my head. A single shuttle too. Perhaps that Legion was not complete or fully operational, but it wouldn't matter. I switched the Vox channel back to the flight deck. ETA on the shuttle? We're moving, sir. Perhaps 1 hour, maybe 2, the man replied in a suffering voice. The Kentacle ran the calculations for me. 1 hour would work, 2 hours would be probably too late. Damn my luck. Uncle Jorius began firing at the conveyor soon after, and 1 engine blew up after some 10 minutes of intense low-damage fire from all the escorts. Then again, 1 engine on that monster was larger than a destroyer. Our timer grew, adding more lifetime for the ship. Auspex scans detected, Captain. They might be preparing to teleport aboard. Our ion shield cannot prevent transdimensional transports. Majoris announced from his own console. Ludvius stepped closer to me, 1 hand on his bolter. Thrasius just leaned on the wall and seemed relaxed. Very well then. A bitter fight it was. Battle stations. Prepare to receive boarders. Deploy armored units in hallways. Snipers, report to armory for phased ammunition. If those Chaos Marines or Sorcerers dared to come, I was slightly prepared now. Phase iron-tipped bolter rounds would ruin their fancy ruinous powers. My skin tingled as something deflected from the refractor shield up into the ceiling. A single shot from Thrasius and the assassin melted into burning goo. Astartes were great, if they were watching my back. You may begin praying, everyone. This will be slightly unpleasant. I commanded just as the first lance battery came online. With my eyes closed, I guided the Kentacle to fire towards the opening hangar doors on the conveyor. Something exploded inside, then something else. I fired again, just to make sure. A bigger explosion, and the void filled with burning demon fighters and melted armors. Another engine exploded from our escorts, and I decided to call the corvettes back as a protective screen. The timing would be close, but even just the destroyers would suffice to cripple a few more engines. But if a horde of fighters and bombers arrived, the Kentacle would be in more trouble. Teleports detected around the engine and reactor rooms. Sentinels and Hydras have engaged the enemy, the tech priest announced with a dispassionate voice. Well, the reactor would be an obvious target. And that's why I had armor posted there. Navigator quarters under attack. And it's over. Lord Holborn is a pyrokinetic as well, the Muggos reported somewhat amused. Although we had guards posted there too, in truth a navigator with skill was worth a dozen tanks, at once. Medical quarters now. Lady Helena has good aim with that heavy bolter. Lady Catherine sings louder than the roar of a heavy flamer. And our sweet catechans have wired the door with a melta bomb. Majori said with a tiny snort. Even Ludvius chuckled a little, then swung his power maul at something invisible. The squelch of broken bones and crushed organs informed me he did not miss. Another melta gunshot incinerated the remains before they reformed. Then all the lance batteries sprang back up, and I began enjoying the battle a little more. The Canticle fired furiously, starting fires and explosions onto the exposed chaos conveyor, hangars, and barracks being lit up with continent-erasing beams. If this could last, just our numerous batteries would be sufficient to ignite the whole ship. I tried, I really did. Fuel depots, munitions bunkers, fighter bays. I targeted anything that could propagate farther inward. But just as my destroyers blew up another engine on the conveyor, its void shield came back up. I held fire now, and simply waited for my corvettes to get in formation, then fired sporadically at any opening. But whoever was in charge of the enemy transport wasn't stupid. He gathered more forces, and launched a big wave of bombers and assault shuttles. The Canticle marked the bombers as more dangerous, but I disagreed. Torture for eternity was a worse fate than a fiery death. I marked the landers for priority defense and began picking them off a dozen at a time. The corvettes fired on the bombers instead, using point defense or main batteries as fast as possible. Huge melta bombs fell towards my ship, but there had to have been entire regiments in those landers. I was almost worth it. With a lurch, our engine came online and we accelerated, then our void shield came back as well. I urged the ship in a high-energy turn, dodging most of the bombs or leaving them behind. Teleport diverted in our wake. Oh. It was something big, too bad it will intersect that melta bomb. Majores commented like it was a gladiator match. Already fried by our plasma engines, that titanic winged construct took a melta bomb straight on and burst into hellish flames. I urged the Canticle to finish it off, and with 10 lances it died, sending a pulse of warp energies and screaming souls outward in a huge nova. Was that thing someone familiar? I asked to make sure. Yes, Lord Pef. That was Lorgar, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers Traders. Ludvius told me with a pat on my head. I sighed inward. There was a demon prince howling for my blood now. Or will be, as soon as he got respawned back in hell. Lorgar wasn't so tough. I declared in a small voice. Really, he died like in 2 seconds. I kinda expected a Primarch to be stronger. Captain, the shuttle is ready to launch, the flight deck declared loudly, as the bridge was kinda silent for some reason. Blow their reactor, and try not to die, I ordered the pilot. Sure thing, Daddy. By the way, I skinned my elbow earlier. Learn how to drive a damn ship, my daughter Risa admonished me, with the whole bridge listening. I sobbed and leaned back in my chair. My reputation was ruined now. Enslavers Chapter 48. As soon as the vortex missile hit the Chaos Mass conveyor, its reactor exploded and split the immense troop transport in two, opening up a warp rift much too wide for such a small warhead. Damn warp shenanigans. I ordered the escorts to fire on the rift, while my lance batteries scoured the unprotected hulk and its furiously screaming cargo. Chaos Titans, Baneblades, Chaos Knights, Land Raiders, entire Chaos Marines companies, millions of traitor guardsmen, cultists, and thousands of corrupted types of Mechanicus automata. It was a shooting gallery, with row after row of carefully placed miniatures of every deck. And that ship had 1,000 decks. My lance batteries had battlecruiser strength, like all the Overlord-class battlecruisers, but it still took hours to vaporize all the contents of that ship, while my escorts struggled to close the rift and defend the Canticle from emerging demons. Meanwhile, I had the small Geller generators from the Stormbirds removed and placed in key locations to protect vital areas from those demons that survived the escort fire. Nearly everyone on board had to fight or at least support someone shooting at the boarding demons, my Ogrins and the armed Sentinel Walkers providing the bulk of the melee defense, and the Catechans, the Servitors, and the Tech Priests forming the second line of defense. Majores had gone to fix the main Geller generator, with more high-ranking Mechanicus priests and a spare astropath. The poor guy did not return, and I wouldn't even ask what the Tech Priests did with his flesh and soul. Still, an improvised Geller field sprang back over the Canticle an hour later, so it was worth it. The crew and regiment losses grew once more, and my heart broke, because my Void Marine concubines had been killed defending the nursery, alongside many of the Catachan concubines who were superb warriors as well. The blank aura of my concubines and the few blank babies helped them resist long enough for a Catachan battalion to arrive with flamethrowers and melta-guns, saving the kids and more than half of my harem. Someone or something must have been quite irate with me, to target my kids, born or unborn. A dozen times Canis alerted the defenders to the presence of a sneakier demon, crawling through a vent or phasing through a wall. When Majoris returned to the bridge, I had a solution already. Not all the phase iron had been used to create phased ammunition. Majoris, I have 100 kilograms of phase iron in the vault. Could you turn that into a metal mesh and glue it to the ship's walls? The Muggos blinked and stared into the void, considering my request. I could, Lord Pef. But I don't have the tools or the time for such a finesse and consuming enterprise. Slicing off a centimeter for a bolter round is very different from spooling micron-thin wires for a mesh. Perhaps a rough job, millimeter-thin wires and repurposing the flak armor knitting device, with 1,000 hours of holy litanies and data sequencing. Okay. This is not urgent, as there is a Geller field over us right now. But as you saw, combat damage is unpredictable, and I want to be prepared for the next time. I answered him, then concentrated back on the damned warp rift, with all the Canticle's batteries. Just before the rift closed, one of the damaged destroyers turned and accelerated away without notice. Escorts, immobilize and board the defector. I ordered at once. Stay away. Countdown, for the Emperor. A crackling voice emerged from the Vox box on the bridge, then the infested destroyer started powering up its warp engine. Open fire, all batteries. I yelled and urged the Canticle to track mutineer and fire. The outward rift opened and 1,000 white tendrils emerged from it, capturing the doomed warship and withstanding our lance batteries for too long, drawing the destroyer into the warp. I've heard of such creatures, called enslavers. Denizens of the Immaterium, they followed conflict and preyed on injured vessels, just like now. Possibly another nice gift left by the old ones, just like the orcs and other exotic races crafted to fight the Tand and the Necrons. A salvo of plasma rounds from the corvettes ignited the enslaver while my lances closed the rift, shearing the giant creature in half. Then the destroyer's reactors detonated, and the huge plasma and shrapnel fireball scorched the enslaver to the bone, leaving only a dozen-meter-long and quite thin bones floating listless. I wasn't sure how it could work, but it seemed in real space the creature was much smaller than inside the warp. Its bones would be very valuable, though. Flight bridge, prepare a shuttle for me. I spoke on the dedicated Vox channel and glanced at Ludvius. I can go collect those enslaver bones for you, Captain, he uttered with a frown. I know you could, Astartes. But I am immune to the warp, and you're not. Perhaps that phase iron mesh could be inserted inside your armor or under your skin, one day. I mused in a thoughtful voice. Majoris glanced from me to my bodyguard and back. Let's not get ahead that far, my lords. We don't even have a simple mesh, let alone an organic-compatible bio-upgrade. Though it would be quite thin and durable, even at micron size. Astartes' biology is also very different, and it might reject such an implant, or interfere with the black carapace. Right, not something we could do hastily aboard a damaged ship anyway. Using a disposable pilot servitor, I flew out and collected the bones with my power armor serving as spacesuit, finding them too heavy and resisting movement with my right hand, but easy to wave around with my blessed left hand. Were they bending gravity somehow? My left hand was only 3 times stronger, not 100 times. More weird warp magic. After we docked back on the Canticle, I tested the bone's effectiveness on the pilot and found out the enslaver bone worked quite similar to a power weapon, crushing the cyborg as easily as crumbling a newspaper. With that, the risk of a warp infiltration into the exposed pilot was also eliminated. So I went to have a chat with the resident psyker on my ship, the Navigator. He kept me waiting a minute, then emerged dressed in red and black robes, ornate with glowing runes, and wearing a necklace with the Imperial Aquila on it, only the eagle's eyes were glowing gold. I've seen other navigators, but this guy seemed very rich. Maybe richer than me. I didn't have holy relics to wear around. Lord Holburn, excellent job with the warp emergence. We caught the traitors with their pants down, I began, praising his skill from the start. The man muttered something and avoided looking at me. Not my doing, Captain. The warp currents shifted a second before we emerged. Like an invisible hand pushed the fleet into the right place and time. So it had been a turn of fate, like I suspected. Anyways, good job frying the pests that assailed your quarters. Now, what can you tell me about this enslaver bone? I asked, holding the bone for inspection. Leave it in midair, Captain, and step aside. Your aura is distorting my readings, he demanded. I did as asked, and the bone remained floating parallel to the deck. The navigator opened his third eye and gazed at the bone, taking care not to look at me. A young Empyrean, not yet 1,000,000 years old. Stupid too, by the looks of it. Hunting alone, without a pack. The bone can be used for weapons or maybe a mind shield, if you find a tech priest with the right knowledge, or maybe a bonezinger Eldar. There is one in the system already, aboard that cruiser shadowing us. Lord Holburn explained in patient voice. This guy must be really skilled to discern so many things with only a minute-long reading. Then again, battlecruisers were rare and expensive. Made sense Risa hired a good navigator for the Kentacle. I see. And what happened on that destroyer, can you tell me? I wondered with a smaller voice. The Empyrean was hunting and found a silly navigator without proper mental defenses. The rest is rather tedious, gruesome, and terrible to divulge. But you have handled the crisis well, Captain. I wish you good fortune when you engage the siege fleet at Shanlong, the navigator muttered in a slightly less upset voice, and entered his shielded quarters again. Wait, is it safe to carry around? I muttered in a dejected voice. Go away, Captain. Your luck makes me sick to the stomach, came a shout from inside the shielded rooms. All right then. Probably safe on my person, but would need a specialist to convert it into a proper artifact. And the damned Eldar were keeping an eye on Forge Shanlong, waiting for something to happen. Something other than my unexpected arrival. Someone else would be coming. Knowing my luck, it could be a Navy fleet, another Inquisitor, or an entire Space Marine chapter. So I grabbed the floating bone, then I returned to the shuttle hangar and collected all the bones under my left arm and deposited them in my adamantium armored vault for another day. Then a feeling alerted me. Almost like, "Come out, Ludvius," I said gently, and my bodyguard emerged from a hidden corner. Good. You're learning, Lord Pef, he exclaimed with a slight snort. It wasn't just that. I knew he would be near. Either my brain jumped a few scales and reached Inquisitor levels, or the blood connected us more than it seemed. I felt you, my friend. We are close to that empathic amplifier here. I mused to myself and headed towards the torpedo room to check the damage and repair progress. You too, he answered in surprise. Is it the same with other blood angels? I asked, curious. A little bit, yes. Nothing this tangible, not even with the chapter master or the librarians, he admitted with a frown. But the feeling is stronger when there are more you present? I asked just before reaching the torpedo room door and got my identity checked again. Right. Just like that, the entire second company would feel similar. How did you know? He asked in surprise. I just shook my head. I didn't know, but I suspected. Well, now I knew, after Ludvius confirmed his own experience. The Blood Angels were coming to Shanlong. It made sense, as Forge worlds did depend on Rapid Astartes deployments for defense. Same thing happened with Antax, Estaban, and Risa. Inside the torpedo room, there were no more wounded or corpses, as the Mechanicus made use of organic tissues for every machinery. Servitors and machine spirits, the victims would keep serving the Omnicia, even in death. Probably for the best, considering what the afterlife was around here. The Eldar used a familiar approach, with their infinity circuits, because having your soul enter the warp would mean eternal torture or worse. Captain, we will be fully loaded and prepared to fire in an hour. Excuse the mess and the blood spatter. A jovial engineer exclaimed as he spotted me inspecting the damaged walls and conveyor belts. I nodded and patted his shoulder. You're in charge here. But no more bicycle rumors. I whispered in fake secrecy. The man grinned and wiped his greasy hands on a dirty towel. I heard you killed a traitor Primarch, Captain, he asked a bit too loud and patted my own armored shoulder. I shrugged. His demon wings didn't help. I just shot Lorgar a few times and he exploded. The flesh is weak. The tech priests around began chanting praises to Omnicia and showered me with sanctified oil. Ha! You hear that, crew? The flesh is weak, ha ha ha. Now back to work and stop gawking at the captain. We have more traitors to kill, the man yelled, then pointed at his stupefied engineers and gun crew. They all rushed back to work, so this guy will work well enough as torpedo master. Ludvius chuckled and escorted me outside. I admit, I was skeptical when you became my charge, Lord Pef. But I feel you'll be doing fine. Not that many Primarchs might survive once you grow up a bit. I grit my teeth. I'm not a puppy. Canis is the puppy. I muttered in defeat and accepted another head pat. Fishing, Chapter 49. Cleaning up the void of infectious or tainted hull bits and machine parts took us another day, and my destroyers were tasked to push the larger fragments onto a trajectory leading into the sun. Emergency systems repair or crew limb replacements continued throughout the fleet, and I was glad for having so many tech priests and servitors on board, ready to donate the missing limb to a much more valuable crew or guardsman. I also had to stop my regular schedule and invigorate the ship with visits and rousing speeches. Morale was important, even more so when fighting the chaos. But we did emerge victorious against overwhelming odds, and the escorts were somewhat resupplied from the Canticle's torpedo stores. Easy to do for the corvettes, as only 2 of them carried torpedo tubes, the rest using plasma cannons. We didn't have 270 torpedoes to supply all the destroyers, but I managed to provide 6 torpedoes to each of them. More than a regular Cobra pattern had, anyway. A squadron of fighters was also repaired and prepared for launch, and a host of other departments got some tech priest care, like the medical ward, kitchens, and sensors. Fleet effectiveness at 65%, Captain. We can start our attack run if you wish, though the traitors will be aware and prepared for us. Wendian pronounced as I returned to my captain's seat. Muggos, see that safety belts are installed on the bridge seats and other critical areas. We don't have many expendable crew left. I demanded, pointing at Majores. The tech priest turned to look at the Auspex console, where a flight cadet had replaced the dead officer. Very wise, Captain. It will be done, using flak jacket material for the belts. Bridge first, of course, he answered with a flurry of Benharic commands to his subordinate priests. Permission to flare our long-range auguries, the cadet asked in a timid voice. I thought for a second, then denied it. Don't want to scare off the Eldar. They might provide a distraction for the great enemy. In this, every species in the galaxy were allies of necessity. Necrons, Tyranids, or Eldar, even Orcs, the Dark Eldar and the Tau. Everyone shot at chaos first, if they had any common sense. Of course, they would shoot at humans just as well, but perhaps after the enemy had been vanquished. The Imperium lacked such common sense, and often targeted everyone at the same time, proving a lack of critical thinking among most admirals, inquisitors, and Astartes. The rogue traders were a different breed, and were slightly more reluctant to shoot at someone they may need to trade with. We began a series of short bursts of acceleration and course changes to deny the invaders a proper vector to intercept my fleet. Sure, I intended to arrive behind the Chaos Fleet and enact surprise suppository treatment, but they saw us from half a system away, and were quite wary, since we did blow up the landing forces. So, a segment of their fleet detached from the besieging orbit and moved to intercept a whole battleship, 3 cruisers, and 20 destroyers. But retreat wasn't an option, as it would leave the Forge world at their mercy, and a new landing army could always arrive from the nearby maelstrom. When encircled, use stratagems, I said in a calm voice, and looked around the bridge. Nobody said anything, too used at getting amazing victory plans from their captain. Ask the Eldar for help, the cadet muttered in a shaky voice. I sighed audibly and leaned back. Doesn't work like that, my young friend. You show weakness, they kill you. But perhaps providing them with an opportunity for glory will work. Their ship captains are just as idiotic as the Navy. I answered while thinking hard how to achieve that. The Eldar would prefer to stalk from above the planetary plane, so if I sent the fleet downwards, the Chaos ships would expose their engines to Eldar fire by turning their front and prow armor towards us. Torpedo corvettes, stop accelerating and swing around to strike from our right, I ordered with a sad voice. It will probably mean their deaths, 2 corvettes with 4 torpedoes. Roger that, Captain PEF. Opportunity fire or designated targets, a cousin of mine spoke on the Vox, as the 2 ships fell behind. It will depend on what the enemy does. But a cruiser or 2 crippled will be the best result I can expect, I said and turned the Vox channel off. Then I turned to see Wendian gone pale and clenching his fists. Oh, that guy was his son, nasty business. Don't worry, Wendian. We will all die, one day. But how we die is what matters. It is the strength of humanity, to draw power from sacrifice, I told him gently. The old veteran sighed and began breathing a bit calmer. Yes, Captain. But perhaps not today. Perhaps not today. But all men die. I concluded on a somber tone. Majoris immediately proved his common sense. But the machine is immortal. Only the flesh is weak. I chuckled at his words, although they were rather true. Trazyn, the Necron Lord, was living proof of his faith. Not that I contemplated that approach yet. Perhaps the Eldar way, if I could one day get access to the right circuits. Saving your soul and getting reborn on a new path seemed rather nice, compared to Necrodermis or the machine spirits of the Mechanicus. Then again, humanity already had its own immortality path, joining the Emperor's angels or his legion of the damned. On the ship's holoscreen, the autistic auguries reported the Chaos fleet splitting off again, sending a cruiser and 2 destroyers after the sacrificial offering. Task Force 2, dive and force them to turn. I provided my order to the few torpedo corvettes, while the Canticle Spirit murmured prayers and vectors for every ship in the fleet, directly into my mind. Jorvis, begin dive with your escorts now, I demanded from my uncle. The Canticle kept accelerating in a slightly zigzag manner until we reached torpedo range with the Chaos battleship. Torpedo room, full salvo, and secure yourself for aftershocks. Yellow alert, entire ship, I ordered as our battlecruiser lurched from losing the mass of the departing torpedoes. We didn't have more vortex torpedoes, but just this one should be sufficient if it wasn't intercepted. And since the leading enemy admiral has split off his Chaos destroyers to engage my own, he wouldn't have much chance of an intercept. Indeed, the leading 5 plasma torpedoes were shot down too early, but we could launch 8 at one time. Their void shield faltered for a second as 2 capital-class torpedoes struck in head-on, and the vortex torpedo passed through the flaw and detonated at the impact with the battleship's hull. Immediately, a large warp rift emerged and devoured half the enemy battleship, setting fires and infesting it with more demons. The Canticle began to slowly veer around, trying to find a spot where we could fire without getting mauled by the surviving batteries on the battleship. At this moment, the Auspex sensors flared in warning. Xeno Holofield scrambled high above our transversal plane. We detect energy emissions. Eldar lances, the cadet yelled in excitement. I just nodded and focused on my task, waiting for another torpedo salvo to reload and the lance batteries of the Canticle to get into effective range. Objective achieved, Lord PEF. Engines to full, my cousin shouted victoriously on the Vox as his target was hit by 3 torpedoes and the Eldar lances finished it off. Targeting enemy cruisers. Torpedoes away. Executing high-energy turn, my Uncle Jorvis added as his escorts unloaded their own surprise gifts on the Chaos cruisers. My escorts were all running away now, with 20 Chaos destroyers chasing after their blood and souls. Transmission incoming from Eldar cruiser, Captain. Allow Vox or picked, the hymnal officer asked with a suspicious voice. Negative on that. Don't want us involved with any Eldar plots. I answered in a level voice, and Ludvius growled in approval. Teleport detected and redirected, Captain. Is that traitor shooting us with a bolter? Majori said in disbelief. I glanced at the holoscreen to see the Chaos Astartes receive a warm greeting from an escort corvette, with a few volcano lances that would even damage Titans. The idiot was not wearing a Titan, though. Not anymore. I said wisely and began firing the lances at the half-battleship wreck. Then a few seconds later, a flurry of explosions marked the detonations of the torpedoes launched by the Los Angeles destroyers, forming a pretty blue constellation and even damaging a couple enemy destroyers that ventured too close. Well done, destroyers. Form up in pattern delta on the Canticle. Volcano corvettes, dive and engage the pursuit from behind. I commanded while keeping an eye on the torpedo reload time. Another lance volley and another, all hit the enemy, scouring the adamantium armor and melting the macro batteries of the battleship. Unlike cannons, lances were near-instant weapons at shorter range, and we almost never missed. The reload was slower though, but we wouldn't need ammunition. Lances were still better, in my opinion. But I should try to obtain some Nova cannons. If only a Forge World would be generous enough. Nobody was till now. Captain, we have loaded the last 6 torpedoes. Well, except the pretty one with golden words on it, the head engineer reported in a wry voice. Not calling it a bicycle was an improvement already. I leaned back and consulted with the machine spirit. We could spare 2 torpedoes for the enemy destroyers and use 4 right now. So I did. The Chaos battleship cracked and ruptured into the void, and another lance volley ignited something important as it went boom with roaring flames and psychic screams. They had a ritual going, my lord. We stopped it just in time. Ludvius muttered in pain, and I turned my head to see him bleeding from his eyes. Silly traitors. I could have bagged another great demon or something. They were too slow. I complained petulantly, for morale. Captain Thrasius laughed and slapped his knee in mirth, and soon enough the entire bridge crew joined him in hoots and laughter. We are in position, Captain Pef. Enemy destroyers in pursuit, my uncle announced on the Vox. Break off in pattern beta. Then wait for the explosions. I said as the Canticle left skid marks on the void, turning the ship's bow towards the pursuers and flying backwards by inertia. And launch. The servitor-guided torpedoes stuck 2 destroyer squadrons head-on and vaporized 2 small targets, also collapsed the void shields of the nearby enemies. Then my fleet started firing our direct beam weapons, popping 1 Chaos destroyer after another, with the corvettes supporting from behind, targeting engines and their exposed backsides. The Eldar cruiser flashed by and scored a few more kills, then vanished under a cloak of illusions and fake augury returns. I decided to ignore it for now, as I had bigger fish to fry. Backup Chapter 50. We circled back and began finishing off the crippled destroyers, then incinerated what was left of the corrupted battleship. Adamantium wouldn't quite burn and evaporate, but I was cautious not to try to salvage something that would surely be imprinted with demons or psychic emanations. Perhaps if I had a company of Grey Knights, but those walking purification engines were very rare, secretive, and likely busy doing more important work. We still had more repairs to do, and nothing to surprise the Chaos Siege fleet with. But they wouldn't know that, so my own fleet would prevent them from committing to a desperate assault. Commodore Jorvis, you know the drill. Largest hull fragments into the sun. I ordered at my destroyer squadron leader, and went back to my room. Then I looked around at the melted walls and furniture and walked out. I'm homeless now. I muttered towards Ledvius. You have 18 ships right here, and those planets in the fringe. I'm certain we will find a place for you to sleep, the veteran Astartes said without changing tone, simply flat. It was a joke, big brother. I replied in a tired voice, leaning on a blackened wall. I then voxed my other guard for help. In a minute, Captain Thrasius arrived and led me to his own room, which had been the side's dormitory when there were more of them. You sleep as well, brother Ledvius. I will keep watch, my guardian declared and sat beside the door, then started cleaning and oiling his bolter. I never slept better, being very tired but knowing I was safe. Even took my armor off, which was not recommended during a yellow alert. Unlike Astartes, who could keep going for a month without sleep or sleep with an eye open, I was still human and got tired. Much later, I woke up to find a biologist Magos poking me with 100 sharp instruments. Common sense priest. Wake me up for a checkup. I growled and held my hand for a cup of CAF. But Ledvius was missing. Tharsius didn't serve coffee, or even seem to care I was being probed in funny places. Incorrect, Captain. It is better to investigate a patient that is sedated or asleep. Less chance I sever an important nerve or leave you sterile because you thrash around, the Muggos declared serenely. Fine. Sedated yes, asleep no. I muttered, still groggy. The priest had some logic, but I felt violated. And I probably was. Is this Astartes cleared for my report, Captain? The tech priest continued without care, and took out a holoslate with 100 indexes marked in yellow and green. I'm slowly turning into a neophyte, Thrasius. Probably the work of the angel on Estaban. It already reaches my shoulder. I explained and held my left hand out. The Astartes blinked and stepped closer to grab the holoslate. It should hurt tremendously. And it never starts from the wrist, he mused to himself while scanning the data on the device. I have participated in the transformation of a few space wolves. The numbers do not lie, Astartes. It is just going very slowly. 1,000 times slower, the biologist Muggos replied, a bit offended. Also, I am a blank, so whatever is happening has to overcome my innate resistance. I added, helpful. To warp bullshit, I continued in my mind. Thrasius sighed and sat down again after handing me the slate. It shouldn't work anyway. But miracles keep happening, as the Emperor wills. By the way, there's another fleet parked beside us. Blood Angels, led by an Inquisitor, he explained softly. And they called Ledvius to report? Of course they did. I answered, then turned towards my priest medic. I will need your expertise, Muggos. And something to subdue an Inquisitor, if he's corrupted. A few rites of purification and logic cantrips emerged from my doctor. I cannot help, Captain. Only another Inquisitor can. The tech priest began while I walked to my power armor and removed a tiny box in the backpack. Will this help? I asked jovially, holding a rosetta made from a palm-sized coghead, but still inscribed with the capital I. It also contained the necessary clavis-type engrams and DNA authentications. My rose wasn't stupid, after all. That cyclonic torpedo could only be activated by an inquisitorial rosetta. In this case, my own. In that case, this obedient one will provide chemical and hallucinogenic means to subdue any human without Astartes' organs. Power armor and refractor shields may render them ineffective, he answered in a completely subservient voice. I waved my finger in denial. And the means to penetrate armor and shields, Muggos. The Inquisition is quite dangerous, but I never underestimate the Mechanicus. Some sort of power syringe or such. Then I turned towards Thrasius. And you, Astartes, report to the armory and request 3 phase iron bolter rounds and a separate bolt pistol. I demanded, playing with my unlimited power coin. Understood, he growled and left at a brisk pace. After that, I hid the rosetta again and went back to sleep. Nobody expects the Inquisition. A strong hand woke me up, and I groggily opened an eye. Ludvius, and not very happy. Lord Pef, we should leave as fast as possible. The Inquisitor is coming here to investigate you. And he claims that my battle brother Archeo is Sanguinius himself, reborn. The idiots on the barge believe it too, he explained after checking the room for spies or something. Ludvius, my brother from another father. You seem worried, for some reason. Is Librarian Mephiston on board that barge? I asked with another motive. We don't have that name in our ranks, Captain Pef. Perhaps he is not yet born, he asked with curious eyes. Good reasoning, as I asked for a rank as well, and librarians didn't grow on trees. Obviously, if you never heard of him. That guy will indeed contain a part of Sanguinius. Not the left hand, but probably very similar in some aspects. I proclaimed confidently. If Mephiston hasn't appeared yet, there was still time. I should go get the other hand, as soon as my ship could travel through warp. Which meant I needed this forge world. I started dressing and placing the armor, and Ludvius helped eagerly. In a minute, I started assembling the welcome party in the shuttle hangar, some 30 sentinels and 300 catechans with heavy weapons and sniper rifles. A squad of ogrins in full gear took the honor guard place, with their ears blocked. No need to tempt the impressionable giants to the dark gods. And then the Blood Angels arrived, a full company escorting some Inquisitor named Ramius_Steely. Unlike the other Blood Angels, wearing proper red armor, this Archeo was wearing a golden one, like a Primarch. Compared to my own modest dark green and blue armor, he looked like an emperor. Plus, the guy had a holy spear and bloody wings. The Inquisitor had power armor too, because why not? Artificer class, and painted gold and black. All it was missing were chaos spikes. Blood Angels. Move aside and let me speak with my guest. I demanded in my loudest voice. Rogue Trader Lancefire. There have been rumors about you. Rumors that need to be investigated, the Inquisitor interjected, possibly worried about lacking protection. He also tried something psychery, waving his staff at me, but it had no effect. Challenge accepted. A servant of chaos wants to investigate me? Pef Lancefire, who just killed the traitor Lorgar, Primarch of the Word Bearers. Laughable. And you Astartes, I gave you an order. I shouted, holding out my Rosetta. The Astartes stood undecided, while I advanced on the traitor Inquisitor with my guards flanking me. What? His words were lies? Archeo yelled and crashed to his knees. Steel tried to grab the spear of Telesto, but a shot from Thrasius deflected his impure hand. The phase iron burst on impact and produced a psyker-inhibiting dust cloud, making the traitor fall to his knees from the shock of being depowered. So I just nodded and watched Ludvius inject the fallen Inquisitor with the Mechanicus contraption. Then I marched forward and confiscated the spear with my left hand, while still holding my Rosetta as a shield. Muggos, take this idiot Astartes, and see how to repair whatever the corrupt scum has done to him. Some implant in his spine, I expect. Meanwhile, Ludvius has begun disarmoring the Inquisitor and disarming him of too many weapons. Now this was a nice looting opportunity, once I checked all the relics for corruption. The spear seemed light and easy to use with my left hand, but I didn't dare trying with my right, not in public. In the name of the Emperor, I declare you, Ramius Steele, a heretic and a traitor. Excommunicatundus I proclaimed in a grave voice, and stabbed the tattooed man with my new spear. He was unpowered and sedated anyway, but those chaos spikes on his chest told the real truth. And thus, the traitor died on the very spear he had discovered. There was no explosion or demon jumping out. Just a fool, played with by chaos and left to die ignominiously. Prophet, Chapter 51. An imposing librarian rushed to the side of Archeo, standing watch as my tech priest deftly disassembled the golden power armor and threw the golden pieces towards me. I waved an armed sentinel to pick up the irregular armor for me. Now, Astartes. What should I do with your traitor chapter? I asked Ludvius in a soft voice. While I never claimed to be an Inquisitor, I did carry a rosette, and Ludvius knew exactly who gave it to me, as he has been in the bedroom when I gifted Rose her children. In this case, politics made excellent bedfellows. The veteran looked with pity at his deluded battle brothers. You will do what is best, like you always do, Lord Pef. Even the sacred spear doesn't harm you one bit. Right, I still had that idiot stuck to my spear. Captain Thrasius, head and heart if you will. We don't need a great demon to spring out and maybe ruin my excellent canticle. Two loud bangs sounded as the phase iron bolts struck the traitor, with bone-shattering energy and psyker inhibitor effect. Should be enough. I withdrew the spear and stood ready to strike, but nothing arose from the shattered brain and chest of the excommunicated Inquisitor. Every one of you Astartes, come and taste the truth. Guardsmen, about face and return to barracks. I yelled through my voxbox attached to my helmet, then tapped my helmet with my free hand. Ludvius reacted promptly and took off my helm, and locked it to my belt. The Scythe's captain advanced first and scooped a tiny piece of brain, then ate it. Space Marines could indeed absorb memories this way, which made quite a great way for fact-checking. Sure, there was also torture and Mechanicus mind downloads, but the Inquisition would know how to protect their own, with implanted mental defenses and mind mazes. He soon scowled and spat in disgust. Malphalax, the fool sold his soul to a demon. I remembered that bit, but not everything. It wouldn't matter though. They are still not listening, Sergeant Ludvius. Oh well. I guess we're visiting Ball next. I still have that golden torpedo. I announced with distaste, then turned around and began walking away. My words possibly remembered the Blood Angels that their autonomy and powers were still at the behest of the Imperium. And Astartes did have good hearing. They had just elected not to obey. Captain Thrasius ran after me, just as I began flipping the rosette like a coin. Lord Lancefire, wait. They are tasting the truth, now, he spoke hastily. I didn't stop, but instead returned the rosetta to its protective casing at my back. Isn't this spear supposed to be heavy and too hard to use? I asked instead, trying a few left-handed stabs at the air. The Ogrins saluted with their own adamantium staves, probably thinking something stupid. Guard the hangar door, brave soldiers of the Emperor. Nobody is allowed in my ship, unless I say so. I commanded them via the vox beads implanted in their inner ears. Leaving the Blood Angels stranded in the hangar, I rushed towards my sentinels carrying the loot. Deposit everything separately, item by item at the vault entrance. I'll send the tech priests to purify the items if it is needed. Do not touch them with hands or anything organic. Roger that, Captain. Nice spear too, a Catacan pilot replied irreverently. Almost like they were raised in a jungle, wait. They were. More pilots started hooting and describing my bravery, although I did nothing of that sort. Well, except stealing the spear from a demoralized Astartes. And stabbing a sleeping man. Well, legends were formed like that. In 1,000 years, the myths might I say I slayed a dragon and an angel wept. On the way, I did encounter some tech priests and had my orders transmitted up the chain, then to the relevant priests with the specific database knowledge. Chaos artifacts and purification. The cult Mechanicus was still a religion at the base, and thus their prayers and rituals worked, because 1 trillion tech priests believed they worked. They also had more practical experience, due to their forged worlds being constantly attacked by nearly every enemy possible. The missile corvettes and destroyers will soon change that, and hopefully reduce the Imperium's dependence on capital ships for defense. After Shanlong, I wouldn't return to the Empire. My sons and daughters will still trade and exchange goods, but getting involved in politics would place me in the sights of more corrupt individuals with immense power. Bluffing once might have worked, but it wouldn't work again. 100 tech priests from a dozen clades arrived to examine and sanctify my loot, and quickly separated a few valuable relics that I could use. A rosarius, looking like belt buckle with a griffin on it. Basically, a portable faith-based force field, with minor defense unless you were a true believer, in which case it could tank Titan-class weapons. A ring, with a wolf paw on the signet, which could detect movement and sounds for 100 meters and alert the user. Another ring, with a monkey face with long canines, could fire once with a lost cannon beam. The priests didn't know how to recharge it. Very likely Xenotech. An Inquisitor-coded book, with agents and informants and secret routes. Very useful for Rose, no doubt. The big staff itself, acting like a psyker focus and a shield barrier against other psykers. Nice, but I lack that gene myself. Rose maybe. The rosette and its covering case, disguised as a holy book. The other rosette was coded to the traitor and will have to be sent to Terra. The case was a null underscore box, so it could even tank battleships' lances for 1,000,000 years. I kept the bookcase, of course. It was more precious than my battlecruiser. Perhaps I could mount the box on my chest, as a heart plate. Would look a bit bulky, but I had battleship-strength enemies. And I could store stuff inside as well, so win-win. The golden power armor was artificer grade, and had everything a space marine could want. Well, except the wings flap, which will need to be covered, as I lacked wings. The Inquisitor power armor was same grade, but didn't require a black underscore carapace organ to use, nor Astartes muscles and size. Confiscated as battle loot from boarding actions. Then a dozen more mundane weapons, knives, poisons and garrote wire, truth serums and chemical sprays with euphoric and paralyzing effects, bolter, inferno pistol, dart thrower, grappling hook, a few grenades with various effects, from viruses to vortex and incendiary. The guy had been loaded and armed for bear. But he didn't use what the Inquisition trained him to, instead he relied on psyker powers and his Astartes escort. Captain, some red Astartes are making noise at the hangar door. Permission to ventilate? A Catacan officer wondered as his buddies and the armed sentinels whirred their chainsaws loudly in the background. Not yet, Major. I'll be right there soon. I spoke calmly and directed the priests to store the good loot in the vault, including the nicest spear ever. What do you want to do with these foul items, Captain? The priest asked me, pointing at some red candelabra and other ritual items. I hummed deep in thought. Can they be melted into bolt rounds? Might be nice to have something that harms Eldar souls. The priests all stopped to stare at me. They would go straight to hell, Lord Pef. The foul Immaterium demons would feast on their souls, one of them said, a bit wary. I nodded and walked away. 100 rounds then. Eject what's left into the sun. It was time to receive my own Astartes company, like I always wanted. A short trip on the elevators saw me adjusting the Rosarius on my belt. I wouldn't tank even a night with my feeble faith, but Astartes were 2 steps lower on the danger scale, with dreadnoughts and sentinels in between. I was probably safe, unlike the faithless Inquisitor. I mean, even an angel came to my help once, although I surely repaid that debt by killing Lorgar and saving him another frayed body or soul. You seem curiously happy, going to meet a hostile company of blood angels. Captain Thrasius commented after checking his bolter again. You should be too, my friend. I bet you have never killed an Inquisitor before, right? I asked rhetorically. You never heard of people offing full Inquisitors. Those guys could battle demon princes in hand-to-hand. Chaff like a rogue trader wouldn't even register as a threat. Then I arrived at the hangar deck and pushed through the angry guardsmen who were ready to open up on the Blood Angels with melta-guns and croc missiles. And possibly other weapons not registered. It's the captain. Make way, wanna get roasted by accident? Now these traitors will pay. I emerged among the huge ogrins, all holding their adamantium shields and staves menacingly. Good jobs, big guys. Let me talk with your smaller cousins. I spoke on the Vox bead and stepped out as the ogrins made a path for me. Lord Lancefire, we were deceived. The librarian began in a pleading tone. I know you were, Astartes. You don't seem very sorry though, threatening my people and all. I spoke while walking right in his face. Perhaps we could talk in private, Lord Lancefire, he begged in a softer tone. I nodded and walked past him. Muggos, you found the source? I asked my biologist expert, standing over a slightly dissected archaeo. It is not curable, Captain. In fact, it has been getting worse since the traitor died, he explained while waving a tentacle for urgency. I turned towards the librarian, who seemed to be in charge. Take him to your barge. I would offer him mercy, but I don't have any. May the Emperor save his soul. May I ask you to accompany us? The captain asks every minute to speak to you. And Brother Ludvius, he whispered in a low voice. Captain Thrasius, you are to return to Ultramar and enact revenge if I don't return. I commanded and patted his shoulder. As you say, Lord Pef. There will be no place for the traitors to hide, he spoke sternly and departed without looking back. I ignored the outraged looks of the Blood Angels and walked on and entered their nice Stormbird lander. I could use a few more like this one. Nobody made them like they did in the old days. Battle Barge Chapter 52. The battle barge was named Bellis, which meant pretty or cheerful in High Gothic. Also, a pun for war. Their brother Captain Idion was leading the 6th Company and awaited me as the transport landed in their much larger battleship-class barge. Lord Lancefire, we have been tricked by that corrupt warpspawn of an Inquisitor, he began in a meek voice and fell to one knee. Well, there were only Blood Angels around, and they too followed their captain, with the librarian visibly struggling to bend his knee in rage. I am not an Inquisitor, Astartes. Out in the fringe, my warrant as a rogue trader already says I speak with the voice of the Emperor. But I find a Rosetta very helpful when traveling the Imperium, filled as it is with treachery and corruption. Like today, for example. I announced in a loud voice and waved them to their feet. So, the exterminatus was just an empty threat? I would say it worked wonders, the man replied in a relieved voice, and stood straight again. I just turned towards Ludvius. He knows me better. Captain Idion. Lord Pef did enact exterminatus on the chapter homeworld of the sides of the Emperor. And a few days ago, he killed Lorgar, the traitor. I have seen it myself, my bodyguard proclaimed proudly. It did have an effect, as claiming valorous deeds by yourself was common among the nobles of the Imperium. Having a brother confirm it as a witness was different. Especially a veteran sergeant. The captain nodded cautiously and went to examine their corrupted brother archaeo. Pustules of infected flesh were spreading along the spine, and the taint would be palpable to those with psyker powers. The librarian shook his head in defeat and signaled something with his fingers. No recovery possible, most likely. Oh, you idiot archaeo. What did you do? The man lamented in a mourning voice, then his hand flashed, decapitating the sick Astartes and ending his suffering. May the Emperor grant him mercy. Back to your posts, Astartes. Don't just stare like it's a pit show. You will all die one day, and probably in worse ways. I shouted, pointing at the gawking spectators. Now it worked, and the lower ranks rushed away inside the barge. I will cremate the remains. Too bad about the genocide, the librarian spoke gently and gathered the deceased Marine and left with him. I waited till it was only me and Idion, who cleaned his power sword while murmuring prayers. Take me to the bridge, Captain. We have a forge world to save, and my fleet spent all munitions already. I demanded after a polite minute. The captain nodded and took the lead. Those destroyers of yours, they seem very potent for such small vessels. We entered an elevator that should take us to the bridge deck. I lost one Los Angeles destroyer already. But the sacrifice has been well paid, I'd say. 2 minor chaos fleets, plus that Primarch and an enslaver. I admitted with a heavy heart. In truth, most of my losses have been to chaos, both ships and family members, with the largest casualties at Estaban. They were indeed the great enemy. Not so minor fleets, Captain Idion. A dozen universe conveyors filled with troops and a battleship with its escort group. 1,000 times the mass of Lord Pef's fleet was sunk in a few days. Ludvius explained after a snort. The Astartes captain focused on me with new eyes. I have heard of your fantastic exploits, though nothing solid. You always seem to appear at the worst time then vanish again. I smiled and shrugged. It was my intention after all. The Navy doesn't like being proved idiots, and they always try to confiscate my ships. Not to mention the Astartes, who always want to injure me, for some unknown reason. The Adeptus Sororitas also chase me, and now an Inquisitor. I fear I ruined some carefully planned plots with my mere presence. Ludvius chuckled and leaned on the elevator's wall and just nodded at his captain. All true. The chaplain of those sides even punched him in the jaw. Took him a few months of bedtime to recover. Might be your blank aura, Lord Lancefire. Psychers are rather annoyed by that. The Blood Angel's captain mused to himself. I nodded wisely. Probably so. Or I was just annoying. Soon we reached the bridge, the door guarded by a few sanguinary guards, with golden power armor. I just walked ahead and sat in the captain's chair, linking my mind to the throne controls of the battle barge. The machine spirit was ancient and loyal, and rather surprised at my inopportune visit and usurpation. But I trusted my luck in the genes gifted by the sanguiner. If I could wield that sacred spear, which should have annihilated an unworthy carrier, then a simple warship couldn't be so tough. I was wrong. I mean, right, because I lived. But the pain and resistance from the spirit was 1,000 times stronger than even the Kentacle. Calm down, Bellis. We have a mission, and I have a rosette with me. Don't make me use it on you. I sent towards the angry spirit. Slowly, the resistance ceased, and the ship's functions opened for me. It must have taken only a second, even if the pain lasted years of subjective time. Lord Lancefire, it's dangerous. I heard the captain yell in surprise. Ouch. A bit painful, like all command chairs. But not dangerous for me. Now let me see what I can do with Bellis. Torpedoes, over 500. Good enough. Batteries, bombardment cannons, fighters, dropships, drop pods. Oh well. At least the void shields are strong. We can use that. I commented while powering up the holoscreen and marking the siege fleet by priorities. 2 enemy battleships, 9 cruisers, 30 destroyers. Should be easy. A decent fleet, but I had a battleship of my own now. On loan. Went in, I'll have the Bellis close in for torpedo transfer. Have the Sentinels ready to assist with logistics. I voxed towards the Kentacle. Then I switched channel to the escorts. Jorvis, bring the destroyers about and line the up for reload. Corvettes, pattern Omicron and auguries to full. Then I proceeded to do so, carefully balancing vectors to perform the docking maneuver without breaking the fragile eggs inside. I take it you will remain on the Bellis for now, Captain? I heard Thrasius ask in a suspicious voice. I thought for a moment, then glanced at the Astartes captain. I think I will, Thrasius. These flesh-eating cannibals might not follow orders again and ruin my awesome battle plan. Then, I might lose a battle. Can you imagine that? I asked rhetorically. Thrasius laughed as if I said a good joke. I'll safeguard the bridge here. The Emperor protects. We're not cannibals. I heard a meek voice from Idion, while the bridge crew stared at me with concern and anger. I waved his fake and untrue complaint away. They did just eat a man's brain, only an hour ago. Quiet on the bridge. I'm working here. I demanded in a command voice. The bridge fell silent as I focused on the delicate piloting of a battleship only with my weak brain and the savant implants. About an hour later, the lumbering battle barge finally matched vectors and docked with the Kentacle, so I stood up and stretched my tense back. Torpedo armory next. I demanded in a flat tone. Captain Idion grunted and took the lead again, while Ludvius grinned and held his thumb up for success. On the elevator, the Astartes glared at me for a whole minute. The Bellis is gene-coded for the Blood Angels chapter. Even with that rosette, you shouldn't be able to control the machine spirit. I know, right? Must be a miracle from the Emperor. I explained with a careless shrug. It's more than that. Our astropaths contacted Lord Commander Dante on Ball. We were ordered to guard your life at all cost, he wondered in a doubtful tone. They were? Perfect. I'll hold you to that, Astartes. Brother Ludvius keeps trying, but a barge and this Astartes company around me would work better. I keep getting in trouble, for no reason at all. I complained in a meeker voice. Ludvius just nodded. You shouldn't kick a world eater in the balls next time, Captain. Or any space marine. Nor punch one in the face. And you need better armor and weapons, my bodyguard advised me seriously. I sighed in defeat. I'll get better, I promise. I murmured softly. Just needed to finish the slow transition to my new body. Blind Chapter 53. Reloading torpedoes is quite difficult, even in dock. The things are very big and thus heavy. In fact, if you empty the warhead out and weld some seats, it becomes a 50-meter spaceship called a boarding torpedo. Luckily, I had armed sentinels and servitors to help, and transferring 300 torpedoes didn't take very long. Just a single day. Meanwhile, I continued repairs and had the tech priests prepare my new power armor by painting the horrible gold over with my house colors, green and blue. Possibly a reminder of Terra before it became a yellow dust ball. When I emerged in my awesome armor, I felt much stronger and safer, especially with the null box replacing the ceramite plate on the chest. I kept my rosette and a few rings inside, also some spare cash and a vox bead, just in case I was left stranded somewhere. On my hip I had a bolter pistol, with thrice blessed, cursed and phased bolt magazines, also my trusted power dagger, a few grenades and my rosarius. Felt much better and looked great, so win-win. Lord Pef, you look dangerous now. Ludvius said, turning towards me and nodding approvingly. Compared to a puppy, I probably was. Another veteran blood angel had joined my friend as my close guard. His name was Raphin. I checked him out for a second. Guarding me will be a lifelong and boring job, Astartes. Plus, you may see things not meant for lesser minds. Thus, you need savant implants. So I've been told, Lord Lancefire. But I don't believe it will be boring, the new bodyguard answered in a cheeky tone. I waved his claims away. Captain Idion is on the bridge? Not yet, my lord. The cremation of Archeo has most of our brothers occupied, he answered with a frown. I sighed and began heading towards the bridge. Time to settle the score and wipe out the traitors. The leader of this word-bearer fleet was someone called the Dark_Apostle, second in command to Lorgar and bitter enemy of the Blood Angels. It was time to convert his mass into energy. Soon enough, the fleet was underway, slower than usual, because barges are by definition very slow. Set all sensors to autistic mode. I commanded towards the Auspex console. The neophyte blinked at me in confusion. Damn it. No wonder these Astartes ships were always being boarded, and they had huge fights among delicate machinery. I leaned into the command chair and simply turned off all sensors and Auspex consoles from the override control in the chair. Not like I actually needed a big crew, with such a potent machine spirit for navigation and targeting. Torpedo room, load a vortex torpedo in tube 6. All other tubes with plasma warheads. I demanded after checking the loadout from the Bellis and getting confused then angry. Whoever has heard of incendiary and atomic warheads preloaded as default? I mean, it was nice to have them, in case some place needed cleansing, but first one had to control the orbitals, which meant ship combat, which meant anti-ship torpedoes. Damn idiots. Air. Where is Captain Idion? The voice on the Vox asked instead. I turned towards Raphin. Go there and shoot whoever doesn't listen. There's a big pyre for idiots in the hangar, might as well clean house while the fuel burns. To his credit, Raphin simply pounded his chest and ran off, loading his bolter and checking his hip for sufficient ammunition. The neophyte at the Auspex console lowered his hand and stared at his black screen without asking the idiot question. Good enough. And then, I just waited, because barges are slow. Not doing nothing, as I did have a lot of things to check on the Bellis, from secret vault rooms to concealed armories and ritual chambers for blood infusion, to the other systems, reactor and Geller field and weapon batteries. They all worked, but Bellis was unhappy at the shoddy maintenance. There were 100 space victors lying in disrepair, for lack of time or skilled workers. Hundreds of tanks and other vehicles with numerous problems, and the teleportarium haven't been repaired in 50 years. Nothing I could do right away, but there was a forge world right here, and plenty specialist tech priests already on the Canticle. Then I felt a blood angel moving to stand by my side, and peek at the command holoscreen. Then again, most of the tactical consoles were blank now. Who are you? I asked without turning. Astartes Solus, Exo on the Bellis, he answered curtly. All right, Solus, you may stay, if I have questions not found in the machine spirit. I allowed generously. I could hear his teeth grinding. This is highly irregular, Lord Lancefire. We are flying blind right now. Solus muttered, possibly upset. Oh, you were not blind before? I changed my mind. Go oversee the torpedo room, Astartes Solus. The people there refused to follow orders. I said in a soft voice, like talking about weather. Astartes were smart, but so naive it was cringing. Sanguinius reborn. No wonder entire chapters or legions fell to chaos. Brother Ludvius, today you are Sanguinius reborn. These morons will believe it, I can bet a throne on it. We'll see about tomorrow. I have a puppy with holy blood back on the Canticle. Kids love him, so he must be Sanguinius. I proclaimed, pointing at my bodyguard. Solus grunted as if in pain and left the bridge, while Ludvius began posing heroically for his brothers. You heard Lord Pef. Today, you witness our Primarch, returned from death. Minus one eye and wings, he announced with his power maul held high. Everyone on the bridge seemed rather skeptic. As if they weren't ready to crucify me a few hours ago. Ludvius glanced around and holstered his weapon on his back. You owe me a throne, Captain. They didn't believe me, he added with a smug face. I ignored his demand for a bribery and relaxed in the chair. A few hours later, the fleet began to approach the torpedo limit. Battle stations. Heavy weapons, deploy on the larger hallways. Astartes, guard the Geller generator, the reactor, and whatever else we may need to fly. Medical crew, prepare to receive wounded. And everyone else, pray hard. I ordered on the intercom vox. Then I started maneuvers to avoid getting targeted by long-range weapons, and fired 2 torpedoes at the nearest Chaos cruiser. Jorvis, same trick I sent to my escort destroyers. To their credit, in a minute the bridge received a dozen Astartes with full gear, ready to protect this vital part of the fleet, meaning myself. And then the torpedoes started flying, and I launched the fighters and plowed straight into the midst of the Chaos fleet, contrary to all tactical sense. There was a method to my madness, as pretty soon the Chaos battleships were hit by 50 torpedoes each and began drifting into the void, while my barge unloaded the other torpedoes and the batteries on the destroyers who just flew about without evading or dodging. The Bellis rammed and simply crushed 3 Chaos destroyers without slowing down, and we arrived over Shanlong with half our void shields intact. In my wake, the Canticle followed and unleashed its own torpedoes and lances, blowing up the wounded ships, then turned its speed and departed to regroup with the destroyers below. My corvette stayed with me, providing close support against torpedoes and bombers. Vox transmission from Shanlong, Captain. They need help to regain the shipyards and the orbital forts. Their remaining fleet is also forming up behind us, the Vox officer announced while writing down the text of the transmission in full. I nodded but did nothing. Launching an assault under fire would create more casualties and might even prompt the traitors to suicide, just to kill a few Astartes in a blaze of glory. Jorvis, once again, on secondaries. I sent to my uncle while waiting for the torpedoes to reload. Didn't need to use the Vortex warhead with such overwhelming advantage, and a warp rift might provide the traders with unexpected help from someone or something interested in this system. An hour later, we struck again, this time with Belus escorted by the Mechanicus fleet, while the Canticle and the destroyers attacked from behind. It was a massacre, and nothing in the siege fleet survived. For once, the battle went as planned, with a battleship on my side. One day I will have one of my own, I promise. Chance, Chapter 54. Once the battle was over, my escorts began the tedious task of incinerating whatever dregs still survived in the void, burning the corrupted wrecks with lance and plasma cannons, then pushing them into the sun. There was even a power-armored trader marine with a force field around him, but 100 volcano lances from my corvettes made him convert back to the light. The Mechanicus protested a little, trying to recover some valuable tech or minerals from the Chaos wrecks, but I wouldn't risk it. Instead, I launched the servitors and a few tech priests, some Ogrins and a Katakan regiment with all the armed sentinels in support, to cleanse the orbitals of cultist and traitor invaders. The Blood Angels were only called where traitor marines were spotted, to prevent thousands of casualties to my own troops. They were appropriately brutal, and losses were total on the Chaos side, and moderate for our own. The liberation worked quite well, and we even saved a dozen docks and 3 orbital forts. However, 2 corrupted forts had to be torpedoed and lanced into oblivion, while my battlecruiser, the Canticle, glassed a chaos-infested hive city from orbit, using only its powerful lances. Fort Shanlong got away with minor damage from an invasion that should have conquered it easily. The Fabricator General knew that as well, and I was received like a holy savior, although a dozen Astartes around me helped secure my image too. Then we got to chatting in private and trading, and I unloaded 24 templates on him, including a cheap system-only volcano-pattern corvette and the Lima-class destroyer, both still with 30 torpedoes, but using twin volcano cannons instead of single-barrel lances for its batteries and 100 quad multilasers for point defense. This type of ship, no wonder you massacred the traitors so easily. We could build a dozen of them in a few years. The red-robed Muggos mused to himself. I would start with 1,000 corvettes. Use 10 docks to mass-produce them, while the other 2 docks complete the hulls you have already begun. The Belus will stay to provide cover till you have a large enough fleet to defend yourself. I explained in a gentle voice, and drank the wine in deep thought. Having the system corvettes will prevent other admirals from taking them away, because they lacked warp engines. They also didn't need navigators, which were rare and expensive. The Fabricator had even better implants than mine, so he figured it out in a second. What about your favor, Trader Lancefire? Surely there are things we could offer, he inquired cautiously. I nodded and pointed at the cogitator screen. As many light vehicles as I can take. Chimeras and hydras, manticores and basilisks, rapiers, centaurs and sentinels. And as many power armors as can be made for my void marines. He nodded and waved the screen away. Thousands of light vehicles were not a problem. Power armors, way too difficult to make in large numbers. Perhaps 20 or so. You have all those Astartes anyway. Also, 2 Lima-class destroyers to replace my losses, and full repair and supplies for my fleet. I added without pushing too hard. His forge world wasn't in a good shape right now. The Fabricator sighed and urged me on. Still too little then, so I could fill my plate more. This will only cover your liberation efforts. What about the sacred STC templates? He asked, more serious. This would take some thought. Force field templates, gravity weapons, better personal weapons for my regiments. Hunter-killer missiles and a forge factory to make more. Also servitors, engine seers and tech priests that will fly with me into the fringe. You mean STC patterns? Not quite legal, such a trade, he whispered fearfully. I shrugged and smiled. Donations to an approved religion like the cult of the Omnisia are tax-free. Aptus_none. The same with sponsoring an expedition outside the Imperium. If you have to name me an explorer, I have the right credentials. Magus Explorer Gyron from Antax has raised me till adulthood. What about a transport ship or two, like the other Forge Worlds received? He demanded with a tiny bit of greed. Well, I did give everyone some, so why not to his forge? The man was correct and logical in his cyborg brain. Forge Triplex Fall has priority on those adamantium transport ships. But, perhaps one such transport can be lost during transfer. It happens. I mused to myself wistfully. I see. Then perhaps, a few STC copies might be lost and then found by a lucky rogue trader. It happens, he answered on the same tone. You gotta love these Mechanicus guys. They have business in their blood. Not much blood though, unlike the Blood Angels. Something else. The Bellis battle barge is full of ancient machines, just lying there to rust. A smart fabricator could entice the naive giants to trade the relics for new and stronger machines, like fighters and tanks. Perhaps even offer to repair the teleportarium on the barge and copy the holy schematics during the service litanies? I wondered without any ulterior motive. He waved a few metal tentacles in excitement. Indeed, Lord Pef. This would be quite valuable to the Mechanicus. We can offer to service and then copy the best technology in the Imperium. But they will not let us, I think. I grinned with secret knowledge. Oh, they will. Also, I need these rings scanned and copied, and then another thing. Phase iron mesh, micron scale, both for anti-psyker defense and psyker containment, like walls and tank armor. I explained, opening my chest box to retrieve the precious loot. Of course, my rosette blared at once with coded engrams, before the null box closed. That cock-shaped rosette, is it yours, Lord Pef? He asked cautiously. Made for me, by a friendly lady, just in case I got in trouble inside the Imperium. Ah, and I'll need you to send a traitor Inquisitor's body and his rosette back to Terra. In stasis, if possible. The Astartes shot him with phase iron bolts, but a great demon might be stronger. I explained in a relaxed voice. The fabricator was quite panicked though, understandably. That would be Ramius Steel, he voxed us when he arrived with the battle barge in the system. Correct? I'm not an expert, he could have been a clone or body double or something else. The Inquisitor killed an Astartes with some type of genetic curse. First he grew wings and got stronger, then his body failed and got full of pustules and things. They had to burn the poor boy. I declared in a sadder tone. It hadn't been pretty. The fabricator stared at me for a minute, likely going over my exact words and meaning. Well, at least I know why the Space Marines listen to you. This almost seems like corruption. He mused softly. Just rumors of corruption would be sufficient for an Inquisitor to declare them excommunicates Diabolus and then wipe out their chapter. I nodded in agreement. Well, I am trying to find blank recruits for these cursed Astartes. They are pretty rare, but I have already sent 100 of them to Baal for implantation, and they seem to resist the curse without problem. Estaban and Risa are working on blank machine spirits with the same type of genes. In a century or two, we might not fear the enemy so much. I proclaimed in a grander voice, to raise his morale. I also held my palm out for a blank blood sample, which the fabricator collected in a mere second. Now this is big indeed. I wonder if that's why Lorgar was here, waiting, he mused in worry. Probably not. There were too many troops and titans on those conveyors, just for your small forge world. I expect he was heading someplace else, and just stopped to check on his apostolate. My lances blew him apart in seconds. I replied with a smug smile. If the Bellis could stay here for a decade, we would have at least 100 of these torpedo corvettes. Maybe enough to defeat a fleet just like this one. The fabricator said after running some calculations. Don't count on it, Mugos. Imagine a billion Tyranids bioships. Then a Black Crusade. Then a galactic-scale Orc Wyak. Then a craft world or two. After that, a small Necron dynasty. Followed by a herd migration. Soon after, a new Tau expansion. And so on. I rebutted him while pouring myself more wine. The fabricator blinked and glanced at his cogitator screen again. Right. You forgot other enemies, but I get the point. Ships and more ships. Once you have enough, they could be lined up like torpedoes in a universe class, with launch rails. And then, you'll be the one crusading with 1,000,000 ships. But first, you have to survive, fabricator. Don't count on me to save you again. I announced and sipped my wine a bit slower. You're leaving the Imperium. Probably for the best, considering how the Inquisition might react, he reasoned at light speed. Yes. And if you want, there will be a place for a splinter forge among my worlds. I don't intend to stop at 1,000,000 ships, with 1,000,000,000,000 stars and planets in this galaxy. I said and set my glass down gently. Yes, I can see it might work, if you don't get discovered too soon, Lord Pef. A small success is commendable. But grow too big. He warned me, as if I didn't know. I knew the risks, of course. Come visit the Kentacle soon, fabricator. I have some items that might even the odds a little. I spoke more modestly, and prepared to leave. Omnicia be with you, Pef Lancefire. I'll begin preparing the priesthood for the large tasks ahead, he declared solemnly as I crossed his threshold. I just nodded with sorrow. Perhaps he would survive now. At least I gave him a chance. A small chance. Horde Chapter 55. Gradually, as time passed and orders became easier to obey, I began implementing my personal projects with the Blood Angels. First replacing the broken machines and fighters with new and functional ones, even a few updated templates made by myself. Then upgrading the Auspex sensors and the Void Shield teleport deflection trick. And a year later, the more debatable things. Captain Idion had little choice but to submit to a minor repair of his barge, with the tech priests being escorted like criminals from one ship system to another. Not that they would know what and why the tech priests chanted and bowed and sprinkled oil or incense on some gun battery or targeting cogitator. It won't be so bad, Astartes. The cogheads know their machines, and Bellis is in a rather poor shape. Plus, I know very well that teleporting strike teams will be useful once the device is repaired. I explained and patted his shoulder. Not only this, but you're kidnapping 90 brothers from the company. And implanting their heads with the Emperor knows what contraptions, he complained in a seething rage. Every one of you will be implanted, Astartes. Even yourself, since your minds are so weak that any cultist can manipulate you like puppets. Plus, the implants do help control the rage and the thirst, just as the phase iron dermal hoods will help defend against warp sorcery. I yelled at him and took out my rosette. The blazing light of the sacred cog made him draw back and mutter a prayer. Stop that. My head will explode, he growled as his eyes turned red and started weeping bloody tears. This artifact is the mark of the throne, Astartes. Who sits on that throne? I asked in a gentler voice and returned the damn mimetic device to its null box. The Emperor, he declared in firm conviction. And he is the most powerful psyker to have ever lived. More so now, empowered by the faith of a quintillion humans in the Imperium, praying to him every single day. Even so, the Aquila has two heads. Faith and reason. Blood and machine. I continued and drew my glove off. My left hand was slightly glowing, like it always did when the Emperor was mentioned. Every human is touched by the Emperor. Blank, or psyker, or a lowly serf. Even the Ogrins know him, and he knows them. But you are still his son, blood of his blood, diluted as it is with silly blood rituals and genocides corrupted. When you pray, he listens because you are the closest thing to his family. He sends his angels in the hour of need. I whispered and covered my hand before someone else saw it glow. That wouldn't be healthy. Slowly, his rage drew back, and he glanced at my savant implants with more respect. Twin Aquila, just like your Ogrins and their maces. I had been blind, he mused in a regretful voice. If I could, I would demand for all Astartes to train as Tegmarines first. Then medics and generals, ship captains and governors. There will be plenty brutal fighting, but only when you enter your dreadnought. I concluded and started to leave his quarters. We are not allowed to rule outside our recruiting planets, he answered in a meek voice. Of course not. Big naive idiots without any common sense. You wouldn't let an Origin lead a sector, would you? I threw over my shoulder as the door opened. Ludvius passed a throne coin to Rafin. I told you they were not fighting, brother. Rafin declared in a confident voice, then still checked me for scuffle marks. I ignored their childish games and headed towards the hangar. Soon it will be time to leave, with a large Astartes group as my bodyguards. Now I was slowly training their minds and teaching them to think, which was frustrating to say the least. 1,000 younger catechans were selected as aspirant replacements, at my urging. Already big and strong and skilled in combat, the catechans should survive the implantation in larger numbers than regular farm boys. And possibly adapt and thrive as space marines better than other people, especially after receiving the savant implants and some schooling. Not on my dime, but the fabricator would have tech priests train their minds as well. Thrasius and my armored void marines waited in the hangar, with my close blood angels right behind me. I take it the meeting went well, Captain, the scythe asked to make sure. No punches, just harsh words. I said with a fake shrug. Not easy to do in power armor. I still don't trust them, no matter what penance vows they took, he declared in a cold voice, and glared at the gathered blood angels. I didn't either. I mean, sure they could laugh and joke and appear friendly. But even with hardwired restraints and phase iron inhibitors, they could still fall to their blood curse. And then I'd have a horde of bloodthirsty maniacs loose on my ship. Thus, the melta charges in their jetpacks, keyed to my implant control, just like the Ogrins. They really should learn what machines are for, silly brainwashed zealots. Very dangerous zealots, with combi bolters and power weapons and even heavier weapons in some squads. The Thunderfire underscore cannon would clear a hallway of intruders in a single second of rapid fire. The Graph cannon would squash Chaos Marines in their cursed armor, leaving only a blood smear. Heavy Flommers and the Meltagun would deal with heat-susceptible enemies, pretty much all of them. Then the Terminator squads had the classic Assault underscore cannon but of high quality for longer combat service and the Frag underscore cannon, shooting hollow shells which would fracture on impact with a myriad of adamantium shards. The new Lima-class destroyers were speeding around the system for their trials, and Forge Shanlong had begun producing the missile corvettes at full tilt, with 10 of them already operational and a second wave on the way. I was almost done here. My ship's Geller generator was undergoing final checks, and a dozen tech priests were clustered inside for some special ritual of awakening, which probably means what you think it does. 2 of my daughters got to become destroyer captains, including the wonderful Risa, who wouldn't let getting pregnant stand in the way of her rank. Catecan husband, as expected. Why not? These guys had solid genes, and my girls were prettier than the moon. I only had to hint at an available position, and a dozen duels provided the faster and stronger candidates. Not much brains these warrior husbands, but my girls had more brains than me, and that should suffice for their children. And imagine I still had 20 more girls coming of age soon. The nursery was crawling with babies as well, because a year in dock was boring and I had a permanent teenager body. I was running out of available bedmates, so Decima recruited another batch to last me till Illavar. Best wife ever, right? I was so lucky. She wore my old armor now, as to not waste it. And it should keep her a bit safer, for a minute of combat. Henna didn't want an armor, nor would she fit in a regular female carapace, due to enhanced glands. She got a flak robe and force field belt, and she wears my old hell pistol, so it evens out. Plus it's easier to disrobe Henna for a quick husbandry duty in my bedroom. Win-win. Canis got a savant implant too, and a combat collar with its own power shield, and now the catechans train him to hunt like they do. Only he has grown a lot during this year and is larger than a pony. Kids love him anyway, as he gives the best rides. A shadow flashed and jumped on me like I expected. Luckily, I had my armor, so he couldn't throw me down. Not yet. Hey, Canis. Good boy? Woof, he answered and ran back to the horde of kids. I think he thinks my kids are his puppies. Spends more time with them than I do anyway. The blood angel transfusion is still working, and now grips my heart and neck. Soon enough, it will reach my brain, and I admit I'm a bit wary. Those black rage fits would ruin my life very fast. Nyas chapter 56. As my fleet was preparing to depart for the Fringe, I held counsel with those present from my clan. Risa, you will be given a long task. Take all the destroyers and travel to Forge World in Caladian. If the rumors I heard are correct, you will be needed to rescue them from another invasion. Veteran Astartes Corries will be stationed on your bridge, and a Catacan regiment will be dispersed among the destroyers for boarding operations. Do you understand? I asked gently. With 11 missile destroyers able to fire 330 torpedoes, including a vortex warhead, my daughter would have sufficient firepower to enact a miracle rescue. She seemed a bit overwhelmed, but quickly recovered. Of course, Dad. I expect I will carry some gifts with me for the fabricator of Incaladian? Risa asked with a sneaky smile. She was a rogue trader by birth and nurture, after all. I just nodded. Of course she will. A dozen young blank girls who will become ship captains for my dynasty after they reached maturity. But meanwhile, they could provide Forge Incaladian with eggs and gene samples for blank machine spirits. Plus a small cache of STC templates that Risa wouldn't know the contents of. Uncle Jorvis was tasked with being her XO, as the man had plenty of void travel and combat experience, and with a veteran Astartes for a bodyguard, plus her blood-bound regiment of Catacans, via her husband, Risa should be as safe as possible, in hell. Uncle Wendian will stay at Forge Shanlong on the Bellis, and wait for the next 2 Lima destroyers to be completed, and then travel to Triplex Fall with the new ship templates. He would return to Illavar later, with whatever prize ships the large shipyards will be able to gift to our clan. Perhaps with more tanks and gunships in the cargo hold, if the fabricator was generous. He also had a dozen babies left in his care, also blanks. Forge Triplex Fall would definitely appreciate their genes. Veteran Blood Angel Turkio was assigned as his bodyguard and my insurance until they returned to Illavar. And that was it. I needed the corvettes for my Canticle's escort, and they weren't really capable of independent deployment, as almost any other vessel would outgun and outmass the small escorts. I did have some 30 boys with blank genes in the nursery, but they were slated for the Space Marines after they lived a nice childhood and learned all I could teach them and conceived the next generation with their own harems. My own cargo holds were chock full of light armor vehicles and even a few dozen Volcano Sentinels as an incipient anti-Titan corps. The long lance weapons were held and used as sniper rifles, and I split them evenly among my Void Marines and the better Sentinel pilots from the Catacans. All the pilots had to accept Savant implants because these walkers were awesome but also expensive and rather hard to replace. The fabricator of Shanlong owed me greatly for the precious Archaeotech relics salvaged from the Bellis, and thus an equitable solution had been reached. I even had a short-range teleporter installed on the Canticle of Mechanicus production. The Canticle already had a warp teleporter, but usable only for potent psychers. Not all that useful, as I lacked psycher powers. With a mechanical teleporter though, and one accessible via my implant, new options have opened. These people in the future were slightly retarded when considering military stratagems, but I wasn't brainwashed into believing glorious melee fights were the ultimate achievement in someone's life. There was one thing to insert Astartes into key areas to capture a pirate ship, and thus obtain precious reusable loot at 1,000,000 TH of the cost. Or more, if there would be another Grand Cruiser as prize. But boarding Tyrannid or Chaos ships with Marines? Why? Wouldn't it be more effective to teleport an atomic warhead? My tech priests were already assembling a conveyor belt style mechanism to quickly reload the teleporter with atomic disinfectants and antibodies. An incline ramp on the upper deck would simply roll and guide the cylindrical warheads into position, then whoop. The bomb would be displaced inside the target vessel or fort, bypassing any armor and most types of shields. Even void shields could be breached if the enemy didn't carefully police their own transmissions, such as Auspex return lasers and graviton-based auguries, using those exact signals as locators for a teleport. Passive sensors would obviously not be affected, but nearly nobody in the universe bothered to safeguard themselves from active sensors' pings. The lessons of submarine and bomber warfare had been lost to the future, but I was ready to capitalize on the old addendum. Those who forget history are fated to repeat the same mistakes. Engines to full, make for the translation limit. I ordered from my captain chair, after the conclave was over and the farewells had been said, and the hugs to the departing kids faded. Canis wailed as well, somehow knowing his puppies were leaving for a long time. But after the fleet entered warp, I returned to my rooms to procreate more babies to replace the missing ones. One last time with Decima, who wanted a break to recover and manage the clan affairs without a marsupial pouch attached to her stomach. Henna was still good for a few more, and rather happy with her role. Then another squad of Catacans Amazons, and Naya, a new Void Marine woman, who reached adulthood right here among the crew, and wanted to take part in the clan's growth. Of course, a rogue trader was the best catch she could hope for, and there were many perks attached to her concubine role. No more work shifts and boring guard hours, a bit less training, better food and living quarters, and as expected, lots and lots of deep husbandry. Naya lounged in my lap as I rested in the cogitator armchair, and watched with interest as I struggled to complete another STC template for a ship assault rapier. Why does it have a single onslaught_Gatling_cannon? Wouldn't it be better with two? She wondered with a naive voice, while reading the description on the side. I let my left hand cup her breast as it drew my hand back from the holofield. That weapon fires 8,700 rounds per minute, each round as big as a heavy bolt. The recoil is immense, my dear. I explained in a gentle voice. It was hard to keep the small rapier from flipping over anyway. 2 guns would surely make it take off, backwards. I had to use triple-sized tracks, just for enough friction to counter the recoil, plus hydraulic absorbers. All right then, my lord. But I still say more guns are better. Perhaps smaller ones, she asked again. I saved the new template and opened the next, with 6 lost cannons stacked 3 guns over the next layer. Like this one? Well, the problem is energy. Lost cannons can't fire for too long, before the capacitor is discharged completely. I mused to myself. Whoever was in front of those guns wouldn't enjoy a single salvo, not to mention 3 or 4 shots. It looks great though, by the Emperor. These Mechanicus guys sure come up with the nicest weapons, don't they? Naya inquired naively, and Ludvius coughed for no reason somewhere beside the door. Well, the Blood Angel did have a point. Of course they do, my dear. But this weapon is a Blood Angel design. Sadly, they never considered us normal people, and the rapier controls don't have servomotors. Without power armor, it will be hard to use them, and harder to hit anything not standing still. Naya sighed in defeat. So we need power armor for our Void Marines, or servomotors, whatever those are. I kissed her head, and started working on that. Power armor wasn't an option, but servomotors were basic technology. Even I knew how to design a car steering wheel. Well, a car with tracks. A few hours later, the new beam rapier template was complete and Naya slept blissfully in my arms. Thus, I left her to sleep in my bed, and checked my timer. I had 3 hours of creation remaining, so I loaded the Doomhammer schematics obtained from Shanlong, Baneblades armed with a weaker magma cannon, a type of heavy lance that could melt rocks into lava or magma. It was a pity to have a super heavy tank use only one such weapon, and Naya was right. 2 guns were better than 1. I began by removing the troop compartment and installed an atomantic reactor in its place, then enlarged and upgraded the turret to hold a twin magma_cannon. Plenty of energy left so shields and defensive multilasers would be feasible. Ludvius had sneaked behind me to appraise the new template. This Baneblade variant, it's for your own troops, right? Yes, my friend. It will do for a start. Imagine 100 of them, besieging any feral world in the fringe. I replied thoughtfully while sipping from the recaf mug. No ammunition and no fuel, except radioactive rods for the reactor. Completely self-sustaining for a decade, he said in approval. Exactly my point. I saved the new tank template and went to sleep, hoping for a better future. Judgment, Chapter 57. During the trip back to my distant empire, I focused on creating a host of rugged but simple and cheap machinery for my own people. Here, I wasn't limited by the crazy regulations of the Imperium, which forbade innovation and invention. Not that I would even be able to create something like a rift_cannon to bend reality with every shot, or even a graviton_singularity_cannon which fires tiny black holes for fun and profit. No, my weapons and machines would be very familiar to someone from M2 or M3, because these machines were just that. Reconnaissance drones, made of flimsy steel sheets with a twin-picked/infrared passive auspex sensor, using a propeller and solar panels recharging Alaskan-type power pack for propulsion, to survey a hostile area from high altitude in near-perfect silence. The auspex's machine spirit should suffice to glide the drone over a designated zone. Servitor brain if really needed. Cheap attack drones, with a slightly more durable structure of steel with plasteel ribs and 2 propeller engines, to support 6 croc missiles or even 1 incendiary bomb. An active LiDAR/ultraviolet sensor to detect concealed targets under foliage or fog. Servitor brains to be used as pilots, for better accuracy. Ground attack aircraft, made of plasteel with a few titanium ribs for load bearing, with an assault cannon in a mobile turret underneath, and 8 hunter-killer missiles in free-fall slots, but guided by a single Logis engine installed in the cockpit. Unguided rockets and incendiary bombs could be used as well, against massed infantry or wooden cities. Again, servitor brains would make their loss less expensive, as pilots were valuable. Much smaller and 1,000 times cheaper than a Marauder_bomber. High-altitude interceptors, of plasteel and titanium, plated with a centimeter of ceramite over the jet engine and wing edges. This fighter had a loss cannon fixed solidly underneath for direct fire, and 8 long-range missiles to engage enemy air units like zeppelins, bombers, drawships, and drop pods. Wouldn't stand much chance against a true starfighter, but that Fury_interceptor is 5 times larger and maybe 1,000 times more expensive. Pilots might be needed, as skills and reflexes would make a big difference. I already had the light weasels for infantry support and suppression, but I made a Chimera variant with a twin autocannon and croc grenade launchers for backup and elongated the troop hold by 6 meters, to allow the carrier to carry 50 guardsmen in relative safety. The upper tracks were lowered in height by half, to allow firing ports on the upper hull, for the infantry inside. Heavy stubbers, or classic machine guns, would be easier to make, but also quite irrelevant against almost any enemy. Tyranids, orcs, Eldar, or Necrons would just shrug off normal bullets, so I didn't see the point of trying to build them. Perhaps for police units, against fragile humans. You may think those flying machines are easy to design, being many eras older than the current times, but the original makers had thousands of engineers and years to work with. I finished everything in 2 months, saved them on different dataslates, and marked them as ancient STCs from Old Terra. It was almost true, anyway. Just in time, as we arrived at Illavar the next day, so I got some sleep. The Vox channels instantly filled with 1,000 urgent requests from everyone with access to a phone. Radiophone. I waited for an hour and filtered through the transcripts. Years have passed since I last ruled from my capital, and many people seem to have forgotten me. Others had grown rich and powerful, especially the merchant and nobles' houses allied directly to me via bloodlines. It seemed Risa made it to Forge in Caladian just in time to cash in a favor, blowing up 2 orc battleships and supporting the Mechanicus to contain a large orc Wyak. The adamantium of those enormous warships would be melted and reforged into new destroyers and a fleet of missile corvettes, plus 100 Doomhammer heavy tanks, just like I needed. The tanks would have to be converted into the better variant at Antax, but such is life. Can't win them all. Wendian was still guarding Forge Shanlong, and their fleet was growing. The next 2 Lima-class hulls should be finished in a year or 2. And Virion was still crusading to the north. His fleet increased with 4 more destroyers and an older cruiser captured from the locals, who used it as an orbital fort and trade station for lack of repair. He did manage to lose 4 corvettes somehow, so the total numbers were much the same. But I couldn't expect everyone in the clan to have my cheater luck, although Risa seemed to have inherited that trait, instead of the blank gene. Fate is a fickle mistress, right? I immediately dispatched 3,000 tech priests on the Litany light cruiser to Natale, the location of Virion's outpost, to repair the cruiser hulk enough for a single warp trip to Antax. Old ships wouldn't help us directly, but a forged world could indeed create another amazing vessel like the refurbished Lament cruiser. It's hard to imagine, but consider finding another great pyramid somewhere, with a treasure of gold and bronze relic weapons inside, or another Sistine Chapel. That's how the Mechanicus view old ships being found, cleansed, and lovingly restored as the Omnisia's armored fists. Old ships might also contain forgotten cogitator codes and rites, Logis engines with sacred data engrams never seen before, and so on. Lost star charts, hidden vaults buried in walls, some rusted unpowered weapons that in fact can one-shot demons or planets. The architect from the dark age of technology might be lost, but could also be found. With my Kentacle here in orbit over Illavar as defense, the Litany could be spared for other duties, such as supporting the hymnal in the northward expansion. There were still some 20 human feral worlds out there, free for the taking, till we would meet the orcs. A Katakan regiment and 2 armored battalions departed on the Litany, with 2 corvettes as escort and an Astartes bodyguard for my daughter Finona, the new captain of the Litany. His name is Alactus, and I'm glad he didn't have to die this time. Then I landed at the Blank Valley, which had grown again, and got welcomed with a dozen more Blank girls prepared to become my concubines. It wasn't just duty, as they were pretty and eager to contribute to the salvation of mankind. I tried to make it quite clear to every Blank what we meant for humanity, as our genes would protect our descendants from chaos and demons. To be part of such a grandiose plan was enough for most of them, and having a life of safety and luxury in this quiet valley was a better life than most of the humanity could hope in the grim 40th millennium. My wife Serena summoned a huge welcoming ball for the next week, where all the big shots would send daughters and sisters to entice me into becoming closer linked to the high classes. She even marked one of the noble women as a potential wife, should Decima agree. I glanced at her picked capture and kinda agreed. But pictures were not everything. As I got close and took her hand for a dance, Grindel screamed in agony and fell to the floor. Blue smoke started flowing from her eyes, and my Astartes quickly formed a defense perimeter. Lord Pef. The woman is a witch. Rafen shouted and drew his special bolter out. The one with phase iron munitions. I held my hand out for calm. A psyker no doubt, and perhaps a telepath, making her way up the noble ranks, with more ease than simple womanly deceptions and wiles. Reading people's thoughts and perhaps influencing them to her will. But a witch? That meant something else. I have seen chaos servants, and they had a certain smell. Couldn't marry the woman anymore, not if she fainted from a single touch, but I had other jobs of similar importance. Astropaths of my own, perhaps. Another mother for navigators. Battle psychers, if only I knew a good psyker that could help me. Wait, I did. Lord Holburn. Meet me at the medical labs on the South Spire. Astartes Rafen will wait for you. I asked on the Vox channel to the Kentacle. So you have met the Blue Soul woman, her light is blinding me. His reply came as if he was dreaming. He probably was, I just realized. Navigators didn't see time like all of us. Bring an astropath and a biologist Muggos with you. You know which one, the scary one with 12 scalpel arms that hangs around the nursery. I continued without letting his tarot cards scare me. I made my own fate. Better send the woman to Terra and avoid the worrisome prophecy. I should give that tech priest a name. The Juggler, maybe. He made the kids laugh by juggling his scalpels with unfailing accuracy and grace. Better not think how fast those blades could exterminate all the nursery and guards. Possibly all the crew with some virus. As you say, Captain Lancefire. Beware the 13th hidden blade, he muttered prophetically and closed the Vox channel. I was now quite certain he didn't mean a hidden scalpel, but the Black Crusade to come. I wonder if he knew what his visions meant. Probably not. The words would come true, but they wouldn't mean what you thought when you heard them. And likely make you turn on an ally, and make him become your enemy. Damn seers. That's why I hated the crazy Eldar. They would always point you in the wrong direction, at the wrong target. If they were so wise, how come they created Slaanesh then? No, I would trust my own judgment. It hasn't failed me yet. Easy's Chapter 58. An hour later, I returned to the Governor Ball after making sure my navigator would look after the new psyker and teach Lady Grindel the rudimentary necessities to avoid becoming a danger to herself and everyone else. Psykers could be a potent force multiplier if used correctly in a dozen fields from medicine to warfare or diplomacy. They could also create huge trouble if left undetected and untrained. Even my gifted daughters with Rose would suffer from same risks and benefits, but I expected they were already on Terra by now, and receiving training from a psyker group like Adeptus_Astra_Telepathicus Scholastia Psychana. All except Janice, who went with Rose, possibly providing the same service as Justine had, only better. Her mother did train the girls a little, establishing a core of mental fortitude and the use of a telekine dome which should protect them from bullying and other harassment. But more advanced abilities, like the precious Gate of Infinity, teleporting great distances via a warp corridor, would take many years to master. They were also strongly advised to request testing for the Inquisition, because the training would be much better and their powers in the Imperium would be nearly absolute if they passed the trials. Meanwhile, my own navigator house was slowly taking shape, with a dozen adepts opening their third eye and undergoing basic training from the available navigators in my fleet. We don't talk about those who failed, but the Mechanicus priests have taken the mind-wiped or exploded corpses to use them in various ways, from psychoactive purity seals and organic components for Geller field generatoriums, to psycannons and psygrenades and other esoteric and blessed munitions for my Astartes. My hive capital is scheduled to receive a citywide Geller field sometime in this decade or the next, depending on the affluence of more organic parts. I don't doubt there will be sufficient failures among the new navigators, as even the venerable houses have many of them. A new house like my own is certain to have over 90% failures, until we come up with a workable system, or we luck out with more dual blank/navigator genes. Also, the Night House is getting started, with over 100 young pilots training in holo simulators and practicing live piloting on armed sentinels. And those are all my brothers, from my mother Justine and Lord Whitelance gene stock, but grown artificially by the tech priests in a mechanical uterus. There were failures among them as well, and the nice Mechanicus tech priests are using the salvaged parts for a more reliable targeting cogitator on the Canticle and more machine spirits, intended for the Volcano Sentinels and the Baneblades variants. Best not to think about it too hard. It works and the Emperor protects. By the next year, I had a new generation of kids born in the Blank Valley, and Victor provided a dozen more blank descendants of his own. Many more kids with my numerous noble and catechans concubines, but the number of blank kids stayed the same, still about 30 per year. It must be a hardwired limit somewhere. And the golden veins of the Sanguiner's blessing have completely transformed my heart and lungs, giving me a lot more stamina and inner strength, and now the tendrils tingle towards my head and groin. I really hope nothing bad happens, as I need both my mind and my spear to attempt my grander plans. Not that relic Sanguinius's spear, although it will come in handy someday, but my other spear. My daughter Larise has sent word that she'll depart for Forge Antax soon, once the fabricator at Forge Incaladian finishes preparing a light cruiser for her, another endurance class but upgraded with the Lima-class torpedo cells and twin volcano batteries. It isn't that much of a favor, but the cruiser will be loaded with attack gunships and heavy tanks, which we cannot yet produce in the fringe. Forge World Inquisition is also building two types of corvettes, one a remodeled torpedo barrage stalwart_escort_ ship without warp engines and navigators, and another escort type similar to the Retribution pattern I made for the Imperial Navy. They also preferred converting the destroyer hulls already in production to the Los Angeles class, as those were simpler and faster to build and used more common or cheaper weaponry. Logistics was always a big factor, and every Forge world had different capability and expertise. Wendian had also departed towards Forge Triplex Fall, in command of a Lima destroyer while his son commanded the other. Nepotism was the name of the game in a rogue trader dynasty, and with every new and bigger ship that family branch grew in power, wealth, and reputation. Expansion to the north was due to restart soon with a fleet anchor point at Natale, just after the chant for the vanquished. The repaired cruiser left for Antax and the new orbital forts were placed and armed. The forts were still mere metallic asteroids with guns and shields, but why fix it if it works? Illavar had about 50 such forts in orbit, and 50 more planned. This galaxy was dangerous, the distances vast, and in space nobody could hear you scream for help. I mean, they could, if you had astropaths, and they also had astropaths that listened, and there wasn't a Tyranid silence or a warp storm blocking the transmissions. Better be safe than hope some Astartes chapter had a fleet nearby and ready to assist. Planet Natale itself had a few billion people, but only a single hive, the rest spread out in smaller towns all over the planet, split in warring factions of nobles and warlords. Much fewer nobles now, after Virion pacified the planet in the usual style. The planet did have large river plains for agriculture, and even steam power trains and factories. They would be of great help for my colonization plans, after a generation or two of interbreeding with the Katakan regiment. But the peace wouldn't last. I wasn't even surprised when my incipient Forge Retribution screamed for help as the warp disgorged a big orc fleet and a space hulk crawling with a billion green mushrooms. In an hour, I gathered what ships were available and departed for war. I did recruit Tech Priest Minories on my ship again, because his amazing brain power will be needed. My wife Serena was bulging from my husbandry achievement, and so was Henna, so they stayed on lever. Only dear Decima joined me on the rescue mission, and only the combat-able concubines. An orc waff invasion was not a pleasure cruise for noble concubines, despite their pleas. I had enough Astartes with me to consider capturing some orc ships, as the metal hulls alone would be worth trillions of thrones. Other weapons and ship systems could be valuable as well, and that space hulk was an immense prize by itself, going by the Astropath missive. By next week we arrived at Retribution with my battlecruiser, 2 frigates and 6 destroyers and 400 corvettes of various types. Yet again, another corvette vanished during travel, proof of their weak resistance in the warp. The Tech Priests and my ground forces were already under siege, 100 million orcs having descended on the Forge world looking for a good fight and more plunder. A single orbital fort was still standing, and a dozen corvettes had been lost by the defenders, somehow. It always amazed me how and why other people could lose ships against moron savages and flying bugs. Destroyers, change orbital plane below us and await orders to engage. Frigates, speed ahead towards the planet and glass whatever is infested and not protected. Corvettes, form in pattern beta on the Canticle. I ordered after a single minute of deliberation. The orcs were idiots, and it didn't take much to defeat them. Just avoid their armored prows. We wisely avoided the large space hulk for now as it was too slow to chase us, and the Canticles soon confirmed a damaged Apocalypse class _battleship was embedded deep inside. Only the gigantic engines and their known size and disposition allowing a positive identification. Otherwise, the orc fleet had a squadron of cruisers and a dozen rocks, escorted by a ramshackle of hulls of smaller size, more than 500 in corvette size and 24 in destroyer size. Nobody could identify the make and class of the original ships, because they were extensively modded and up-armored. Minories glanced at the holofield screen and cogitated for a minute. Lord Pef, I predict the orcs will retreat before we can capture all of their ships. We should damage their engines. Sadly, he was probably right. But only if their orc boss was alive to give that order. Also, a ship missing the bridge would have a few small problems attempting to retreat. Retribution, this is Pef Lancefire. Please confirm the location of the war boss, and any other large orcs that might continue fighting. I demanded as I delved into the machine spirit to have it listen at whatever Vox and Auspex return it could detect. The system map soon filled with a handful of pulsing icons indicating the command centers of the orc armada. Being tribal, the orcs would follow a command chain centered on the largest specimens, which in turn would obey the loudest and scariest boss among the tribe leaders. And they did that without encrypting their Vox channels. Ludvius leaned over my shoulder to allow his eyes to memorize the boss placement. Captain, we have sufficient Astartes on board to teleport on their ships and terminate all these bosses. I just sighed and turned towards Rafin. Do you agree, Rafin? The veteran was more cautious. I expect you have a completely different plan, which will seem obvious and easy after you win the battle, Lord Lancefire. I nodded wisely. Indeed, my friend. Today you are Sanguinius reborn. Such wisdom from an Astartes is surely a sign the Primarch has returned from death inside your body. I proclaimed in fake praise, and Canis added a loud wail in concert. I lowered my hand to scratch his furry head. You think so too, my furry friend? Of course, you do. You just need a pair of wings, Canis. These silly Astartes will worship you and feed you expensive steaks, and maybe offer 1,000 fertile bitches to create your own Canis dynasty. Woo, my space wolf agreed in joy. Perhaps I should get him a few mates. Then I urged the Canticle forward at best speed, and began lobbing atomic warheads on top of every orc boss, while adjusting the ship's course to stay parallel, but outside their big guns' weapons range. My heavy lances didn't have that range problem, and after 2 passes, the void was littered with listing cruisers and burning escort vessels. Easiest fight ever. Listen to Chapter 59. By the 3rd pass, I ran out of atomic warheads and the orcs ran out of intact cruisers and rocks. They still had numerical superiority, if only by a single ship. But then, the local orc captains panicked as their WAF field disintegrated with the deaths of all their larger leaders. By clans and tribes, they began turning the ships around, to escape. All escorts, pick a target and follow it. I commanded as the Canticle turned about and sped towards the Space Hulk, using our amazing speed to arrive behind it, or the place with more engines anyway. And now we teleport onto the Space Hulk. Rafin deduced genially. Well, he was Sanguinius today, so he would receive divine inspiration. In an hour or so. First we make sure the Hulk doesn't leave with my brave guards on board. Lord Dante will be upset if I lose you in the warp. I explained politely while my lances began melting one Hulk engine after another. Meanwhile, the Canticle was scanning and analyzing the Hulk for fissures and other weak points like flaws and unstable melds. The schematic of the Hulk began to assemble on the holoscreen, and each of those flaws soon received a torpedo to enlarge the gap. By the next hour, I had managed to extinguish about 100 engines and split off about 30 mangled ships and other hulls from the Hulk. The corvettes already successful in their antifungal task joined the Canticle and began burning the separated fragments with their lances and plasma guns, since I didn't need Genestealers or feral orcs to remain hidden in the wrecks. The metal was valuable, everything else much less. A couple of black-painted orc destroyers did reach the warp limit and escaped, but as their hulls would be exposed to the warp due to numerous holes and punctures, that was likely a worse fate for them. Who knows, perhaps the orcs inside would enjoy a good fight with unending hordes of demons or enslavers. All I cared about was dislodging the nice battleship before the Hulk transitioned into the warp. A dozen torpedoes later, the large fragment containing the Apocalypse-class derelict finally dislodged from the Space Hulk. There was still a lot of metal on the Hulk, but I was out of torpedoes too. Blood Angels. By squads, report to the Teleportarium and cleanse that battleship of invaders. Secure the reactor first, and then a hangar for reinforcements. I ordered, pointing at Ludvius. By your order, Captain. A battleship would be a glorious prize. Ludvius exclaimed bravely and started stomping towards the door. Take 10 times more ammo. Make that 20. I yelled after him. Rafen pouted as he had to stay and guard my life. Next time is my turn to conquer a battleship. Damn my luck. He complained like a huge child. Orders for boarding parties made of servitors, tech priests, voidsmen, and catechans were also sent, and I also launched fighters to provide escort for the assault boats. The Ogrins were not sent, as I wanted the battleship somewhat intact, if possible. Hulk smash. Ogrins were terrible around machinery, and always damaged doors and elevators on the Canticle, by accident. In fury and pain from combat, a company of Ogrins with adamantium weapons would ruin a lot of irreplaceable relics. Squad by squad, the Blood Angels inserted via teleport inside the battleship and began shooting. And shooting more. And then even more. Shrieking enemies flowed continuously into halls and walkways, but a company of Space Marines wasn't easily defeated. Terminators and dreadnoughts did carry huge amounts of munitions, but a battleship has immense volume, and all of it was infested with enemies. I had to teleport more crates with bolter ammo and drum boxes for autoguns, and the Astartes continued shooting. Orcs of a dozen kinds, Genestealers, then other creatures like Rakgol cyborgs and Tyrannid tyrants. And then, the hangar door opened and my landers could transport inside thousands upon thousands of servitors and rapiers and weasels and sentinels, and the tide slowly turned. I think I managed to chip away a quarter of the Space Hulk, before sirens blared and the behemoth started moving by itself towards the warp limit, an arbitrary boundary where the sun gravity was weak enough to permit warp jumps. My destroyers blessed the departing Hulk with the rest of the torpedoes, chipping away some more scraps of metal. And then the Space Hulk departed, after gifting me the prize I always wanted. A real battleship. Sure, it was damaged and will take a lot of effort to clean up and repair. But after that, the sky was the limit. The advance stalled when encountering a band of feral humans armed with melta guns, but I just sacrificed all the servitors to consume their gas canisters and sent more landers with new combat servitors, this time with adamantium shields for the front lines. Then I went to sleep, because winning still tires me, and my flesh is still weak. For a month, fighting continued deck by deck and corridor by corridor, until I ran out of cheap servitors and orcs to kill. The tech priests on Retribution were still besieged by millions of orcs on the ground, but we had orbital superiority and large orcish advances could be stalled or erased with lance batteries and even macro cannons. The corvettes began dragging crisped holes towards the shipyards, where the tech priests will begin reforging the metal into new and blessed machines of Mechanicus design. By the second month, most of the battleship had been cleansed, except the lower decks still crawling with human mutants, Genestealers, and other life forms of unknown types, perhaps Turellians. The Biologus Magi were ecstatic at the chance to capture and examine these strange life forms, although I didn't jeopardize my troops for their experiments. A large Genestealer managed to kill a couple Astartes, simply by proving more durable and vicious than the best of humanity's soldiers. Going by the tentacles growing on its front, it was likely one of the Genestealers. It took 3 Sentinels and a Blood Angel dreadnought to bring it down. Still, by the third month the battleship was declared clean, and I began sending most of the tech priests and engineers available to begin repairs. Under armed escort, of course. The Genestealers were rather smart, and many could still hide in a vault or pipe or other hidden place. With some effort the Apocalypse was pushed and dragged in orbit above Retribution, and the Cult Mechanicus began build scaffolds and docks around it. My Blood Angels rested for a few days, then continued liberating the crippled orc cruisers, although the job was much easier without the terrible speed and fierceness of the Tyrannid's bioforms. The catechans aided as much as they could, taking the second line and providing cover and rest for the power-armored Marines. I used the Canticle to sear away all life on the damaged orc rocks, and also deployed my armored units on the surface of Retribution. Slowly, the invasion was pushed back and forced away from the main spires of the Mechanicus, where we could use orbital support more liberally. Super heavy tanks like Baneblades, Fellblades, and Doomhammers proved too well armed and armored for these orcs, and my ships would immediately target any sign of a warboss emerging in the wasteland. The other vehicles aided with patrols and lighter fighting forces, and by next year we declared Retribution saved. The orcs would sadly always return either from the ground sprouting like mushrooms or invading again with spaceships or hulks. Just like in the Imperium of Man, Forge worlds made extremely tempting targets for invasion due to the amazing technology and weapons that could be plundered. And thus, I met with my fabricator and unloaded all my templates on him for cheap but numerous war machines that would safeguard our security. These are real antiques, Lord Pef. Sure, they are easy to make, but would have little combat value, the fabricator complained, rather logically. I understand, Muggos. We need a few millions of each, and then you may build nicer and stronger machines. But first, basic needs have to be met. Then, system-only corvettes for orbital superiority. Also 1 million of them. I explained in a careless voice. A wave of furious metal tentacles filled the room. Outrageous. So many work hours and holy litanies wasted on worthless drones and fighters? And those corvettes are shamefully weak, he explained and sputtered a dozen curses in Benharic and High Gothic. I shrugged and poured myself some wine. The tech priest was right, obviously. They would be weak and fragile compared to the nicer fighters of the Imperium. But I wanted air power, and I will have it. Also, we need to find compatible females for my dog. I want every recon squad to have their own wolves. I explained sternly, and petted Canis, who mewled in pity. The fabricator sighed in defeat and began collecting gene samples from my quadruped companion, who was clever enough not to raise trouble in front of a deadly tech priest. He had possibly seen the juggler as a puppy and was correctly terrified of what a tentacled cyborg with metal limbs could do. Your space wolf is an admirable specimen, Lord Pef. I don't understand how you managed to receive one, the Muggo said in praise and petted the meat Canis with admiration. I thought how to answer, then told the truth. I told the space wolf not to bite me. He was very impressed. The Muggos waved a tentacle in frustration. Go away, for now. I'll need to call Antax for help and request more tech priests. And I'll have to share these relic templates for it, he said in a metallic growl. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, my friend. I have a score more, hidden somewhere. And you get this nice battleship to work on. Who else has a relic battleship to investigate and repair, eh? Imagine what could be found inside the Gnostic vaults and the sealed cogitators. He stared at the ceiling for a second, then nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps you are right, rogue trader. There is no higher honor than discovering the work of the ancients, including old machines from the Blue Terra. I waved a hand and left his armored quarters and hid my face into Rafin's ceramite chestplate. Ouch! What was this for? I muttered and rubbed my bulging nose. Oh, I was listening through the door. Metal conducts sound very well, he explained patiently. Bone Kingdom, Chapter 60. By the time I return triumphant to Illavar, my uncle Wendian has arrived at Forge Triplex Fall, the largest shipbuilding forge in the Ultima Segmentum. I dare say he was well received as a representative of the Lancefire rogue trader house. The fabricator knew he had merely repaid one favor with the light cruiser given to Veryon, but by now he had received a few adamantium transports and even more STC templates found by me in the fringe. I won't get a battleship, which are all reserved for the Navy for the foreseeable future, nor Titans. But Wendian wants his own capital ship, and thus he barters for a nearly finished Dominator_cruiser to receive the Macross pattern upgrade. A kilometer-long section of the dorsal side will be reserved for vertical torpedo launchers, but losing the macrocannon's batteries on that section, since the loading and shock-absorbing mechanisms take enormous space inside the hull. Instead, the Mechanicus will install 100 Lost cannons on both sides, and 100 quad light flak batteries for close defense. It's not perfect, but the Dominators do come with a prow-mounted Nova cannon, which is very, very, very good. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to reverse engineer such an advanced weapon, but maybe I can scan and copy just the Nova shells. Then I could make Nova mines, and have a small chance with the Tyranids. Powered by a rather simple fusion engine, those mines could be moved, slowly, and sent into the path of a Tyranid fleet. Meanwhile, the lucky Risa continued her tour and visited Forge World Akatran, and managed to score another favor by crippling an invading Necron carrier called a Cairn_class_tomb_ ship, with all her torpedo destroyers shooting at once, including the single vortex torpedo in her tubes. The rear engines and one wing broke off, and the tomb ship lost power to weapons, making it an inviting target for boarding. The Mechanicus tech priests soon capitalized on that, and invaded the Necron ship with thousands of battle automata and 1 million of Scutarii, and then sent even more, once all their initial forces were killed. Then a dozen Elysian regiments were sent to hold the inner front lines with their multi-melta armed drop sentinels, losing half their guardsmen in a desperate battle, even with Mechanicus support. The defending Necrons were completely superior in firepower and would always resurrect if not melted to slag. An entire Space Marine chapter called the Black_Templars arrived from Fergax and finally managed to pacify the wreck, and only lost 30% of their brothers. During the siege, 3 Necron Scythe_class_harvest_ ships arrived to attempt a rescue, and Risa miraculously managed to blow up one of them, again with a full torpedo salvo, before running away like a true rogue trader. Of course, such a victory didn't come cheap, and my daughter lost a precious torpedo destroyer, which kinda sucks. Hopefully, that loss will be restored by Forge Akatran without having to pay the full cost. The Astartes and the Mechanicus lost a lot more, but the Forge world was saved, and they even got a huge prize in the shape of an advanced Necron ship. And with that small dataslate provided as a gift, I'm almost sure I have another ally among the Ultima Segmentum Forges. Sure, they might be dicks and refuse to trade in good faith, but then there will be no more aid. No more templates, no more free adamantium, no more rescue fleets. Their fabricators should know this even better. That Forge world was next door to a huge orc empire called Charadon, which launched new wafts decade after decade, if left unchecked. And Rose also messaged me, a short few lines how Jane was safely placed, and she found some voiceless women that could help me. Then again, astropath messages were sometimes weird or required special knowledge to understand. I kinda suspect what she meant, and the Inquisitor possibly didn't want to disclose everything over the warpnet. Last good news was the fall of Mandragora. Only that system, not the entire Necron dynasty, but the Tyranids, and the Billions, did manage to break through and eliminate the Necron capital. So I had an idea and walked cheerfully to my vault, and powered up the mental Skype with Trazyn the Infinite. It's me, the puppy guy. I commenced as if we were old friends. Of course you are. So, did you find something to trade? The old Necron demanded forcefully. Well, let's put it this way, Lord Trazyn. Now that Mandragora has fallen, I need a new target to send those pesky Tyranids after. Got any enemy close by? I wondered in a more cheerful tone. A long silence followed, which was possibly a good thing. I see. Perhaps we can work together then. How about Bone Kingdom Drazik? The Necron collector mused in a wary voice. Not exactly close by, but it should work. Doable, with some effort. By the way, I located that Tau sword I heard about. Some person named Commander Farsight has it. A Firecast leader in the Tau enclaves. I had it for a better future barter. Again a long silence followed. This can be confirmed, with some effort. And what do you need in exchange? Mysterious voice in my head. Now it was my turn to think it over. A very simply and rudimentary spaceship drive. Speed of travel and size of the engine are not really important. Only the ease of manufacture. I asked after considering other outrageous proposals. Advanced weapons or systems of Necron design might be potent, but not reproducible. Trazyn cursed a few times, as he knew this wasn't such a simple deal. How exactly easy to build? Do you need it? I smiled inward and thought how to articulate it. Imagine, for example, a Mechanicus Forge world that can only produce a design using a simple but detailed schematic for every part. Then make it even easier, if possible. Also accessible materials, like iridium or adamantium, nothing exotic. The Necron Lord cursed again. I begin to see the problem. Something akin to those Tau engines, but even simpler. This will take a few years to construct and test. At least you didn't ask for a teleporter made from steel. I have a teleporter, just like you do, Lord Trazyn. But these allies of mine are less advanced. They did manage to cripple that tomb ship at Atrakan, so I should consider that another gift. One less enemy, right? I asked in faint amusement. Atrakan. A Forge world. Those are your allies? He asked with suspicion. They make lost guns and sentinels, so you may imagine how simple the ship engine must be. Although, of course, there is no way to build those engines in the Imperium of Man Xenos technology and all that discrimination. I complained a bit. A minute later, the Necron Lord replied with more confidence. Upon the destruction of the Bone Kingdom, you will have your cheap engine, stranger with a puppy. Be warned, it will need to be large, to make it easy to construct by those primitive tech priests. You'd need at least a 10-kilometer-long ship to fit it into. And you will need 3 times as much reactor power than a regular warp drive. Easy build reactor is not included in this trade. I sighed and closed the mental link. Then, reverted the stasis field and took the elevator to the bridge, finding only the emergency crew at their stations. Couldn't actually leave a battlecruiser like the Canticle unmanned, because reasons. Someone might steal it, for example. So I sat in my command chair and opened the Lancefire Empire map, tracing routes and output yields from my planets and mining systems. Liberation, the first system I grabbed from the pirates 3 decades ago, was now a productive and highly profitable enterprise, with 23 million servitors working as miners and smelters, and over 1 million other people, like 5 guard regiments on the outposts and orbital forts, plus engineers, tech priests, scribes, and various merchants, servants, and a dozen clansmen to oversee our wealth. The local forge was principally making iron, steel, plasteel, and titanium bars and ingots for my own industries. Other valuable minerals like iridium, tungsten, and osmium were sent directly to Antax. Iron and copper were being mined planetside on Illavar and Retribution, while Natale was proving to become important for producing coal and promethium as well as food and textiles. The locals already used some early type of steam engines for locomotives and mining equipment, and also for seagoing vessels and toxic electric power plants based on fossil fuels. This will have to change, and already did with the tech priests brought by Phenona. Fusion power plants were 1,000 times more efficient, and the precious coal and promethium could be better used to make carbon steel and heavy flammers, or combustion engines and jet fuel. Those millions of ground attack and interceptor airplanes will need a lot of cheap fuel, as will the Weasels and most light tanks. We still needed a good source of radioactive minerals for the fusion generators, and growing our population a dozen times, via immigration to the feral planets. But for all that, I would have to take a fast trip to Sotha, and change the beacon to illuminate the next target, the Necron Bone Kingdom from the Ghoul Stars. Teleport, Chapter 61. Sotha had been declared a dead world by my Rose following the exterminatus we had conducted on the poor planet. In theory, this meant nobody would be around to check on it, plus there might be some escaped Tyranid organisms around, in the asteroid belt or such. I wasn't worried about the Pharos installation, because its living rock bunker was made to contain a god, or at least the fragment of one. But 3 weeks later, I was proven wrong. A dozen Scythes warships were prowling the Sotha system, including a battle barge, and the idiots were even trying to land and excavate the entrance to the Pharos, using heavy tanks and exoskeletons on top of their power armor, called a Centurion. There was still molten rock and flowing lava covering the burned planet, as expected, but the Space Marines had a duty, and didn't seem to care about the harsh conditions. "Stop your digging, Scythes." I sent it once via the Vox. Their friendly chaplain, Lord Hornadle, appeared on my screen via a PIC transmission in less than a minute. "You Haven't you done enough, rogue trader? He asked me in a disgusted voice. I smiled prettily with my new teeth. Don't make me come there and punch you again, Astartes. I growled menacingly, just like Canis did beside me. Only his growl was 1,000 times more scary, because the wolf had grown to full size in the past year and his vocal cords thrummed with subsonic chords striking at your deepest fears. That seemed to work better than my pathetic threat, probably because a space wolf wasn't something anyone could have. We have our duty, Lord Lancefire. Unless there's an Inquisitor backing you again, we will continue establishing the fortress monastery. The damn librarian announced proudly and shut off the transmission. Okay then. Time to visit the vault and retrieve my special motivational implement. I held my left hand out and Ludvius dragged me out of the command chair. Funny, I know. But until my whole body was infused with the Sanguinar blessing, using a power armor was still awkward. You still don't stand a chance against a space marine, Lord Pef. Not to mention a chief_librarian. My Astartes friend muttered as a warning. I sighed in acceptance and patted his oversized pauldron. I don't exactly mind the sides protecting the place, Ludvius. I just don't want them digging. That would be very bad, should the thing down there escape. Rafin rose an eyebrow, perhaps in surprise. Ha! And you said guarding you would be boring, Captain Pef. You were ready to beat up a defenseless librarian, for his own good, he commented with a chuckle. Not really defenseless, as long as the guy had psyker powers on his side. However, I did have a counter for that. Might still need to, if he doesn't behave. Thrasius, phased munition clip ready, if you will. I demanded while marching past the last surviving scythe in my retinue. The Astartes captain hesitated for a second before following me and the Blood Angels into the elevator. I'd rather not shoot at my own chaplain, Lord Pef. Bad form, and a betrayal of my oaths, he muttered in displeasure. I nodded grimly. If the 10 below escapes, then it would be bad form. I'm not confident I can defeat such a being, not yet. I explained in a sterner voice, and patted my loyal Canis as he pushed his bison-sized head into my shoulder for support. Thrasius blinked and looked away. We would be all rather impotent against the god, no matter our duties and oaths. So you know that secret as well, even though only captains have access to the old logbooks and the Foundling Codex, the scythe grumbled to himself. In a few minutes, I reached the vault and took out the sanguineous spear and an enslaver bone. I passed the spear to Rafin as if it was only a scene prop. Hold on to this, Rafin. Try not to give in to those urges to shout benedictions and battle hymns. The veteran Astartes was rather impressed, but held on to his senses. So much power, no wonder Brother Archeo went mad with glory and pride. And yet, you don't even consider it a worthy artifact, instead choosing that Xeno bone for yourself. He mused out loud. The spear is strong, that's true. But only in the hand of a Primarch. I don't see wings growing on you, Astartes. I said in a sober tone, and opened the next vault with the sounding board. Soon enough, I mounted the ancient artifact on a Cyclops remote-tracked vehicle and had it advance in front of us towards the teleportarium. This Cyclops didn't have a plasma warhead inside, but it did have a few pairs of mechanical arms to secure its load. The hexagonal teleport platform already held an atomic warhead ready for deployment, just in case. Made it easy for me to simply lock onto a location and deliver a small sliver of sunfire, in just the right spot to illuminate some idiot's thoughts. Captain Thrasius wasn't stupid and saw this as well, because the warhead was deliberately marked with radiation warnings and Mechanicus litanies for soul purification. I do hope our chaplain will be reasonable. He commented in apprehension. Go on, Captain Thrasius. Speak to your spiritual leader, and have him listen to my advice. Fortifications, yes, but no digging. I'll be down in the Pharos for other work. I invited him, while opening my chest plate to extract the rosette-shaped cog. With a flash, the scythe captain teleported beside the recalcitrant librarian. I could have beamed the atomic warhead instead, and he knew it very well. A minute later, The Cyclops and my group beamed straight into the Pharos main chamber, using the rosette to ping a locator beacon, left behind by a helpful Inquisitor. Almost instantly, my mind was assaulted with empathic links from the Pharos. A road guiding to safety or to ruin. I whispered with a forgotten memory. The Xeno bone floated in front of me, ignoring the material reality. So I locked on the location of Trazyn and pushed it gently with a finger. The air distorted and the bone vanished, emerging thousands of light years away, still afloat. Enslaver bones are quite amazing, right? I commented towards the surprised Necron Lord. Is this another gift, stranger? He wondered after a minute of silence, probably after updating his esoteric defenses and scanning the alien bone for danger. Of a different nature. A gift for someone. An Inquisitor of Ordo Xenos will be the one to find the ship engine when it's ready. And she will need a potent mind shield and mind lance crafted from that bone. I expect you have already retrieved the Chronofield blade, and perhaps the Immortal Bearer as well. I explained and turned off the mental link. Knowing the Necron Lord's abilities, he had surely confiscated the Xenoblade and its user, possibly already a decade ago. Temporal manipulation was easy for Trazyn the Infinite, and a path to achieve plenty of objectives or artifact collections, just like that entire Tyranid fleet he kept in his Tesseract field. I wasn't going to lose my parents in this universe. With some Deus Ex Machina magic, they could be extracted through time, just like missing Primarchs or Dark Age of Technology artifacts. However, trading with Trazyn wouldn't be easy at all. He was still a monster, and not quite sane. Luckily, the galaxy was literally crawling with relics and heroes that Trazyn could be enticed to collect and save. And now that I have proven my own ability to transport valuable artifacts in an instant, the ancient robot zombie would have to be wary and cautious, since he stood to lose much more. Instead of a simple exotic bone, there could have been a scrap code warhead or something just as annoying. I turned to find Rafin posing in a victory stance with the holy spear held valiantly over his head. Damn idiot. Rafin. What did I tell you? No pride and glory, until you grow wings. I shouted at him and pointed my finger down. The veteran caught himself and rapidly lowered the spear, hiding it behind his back, like a child caught playing with matches. Hee. Sorry, Captain, he declared in a not-too-sorry voice. Ludvius chuckled and grinned as this was a good joke. Astartes Rafin needs to pray and meditate on his actions, Lord Pef. Such behavior is unseemly for a mere sergeant. I sighed and returned to scanning the segmentum for more useful real-time events and incoming attacks. Couldn't do much about thousands of human worlds under attack from hundreds of various Xeno or traitor bands, but I could keep an eye for the precious Forge worlds and send a relief fleet to arrive at an opportune time. I turned my attention on the Badab sector that lies within the Maelstrom zone of the Segmentum Ultima. This area of the galaxy has become a haven to pirates, heretics, and renegades. The Maelstrom Zone is a region of lawless wilderness containing about 24 orc empires, 15 Hrud infestations, and 100 human pirate strongholds. I engaged the Remembrancer implant to mark down targets for rapid conquests and ship acquisition. A wealth made of 1,000 destroyers, 100 cruisers, and even a few battlecruisers could be obtained in my next crusade, although for effective ship boarding I would need more Astartes. Like these scythes, wasting their time defending a magma world. Plus, if I do manage to confiscate those pirate ships, the future tyrant fleet will be much smaller, and thus reduce the amplitude of their rebellion. But first, I would need to eliminate the enormous danger posed by the Dark Forge of Galmec. And even if I might succeed with a deep strike modeled after the Deathwatch, there was no real need. I had the means to exact retribution right here. Please be quiet, both of you. I murmured while delving deep into the Pharos powers. The teleport function worked backwards too, and you could bring something to you, if you knew your target well enough. And I did. In a flash, the cyclonic torpedo aboard my Kentacle materialized inside the Pharos chamber and I started working, using my Rosetta to activate the catastrophic warhead, releasing the safeties one by one. After a long hour of tense ordnance activation protocols, the twin-stage warhead activated and began humming ominously. A short prayer towards the Emperor for success, and the torpedo vanished in a spatial distortion. I felt tired suddenly and fell into a groaning armchair left behind from the previous visit. There we go. Galmec should be purified in 3, 2. I muttered tiredly as the Pharos link with the device vanished abruptly. Struggling to keep my eyes open, I tried to locate that corrupted forge world, but there was only fire and screaming souls in that spot. It probably worked. HIATUS Chapter 62. Ludvius shook me awake some time later, holding the spear in his other hand, while Raphin was kneeling and praying a bit farther. Served him well, playing with a sacred relic. I also made a note about the mental strain caused by long-range teleports, and then shrugged. I would do it again, against such a potent threat. Sadly, I was out of exterminatus-grade munitions, for now. My dear Rose, what do your tarot cards say about the Maelstrom? I asked in my mind. After a few seconds, she answered a bit surprised. I should have known that was you. Back on Sotha, she asked, just to be sure. Permission to target the Necron Bone Kingdom with our secret weapon? I asked instead. The Inquisitor remained silent for a long minute, which wasn't that good. Proceed with caution, traitor. And no more executing Inquisitors, if possible. That guy you wasted on Shanlong had powerful backers in the higher ranks of the Inquisition. They are not happy, even if the traitor's body and the rosette were recovered. Other important items were missing, somehow. Anyway, we will need 100 air purifiers at Sotha, and perhaps a couple more bicycles. And then, a lucky Inquisitor might find something of true value for humanity. Only she would need to visit a place called Styges_8 and recruit 1 million radical tech priests for a permanent expedition to the fringe. I advised her in a soft tone. I did miss my Rose. From the vault on Kentacle, a secret inquisitorial logbook appeared in my hand, then emerged into her own lap, even as far away as she was. A psyker staff followed a few seconds later. Oh, you kept them for me? That was really sweet. Jane could use this stick as she learns how to walk. Rose replied dismissively. No mention of the logbook, so it probably was important. Well, I suppose my blank navigator daughter could use the gifted psyker staff just as well. Rose surely had her own devices, possibly just as potent. Kiss Arjanis for me, and have her look into the future of Forge Mordax. I'd rather not evaporate the place like I had to do with Dark Forge Galmec, just now. The name Mordaka doesn't bode well for their chances. I asked in a slightly sterner voice. She was an Inquisitor, so she could well deduce what a name change would imply. It will be done, my dear rogue. And why would this busy Inquisitor care about those Xeno-loving tech priests from Styges, she wondered, this time in a cold warning tone. How about a spaceship drive that doesn't use the warp? Something rather simple to build too, almost like the ancients predicted the decay of technology and science of their descendants. I whispered in a secretive tone. I didn't say it was of human origin or Xeno. I didn't even know what the Necron invention will look like, except in size and materials. But I assumed it will be somewhat similar to the mechanical Geller fields, only even more simpler in design. My Rose smiled mentally, perhaps too used to my own fake STC templates. It made sense for her, and I wouldn't shatter her illusions. If such a thing exists, but then you already told me it will. That huge goal of yours, it would require warpless engines. So I should lead these heretics to your domain, and let them work on this ancient drive, outside the Imperium and its regulations. Rose mused while considering my proposal. Exactly. But they will need to provide a few universe-class conveyors, all filled with forges and servitors and tech priests. I'm not that rich and powerful, you know? I explained a bit more meekly. Right, you didn't kill the traitor Primarch Lorger at Forge Shanlong either. Just a tiny mouse, with no power. She replied in dismissal. I grinned widely. It had been an unlikely accident. So you heard about that. I only shot him a few times, with the Canticle, I said in mirth. I shot Fulgrim with everything I had and didn't even faze him. Don't tell me you splattered a Primarch by accident. Rose complained and laughed in my mind. I shook my head in amusement. Oh no. I deliberately urged the Canticle to shoot all our lance batteries at the winged thing. I just didn't know who he was until Ludvius told me. Take care, my Rose. I concluded the mental link, then softly brushed Janice's mind. See, my love. Daddy has the best gifts, right? Dad. This staff is amazing. And I can talk to my big sisters now, with my mind. Are you going to make more sisters with them, like with Mommy? Janice asked in an enthusiastic tone. I blinked and drew back, using my mind's eye to look around the warded room on their ship, filled with gorgeous, if stunned, silent sisters. Well, Rose had excellent taste in picking concubines for me. I wouldn't refuse a dozen blank Amazons, if they were willing. Only if they like me, Janice. But we blanks have to stick together, so they should like me a little. Also, I have a puppy, so there's that. Girls love puppies. I answered a bit amused, and sent her an image of Canis when he was much smaller. Puppy, the girl yelled in my mind, quite painfully. I had to cut the connection before her prodigious mental powers overwhelmed me. Perhaps the Psyker daughter wasn't all joy, even when she was happy. Then I turned my attention towards the Ghoul Stars and located the tomb world filled with insane Necron flayers. The Tyranids will not be so easily flayed, I suspect. The Pharos complained a bit, but managed to shift the illumination beacon on that world. The entire planet shook, since this seemed to be the maximum range of the warp lighthouse. What's happening, Captain? Ludvius asked a bit worried, looking at the shaking walls around us. The Inquisitor said to divert the beacon onto the next target, now that Mandragora has been devoured by the Hive Fleet Kraken. The Necron world of Drazik, home to the demented Flayed_1, will receive a fresh influx of meat and bones soon. I try to help them, you see? I explained patiently. My bodyguard just nodded and smiled grimly. Rafin was more circumspect and stared at me for a long minute. That device, it is too potent for a mere rogue trader to use. First, you sent a cyclonic torpedo right into the maelstrom, enacting Exterminatus on a Dark Mechanicus forge, with barely a headache. And now, diverting a whole hive fleet onto the Necrons. I nodded wisely and held a hand to be brought back to my feet. All true. And this is just the beginning, my friend. The Inquisitor will bring a few hundred more gifts for our enemies. Here in the Ultima sector, I will tolerate no more Xeno empires and traitor holdings. Or at least, nothing that would be truly dangerous to humanity. The veteran Blood Angel looked in my eyes and nodded. Not so boring after all. I was right, he concluded and patted my pauldron in encouragement. I also know a way to resist the Black Rage, Rafin. Painful, but doable. Do you wish to attempt it? I asked in a curious tone. His face told everything. It would be my honor, Lord Pef. Another magic of this device? Ludvius stepped beside him, asking for the same honor wordlessly. The Black Rage was always a terminal threat in their minds, and they knew it very well. How? Just tell us. Rafin demanded a bit forcefully. You need to return to Baal, and ask your apothecary to entomb you in the same sarcophagus you were implanted. Then find an ancestor brother to help you, while asking the angel for his aid. It will work, but it will hurt a lot. Your choice. I explained with a small shrug. Ludvius held the spear for me, but I declined. I couldn't actually use its powers anyway. That spear needs a potent psyker, and I'm not. But tell Lord Dante I can always reach out and take it, if he lets it rust in some vault. Farewell, my friends. I added as the space distorted and my bodyguards vanished, to emerge on their chapter's homeworld. I still had about 80 Blood Angels on the Canticle, and I planned to recruit the Scythes as well. Plus my blank sons undergoing implantation as blood angels on Baal would need my bodyguards to teach and keep them safe. And that enslaver bone will serve me much better than a relic spear, especially after Trajan worked it into a real artifact. Not that I planned to get into close fights with anything, but sometimes war came to you. It happened before. The temptation to act like Trajan and begin gathering artifacts and people to my side was powerful, but I didn't want that. Guiding my sons and daughters into easier paths was something else. Soon enough, I had a dozen ships sailing across the stars to liberate important worlds or support a forged world at key moment. Finona and her squadron was sent to acquire a mining system full of radioactive minerals, now named Radium, while Risa sailed towards a nearly finished Mercury_class battlecruiser at Forge World Conquistador. The Red Planet didn't classify Conquistador as Forge, which was kinda silly in my opinion. They made warships by the dozen every year, including that long-awaited Mercury. But now, they could change focus and begin mass-producing corvettes and destroyers, and give me a slightly upgraded cruiser for a small price. A dozen dataslates arrived in Larissa's hands, filled with nearly all my fake STC templates. Things that other Forge worlds had, and might even claim as their patented machines, but it wouldn't matter. Conquistador was not a Forge world after all. They could make whatever they wanted, and had to be ignored. Sure, they didn't have many templates right now, using only common templates to all Forge worlds, nothing special or critical. But 200 more sacred STC patterns, some of them unseen anywhere till now, would force Mars to change their stance and upgrade the so-called Conquistador research station to a full Forge world. Quite worthy in exchange for a single ship, or so I hoped. The nearby Forge Gants will also receive a few patterns, but as they built exclusively for the Ultramarines, I didn't have much that would interest them, except Land Raider and Rhino patterns with slightly more enhanced capabilities. After all this, I teleported back to the Kentacle, and began the slow maneuver to dock with HIATUS, the burned fortress monastery in orbit above Sotha. I had a few harsh words to speak with the sides of the Emperor. Fair Chance, Chapter 63. The Requiem, my escort frigate, took station under the Kentacle to protect the weakest side from ambush, while myself and 40 Astartes of the Blood Angel chapter embarked in my Stormbird shuttle and docked with the scythe battle barge called the Heart of Sotha, which was also parked at HIATUS to hasten the repair of the ancient battle station. I did leave the rest of my Astartes company on the Kentacle, because this was a war zone. Peaceful at the moment, but I knew better. Chaos, Necron, and Tyranid ships have visited here before, and the burned husk of the planet was the tragic result. Hornidal, the mouthy chaplain, awaited me among his own Astartes company. You seem to have grown in importance, rogue trader. From a mere light cruiser to a full overlord class. And a company of blood angels in support, for some strange reason, he began, dressed in a full regalia of purity seals and scintillating golden sides decorating his power armor. But now I had my own power armor, and a Rosarius on top. Plus a toothy engine of destruction at my side, called Canis. You wonder how his flesh tastes like, puppy. Perhaps we will find out, one sunny day. I whispered fakely and petted my huge wolf. Canis snorted at me softly. Enough posturing, Lord Lancefire. Captain Thrasius did explain the dangers of digging towards the buried Pharos, and thus the excavation has stopped. Especially since the interior appears to be accessible via the teleportarium, the Psyker Astartes proclaimed while posturing with a glow of his own. I nodded and removed my helmet, since this would be rather important. The defense of Sotha is still important to humanity, Lord Hornidal. We will aid by assembling a new ring of fortified asteroids for this purpose, and even loan you a few thousand tech priests and the use of my onboard forge to produce lost cannons and flak batteries. The chaplain seemed surprised and then sighed in acknowledgement. Should we expect yet another wave of enemies here? The Blood Angel snorted as if amused, so I smiled as well. We should always expect enemies, Astartes. Reinforcements as well, because we are not alone. Until then, begin gathering sickly serfs from your lower decks for their final task, in this life. The Cult Mechanicus priests will convert them into useful servitors and machine spirits for the forts to protect Sotha. Lord Hornadal nodded and waved his hand forward. These two sergeants, Astartes Certes and Edios, will be provided as your bodyguard, since Captain Thrasius has been tasked with a new mission at the behest of Ultramar. Good enough for the moment, Chaplain. But I will need 2 companies for boarding operations by next year. Make it happen, I demanded while walking past him towards the bridge. I was curious if the Heart of Sotho will allow me to command it. The 2 Scythe veterans followed me while surrounded by my other, slightly more loyal Blood Angels. None of them could be truly trusted though. For history did show too many cases of elite soldiers defecting or going mad, and all Astartes had a rather deterministic chance to fall to chaos. The Inquisition didn't help, as they tended to simply exterminate those who knew or even fought chaos forces, preempting any chance for humanity to become vaccinated by exposure. I wasn't an expert, and perhaps natural resistance did not evolve. Either way, I had a solution with my blank gene plan, among my clan first, then the Blood Angels, my private empire, and lastly the entire humanity. Someday. However, in the Imperium there would be enormous direct and indirect opposition for my plans, due to the organizations like the Ordo_Hydra or the Cabal or many other secret societies invested in keeping their power base or destroying humanity. I had decided to stake my bets with the Cult Mechanicus, although even they had a whole share of problems. But the Tech Priests could actually manufacture ships and weapons and robots and forts, and all those would buy me time. Move! I demanded from a scythe occupying my chair. The man turned in surprise, only to find himself yanked by a few Blood Angel and set aside. Your chair has been liberated, Lord Lancefire, Captain Raxiatel proclaimed in a sneer. I just sat down and flipped the null box lid, opening it for a centimeter. Not enough to blind the room with clavis engrams, but the Heart of Sotho would recognize the codes even so. Throne agent authentication detected, Ordo Xenos, Pef Lancefire. Purge the Xeno, the sentient construct boomed in my mind, and I closed the null box before it started proclaiming all the allegiance protocols, which would take hours. That is enough, for now. Show me inventory and munitions, I asked while closing my eyes and relaxing. As expected, the battle barge was provisioned quite well, especially as it just arrived from Ultramar. Full load of torpedoes, plasma batteries, a dozen lances, 2 Geller fields, and 3 powerful void shields, much like all the barges. Some battleships had 4 void shields, but then barges were not exactly built for fleet engagements, but for planetary assault. I marked the location of the Exterminatus and Vortex warheads, because I was prepared to suffer more headaches in exchange for obliterating a few more Chaos worlds. Attack was the best defense, and long-range Exterminatus would warm the hearts of even the coldest traitors. Then I began exploring the vaults, marking valuable relics and weapons kept in stasis for some obscure reason. Surely my Voidsmen could use force fields and plasma pistols just as well as an Astartes. An hour later, I realized I had become just like Trazyn, visiting people and stealing their stuff. His attempt at stealing the staff of the destroyer came to mind, just as I locked onto a glowing scythe held in stasis in a hidden vault. I mean, these poor guys probably didn't even know they had a real relic on board, quite certainly a force weapon able to behead greater demons or something. I must have lost track of time, delving deep into the hidden mysteries of the battle barge, because a gauntlet shook my shoulder, making Canis growl menacingly. What now? I asked, a bit annoyed. Lord Pef. Must you always take the command seat everywhere you go? A rather annoyed Captain Thrasius asked me. If the alternative is to allow some cannibal Ogren to sit in that chair, then yes. I thought you left for Ultramar already, I answered while slowly clearing my head. This barge was also in need of repairs, especially the Teleportarium and the Geller Generatoriums, for which the Scythes lacked the expertise to repair. They were warp-based technology, not just guns and plasma reactors, after all. I took my time to instruct these brother sergeants what to expect from you, Lord Pef. Your methods are slightly unorthodox, he explained with a faint smile. Okay, that made sense. I glanced at the two new bodyguards. Astartes Certes and Edios. You lack brain implants and anti-psyker defenses. Report to the Canticle and ask for Biologist Tech Priest Juggler to fix you. I have no need for those weaknesses, and people expected to defend me against plots and psykers. While saying this, I turned off the barge's active sensors and created a warning siren if they were enabled again. Then I dragged myself up, using the durable armrests of the command chair, meant to be used by Space Marines. Where to now, Lord Pef? Captain Raxiatel asked while I looked around the bridge. Torpedo room, I said, and immediately pointed at Scythe Neophyte blinking surprised at his dead Auspex station. You contact the torpedo master and let him know I will inspect his stores. And don't enable those teleport beacons for enemy borders, if you can. The newly implanted Astartes blinked in confusion and glanced at the former chair occupant. I didn't care right now, but I was almost certain they wouldn't listen. Not yet. We didn't manage to reach the torpedo room before loud sirens started blaring from all the speakers and vox boxes inside the barge. Battle stations. The bridge has manually enabled boarding actions against the ship. All personnel defend vital stations. The alert didn't stop and kept going at same deafening volume while I inspected the torpedo stores, taking care to touch and memorize the Exterminatus and Vortex torpedoes while the sides ran around in confusion. While I didn't have the side's codes for activation, I knew my rosette would be accepted, since even the barge's machine spirit did. By the time someone with more experience found the problem and turned off the sirens, my shuttle was already exiting the hangar, with me grinning like a schoolboy. You think they learned the lesson? I asked my new bedroom guard. The Blood Angel captain tapped his forehead to power up his own savant implant. Logic didn't come easy for men like him. Oh, you meant the Auspex sensor returns? Nope. I'm certain they think it was just a prank, like you're famous for, my lord, he concluded in a certain voice. Oh well. They shouldn't be surprised if a few torpedoes vanish mysteriously then. I tried to give them a fair chance. Bad news, Chapter 64. I slept like a baby afterwards, since the mental energy I consumed was quite exhausting. For a mere mortal anyway. But when I woke up, I saw Captain Raxiatel sip a little from my CAF, possibly checking for poisons or other assassination methods. Tough job, but he wouldn't die of old age anyway. No Space Marine had ever died a peaceful death. Plus, poisons might not even give him a tummy ache. These guys could digest concrete. Canis muled something long that should mean good morning, lazy bones, so I petted him for his loyalty. Cough, I uttered in my best morning zombie voice, afraid the miraculous cure will be drained by my guardian angel. But the hateful blood angel just waved the steaming cup a bit, forcing me to leave the comfort of my fluffy captain bed and crawl towards the lure. You should not become dependent on this cheap neurotoxin, Lord Lancefire. If there are battles to be fought soon, we will need your brains at full capacity, he announced me in a serene voice and gulped the precious liquid in a single slurp. I crashed on the carpet in defeat, while Canis wailed in despair beside me. The Blood Angel was right, of course. I already felt the sanguinary transformation affecting my brain, and the juggler scanned me every night to provide medical updates. At least I didn't have to waste time in a medical pod, so it was convenient. But he didn't have to torment me with the enticing smell. Sighing deeply, I stumbled in my shower for a quick refresh, letting the water cool gently until it became icy. As effective as CAF, if somewhat less pleasant. Another flip and warm air bathed my body and left me dry and clean and most importantly awake. What is the largest enemy around here? I asked the Astartes as I began dressing up for work. That meant a thermal sleeve suit, and then my looted power armor. What do you mean, my lord? High Fleet Kraken or something like that, he asked to be sure. I shook my head and powered up the cogitator, loading the Ultima Segmentum map. Then I traced an arc, centered on our location and reaching halfway to Terra, into the depths of the Segmentum. A worthy target for a deep exterminator's strike. I tend to lean towards a Hellforge, like Samick or perhaps Sarum. What do you say, Captain? I asked him, turning towards him. I could see his eyes measure the arc with concentration, no doubt going through a list of hated enemies and valuable targets. Well, the Dark Forge of Sarum would be an excellent target if possible. Last time the Imperium tried, we lost all our ships and troops. And then, there is the corrupted Forge of Junkata, already providing the enemy with a squadron of battleships and a myriad of demon engines. I'm not sure why the strike range is so limited, though. The Canticle can surely travel anywhere in the galaxy, he mused thoughtfully. I nodded and added Junkata to my target list. 3 cyclonic torpedoes set aside for this task, and 1 remaining for another day. 3 vortex torpedoes as well, but I would only take 2, in case the barge really needed extra firepower. For Octarius, the capital of a huge orc empire, I reserved an atmospheric incendiary torpedo, which should cleanse all biomass of the Xenos race before it became too strong to defeat. Another one for Mandragora, to eliminate that huge tyrannid tendril before it departed for a more tasty world, possibly one of mine. Wendian would have a short window afterwards, to mine precious Blackstone for ourselves. Blackstone, or as my buddies in the Mechanicus called it, Noctilith, was abundant on Necron worlds, but sadly those worlds were also usually abundant in Necrons, which made mining slightly more difficult. Mining on Mandragora would be hard, but only due to melted rocks, not enemy fire or claws. I would have to consider where to deploy the vortex torpedoes for best effect. Eldar craft worlds would suffer greatly, or perhaps the Tau. Give them a bit of chaos to upgrade their technology a bit faster. 1 for each then. I could be generous to both of them. I decided on Craftword Al-Atok, because these Xenos were the most annoying, often becoming corsairs and outcasts and raiding human worlds. Let them be raided by a few paint demons, for a change. And, so I did, teleporting down into the depths of the Pharos, and accidentally abducting a handful of torpedoes from the heart of Sotha. Let's say my mind slipped. First I brought all the torpedoes down, before taking a break to clear my mind. Dear Rose. So I heard that Dark Forge Sarum has been bad and needs to be punished. Permission to exterminate? I sent to my beloved Inquisitor. P.E.F.? Did you steal some Exterminatus-grade munitions from someone? My Inquisitor demanded sternly. I declined to answer, because that would be admission of a capital crime. Let's say I found them. But my Rosetta works well enough to activate the ignition protocols. So, was that a yes? I asked to make sure, although the humming warhead already vanished from the Pharos. It was dangerous to keep such a weapon inside closed doors. Fine. But you better have an ironclad alibi, you hear me? She yelled in my mind. I swear, nobody saw me leave the ship. Except Canis, so I guess it doesn't count. I explained patiently and hugged my faithful wolf, more for support since my knees were kinda weak. A minute passed in silence, before my Rose finished casting her tarot. You want the good news or the bad? She asked me in a tired voice. The bad, I guess, I murmured as I triggered the teleport to return to the ship with my last reserves of energy. Long-range teleports of big objects were hard, who knew? Thus, I never heard the bad news. Someone found me and called the juggler, and soon I was deposited in the medical bay with a dozen cables and conduits inserted in painful places. I woke up the next day perhaps, to find Decima holding my hand in worry. What are you doing, husband of mine? Even the Muggos is confused how drained you were. Can't answer that, beloved. Sealed by my Rose, I'm afraid. I whispered in a dry voice. My wife inserted a straw between my teeth and fed me some refreshing juice, still without caffeine. Whatever you did, has our Lord Navigator in fits of panic, and the chaplain of the sides shouting about punching you again. Decima continued after I felt a bit more hydrated. Canis lifted his huge furry head and nosed me with a pitiful look. Don't worry, puppy, I wasn't dying. Most likely. But I really needed to know the bad news now. Lord Holborn, come visit me when you have time. I spoke gently on the Vox bead. In a violet flash, the navigator appeared in the corner of the room, causing a few medical devices to sputter and spark blue flames. Pef Lancefire, you are a crazy madman. Well-intentioned, I assume, but utterly insane, he complained while his Aquila relic began glowing strongly, both eyes of the eagle turning a piercing blue shade. I patted Decima's hand gently. Perhaps you should wait outside, love. Canis can keep me safe, as can those two veterans beside the door. I advised her politely. My wife snorted and huffed, then walked away like a storm. So what happened, navigator? I asked while sitting myself higher on the pillows. The Immaterium has shifted brutally, Captain. We are stranded here, for however long it takes for the currents to settle. Also, a large Empyrean was released back into the warp, a powerful being called Sarum, or perhaps Sarum. The tides of the future are turned upside down, for those of us that can sense it, the navigator told me in a glacial voice. I turned on the implants to meditate of his words. The first thing was likely the beacon shift, which had been turned on the opposite side, from south of Sotha to the north. Bad news, but I expected this. The other part, though. Perhaps a great demon was bound into the depths of the Dark Forge? If the corrupted planet detonated from my torpedo, the demon would most likely die and return into the warp. If it didn't die, well, I had nothing that could stop a great demon. One of those could massacre a Tyranid hive fleet by himself, like I recall one of them doing during the devastation _of ball. Anyway, nothing I could do about it. I completely deny any allegations of such actions, navigator. First of all, I'm a blank. Nothing to do with warp or demons or Immaterium currents, even if I wanted to. Not sure why you blame me for all this? I asked in fake innocence. The navigator glanced at Canis and huffed in annoyance. Why are you in bed then? He demanded in a lower voice, as his relic began to tone down the glow. Ask my doctor, which I'm not. Something to do with my body changing and exhausting myself with command. Or perhaps my concubines. Or my brain implant acting up. Possibly all three and more. I personally blamed that angel on Estaban. I answered in outrage. It was all true as well. Just not the whole truth. Lord Holborn wasn't stupid, but he had no way to prove I was responsible. He snorted and vanished in a purple flash, because psychers. The bodyguard shrugged and checked their bolters on reflex. Psychers had that effect on people, I suspect. Rage Chapter 65. By next day I was back on my feet, but I decided to let myself recharge for a week or so. Those hellforges weren't going anywhere, and only I had access into the interior of the Pharos where the missing torpedoes rested. So I spent my day in bed, enjoying the command privilege of having two sisters of battle doing their best to relieve my stressed mind. Helena and Catherine didn't mind at all, and it all worked great. Until a certain chaplain heard what I was doing and decided to visit me anyway. Damn bodyguards. It will take some time to turn their loyalties towards me. They even allowed the chaplain to enter my rooms while carrying weapons, damn idiots. Chaplain, I do not intend a religious marriage with these amazing women, so your services are not needed. I explained politely. The Psyker Astartes sneered in disgust. I'm not that kind of chaplain, Lord Lancefire. I guard the purity of my brothers' souls. I sighed and urged my concubines away. Fun time is over, ladies. Go, you have patients to care for, in the nursery. In a minute, my room was occupied only by a psyker, a dog, and a blank, as my so-called bodyguards nodded politely and walked out. What is happening, Lord Pef? The astropaths are baffled, the navigators are scared, the alarm keeps blaring on the battle barge, and it seems some torpedoes have vanished mysteriously, he asked in a softer voice, and seeming worried. Then again, as a psyker, these events hit him much harder. Well, the situation is very complex and yet simple enough. Sotha is important, more than you knew. But you have to remember it was declared a dead world and interdicted by the Inquisition following the Exterminatus. Without my approval, nobody is allowed in this system. Not even your Primarch, if he returns sooner than I predict. I said in a level voice, but deadly serious. Entire Space Marines chapters have been hunted down and exterminated for going against an Inquisitor. The Astartes realized this just as well. I think I begin to understand. You would have burned us alive if we did stay to defend Sotha. And now what? We are your personal army, to maneuver however you need, he asked just to be sure. I don't need your entire chapter, Lord Hornadal. Nor are you subject to permanent duty, like these Blood Angels. The battle barge and 2 Astartes companies will aid me in my task, involving many hostile boardings of pirate vessels. In exchange, I will establish an Inquisition fortress on the Aegida, and provide orbital defenses for the Pharos. A company of your size will take the Black and be stationed on Aegida, with a pair of strike cruisers for rapid deployment in this volume. I declared in a gentle voice. He knew how things worked in the Imperium, this chaplain. So she is coming here. Well, when travel will become possible again. Do you know how human eyes work, chaplain? We simply absorb light with our eyes, and create an image of what is outside, in our minds. But imagine you had to see by projecting light outwards, then see the shadows. That's how the auguries work. We project lasers and other types of radiation outwards, and decode the returning echoes. But the enemies see those lights as well. And if these enemies have machines, or psychers, they can trace the beam to the source, right inside your ship. I added in a simplistic lecture. Hornadal stopped to think, since this might have been too much science for his fanatical brain. Turn off the lights, the enemy cannot teleport inside our ships, he asked after a long time. Yes. He completed a miracle by himself. It's not a perfect solution, but we have void shields and other means to block their scans. Without obtaining a fixed destination, teleporting through warp is near suicide. I'm certain a clever ancestor did create an STC pattern to solve this problem, but it might have been lost. I mused in low tone, as I just figured out how to solve it. So we just use our eyes, and perhaps other passive auguries. Send nothing out, they can't get in. Clever, the chaplain said, nodding in approval. Pretty sure Astartes already used this wisdom when fighting on the ground. Keep an eye closed to preserve night vision and other tricks like that. Learning to think is painful, but ultimately very rewarding. Especially if you aim to preserve the lives of your brothers. I concluded while pointing at the door. Wait. What about the missing torpedoes? He asked in near panic. I shrugged innocently. I'd assume only someone with the right authorization can use them, so they're very safe wherever they are. I did try to safeguard them, but someone turned the auguries back online, leaving the door open for a mysterious force to abscond with your devices. The Inquisitor will be very upset with whoever authorized that reckless action. The chaplain gritted his teeth in near anger. So I hope, Lord Pef. This mysterious force better be benevolent and target only Xenos or other enemies of humanity. If I was a psyker, I would try to locate where those devices might have landed. Cyclonic torpedoes do make a big splash when they hit something. But alas, I'm quite the opposite of a psyker, a mere blank that can't even make a fire without a lost gun. I complained in a pitiful voice. The psyker snorted audibly and walked out, stomping a little too hard. What do you say, Canis? What do you want to play with today? Fire, big fire, or warp fire? I asked my trusted friend. The space wolf tilted his head and eyed me with concern. Woof woof, he declared after a long minute of deliberation. I smiled and grabbed his head for a tight hug. Big fire, you say? Don't tell me, you are that mysterious force the punching bag asked about? Woof. Canis proclaimed proudly. I knew it. Well done, puppy. So, you want to take the flashy elevator or the dizzy one? I asked to make sure. Whoa, the puppy complained. I guess he didn't like either, since even dogs would feel their stomach turn inside out after a teleport. I took note and sent him to watch over the nursery instead. As soon as I was dressed and armored, I opened the door to find my Blood Angel captain berating the Scythe bodyguards for leaving me alone with the known violent offender that had already beaten me gravely one time. I kinda agreed with the sentiment, to be truthful. Luckily, blanks were not easy to be read by psychers, so I wasn't completely exposed. "Walk with me, Captain," I asked the Blood Angel before turning towards the sides of the Emperor. "You two, stay. No, guard the Geller generator instead, for next 2 weeks. Hopefully without letting demons in, because they are psychers," I told them in a warning voice. That should teach them a small lesson. Plus the Geller field was quite vital anyway. Soon enough, I arrived in the teleportarium and took my glove off to caress an atomic warhead. I needed to test a smaller mass teleport, and why not use a sunny message? In a flash, we arrived in the interior of the Pharos, and the Blood Angel cursed loudly at the deadly ordnance around. "You did steal the torpedoes after all, my lord," he concluded after a minute. "I have no recollection of such actions, Blood Angel. And be careful with that kind of accusation. Stealing exterminatus-grade munitions is a capital crime, and my head is very important. Now, if you recall our CAF-deprived discussion a few days ago, you proposed Junkata for exterminatus. Let me ask an Inquisitor if their crime deserves such a waste of precious munitions." I spoke sternly and closed my eyes to contact my dear Rose. "I'm back, my love. Got hit by the backlash quite bad, but now I'm all better," I explained in a short empathic transmission. "Strange, but then you were always very strange, even for a rogue trader raised by a tech priest with a blank assassin mother," the Inquisitor replied in a not-too-friendly tone. "My navigator said some kind of Imperium escaped from Sarum. Was that the bad news?" I asked to make sure. It could have been something else. Well, in hindsight, it wasn't all bad. That thing is rumored to massacre millions of cultists and many traitor marines in the Eye of Terror, just for sport. "So, you have another target in mind, my dear PEF," she asked, a bit more amenable. "The Blood Angel captain wants Junkata. It seems they make battleships and demon engines. I want Samick, because they make cogitators. And ships can be destroyed somehow, but—" I explained in a short burst. Dark cogitators were much scarier than simple battleships. Those things would have scrap codes and whatever other insidious viruses and mimetic infections. The Inquisitor hummed in my mind while she considered options. "You are correct, of course. Take a long break between deep strikes, PEF. Those forges aren't going anywhere. But I don't have another rogue to launch exterminatus from half the galaxy away. Stay safe." With that, I began activating another cyclonic torpedo to send it deep inside the HIATUS anomaly and obliterate the damn cognition danger. In an hour, I was ready and the torpedo vanished into the heart of the anomaly. A few seconds later, a strange wave flashed over the inner cave, like something had tried to skin the source of the torpedo. I fell onto my knees, probably because I was a bit exhausted. Well, there were gods in this universe, and their plans would begin to derail as more dark forges blew up unexpectedly. Another type of wave burst from under our feet and banished the interloper, passing over me and the torpedoes without noticing me at all. However, Captain Raxiatel wasn't so lucky. His eyes began bleeding and he fell to his knees in constant prayer, just like I did. I was only mentally tired, but the Blood Angel was going mad, and very rapidly. Thinking fast, I locked onto Ludvius. "Brother, I have one of yours going bad. Sarcophagus, now." I muttered in his mind and pushed the captain into the teleport beam with my mind. "I got him, Lord PEF." "What happened?" my loyal friend asked from thousands of years away. "Some kind of psychic wave. Doesn't work on me," but his eyes went red. I concluded with a weaker voice and triggered my teleport beacon. Hopefully I didn't ruin my brain too much. Faith, Chapter 66. After yet another mandatory week of bed rest, I continued with the teleport trick, first on Mandragora, to contain the Tyrannid invasion a bit and produce a wonderful mining world for Blackstone. Went in got his deployment orders directly from me, and his cruiser and 2 destroyers will be accompanied by a dozen transport and mining barges filled with triplex Faltech priests and servitors to Mandragora for a quick scavenging operation. 2 of those transport ships will be my finder's fee, 1 for Antax and 1 for Retribution. Hopefully we get to mine sufficient Blackstone to armor up the most critical installations and ship systems. Also armor plates for my heavy tanks and knights. Because that Blackstone is amazingly resistant to both physical damage and warp corruption, it beats even adamantium in value. Those tech priests better repay my huge effort handsomely. Next week I test the Vortex Torpedo on the Eldar craft world, and even add that tiny atomic warhead to my gift. Sadly, a craft world is gigantic and will not be destroyed with ease, but now it also lacks engines, lost in the warp, and the bridge engulfed in sunfire. And a million demonettes and other friendly Immaterium denizens infest the hallways and the biodomes of Alatok. However, the Eldar are very advanced and will likely contain the invaders with great effort. They won't be raiding humanity anytime soon, I hope. The 3rd week has me incinerating a dozen orbital docks around Tau with atomic warheads, and a vortex torpedo hits their capital, unleashing a horde of demons and other impossible creatures on the Tau, while at the same time decapitating their leadership and crippling ship production facilities. In time the Tau will recover, and they do have enough ships and battlesuits to contain a minor chaos invasion. But this should put a monkey wrench in their next expansion plans. When I recover, I continue the long-range atomic bombardment on the Tau allies, mostly the Nikasser. Those guys are psychers and form the recon force for the Tau Empire. Again, I demolish their shipyards and a few large cities, before lobbing a couple of warheads at a Kurt warsphere. I think I've made my point, but we'll have to see. I take it easy for 2 more weeks, mostly splashing a few orc warbosses that are located to the north of my holdings in the fringe. And then I grit my teeth and finish off Hell-Forged Junkato with another cyclonic torpedo, and quickly beam back to the Canticle, before whoever keeps scanning Sotham manages to locate me. With this last deep strike, I'm almost done. I locate Forge Anvilus, which is different from Anvilus 9, and I'm almost tempted to steal a few Titans they make there. But no, there is no point. I also need a logistic chain to support a Titan squad, plus pilots. Instead, I send another clan rescue fleet to their aid, because orcs. Those green mushrooms are everywhere, I swear. If the Imperium has about 200,000 worlds here in the Ultima Segmentum, the orcs have infested at least 10 times as many places. As more and more of my destroyers are hastily converted to the Los Angeles pattern, each with a volley of torpedoes able to sink a battlecruiser if they all hit, my ships are an amazing force multiplier when attacking a fleet already occupied, or catching them by surprise. Destroyers were already dangerous even with 2 torpedo tubes. With 30 tubes, they more than match even a battleship's broadside, for a single shot. Physical objects can pass through shields, even void shields most of the time. And torpedoes, missiles, bombs, and assault boats all qualify, just as railgun projectiles and macrocannon shells do. That's why heavy armor is still needed, even with shields. I need to fix this for my own ships, since the Tau shields can indeed deflect solid rounds, and the same with some personal shields used in the Imperium. They just need to be scaled up, and made more resilient. Luckily, I have Mugos Minoris to aid me with this, as the science of these personal shields is really complex and complicated, nothing like magnetic shields or other quick fix. For this exact reason only valued officers and administrative officials receive the expensive shields. A large-scale Rosarius might work if all the guys inside the ship were fervent believers, and I will attempt this first. Nothing else to do, while I wait for the currents around Sotha to calm down. Well, babies too, but that's less of a pain and more relaxation time with long-term benefits. A month later, I have a 100-meter wide Aquila pattern Rosarius that could be manufactured for spaceships and one 100 times smaller for tanks. Not sure how well they might work, but a Rosarius ultimately works the same way as the Orc Wyack does. It works if you believe it works. Minori shot me with everything we could find portable, even heavy bolters and melta-guns, and my Rosarius held just fine. I'm not going to test rapier-type weapons, because I'm not that stupid. But as it happens, there are plenty suicidal people on board more than willing to have their faith tested, and so we do. Helena and Catherine don't even flinch when the Void Marines unleash their rapiers and sentinel weapons at them in the firing range, and for good reason. Lost cannons and volcano lances have little effect, although Gatling cannons and heavy flammers do pose some problems, pushing them back and making them sweat. Pretty sure they can indeed tank a Titan if they also sing and shout, "Emperor protects." The Astartes continue my testing with more mixed results, and one of them, called Vozok Dal, was even smeared onto the backplate wall of the firing range by a croc missile. Not sure if I should be sorry or happy that we proved his lack of faith this way. Probably for the best, though. Lord Hornadal is certainly not happy. I find your lack of trust disturbing, Chaplain. I quipped as he arrived to scoop and scrape the remains of his battle brother. Please, Lord Lancefire, stop this madness. Brother Dahl was next in line to become a captain. This Rosarius is not the Emperor's wool, the black armor guy complained, while holding out the guilty item in his hand. So I shot him with my bolter pistol, straight in the face. Of course, the faith shield bounced the bolt round away harmlessly. I say it is. Your faith is commendable, Chaplain. But, do you know how I know? I asked more gently while holstering my weapons and picking up my Rosarius. You shot me. Didn't even blink or give off an assault trigger, the Psyker Astartes muttered in dismay. I got this relic from a traitor Inquisitor, Astartes Hornadal. His faith did nothing to power the Rosarius, and thus he died like a dog. We will continue testing all the Astartes, with your blessing. I demanded forcefully and passed the relic to the next Space Marine. My faith in the Emperor is flawless, Lord Lancefire. Please shoot me all you can, the Scythe proclaimed proudly. Indeed, my new plasma pistol failed to make him blink, and the Astartes just grinned at me with confidence. You'd need something bigger to test my faith, Captain. The Catechans and Void Marines standing at the firing line cheered and hooted. Step inside, Space Marine. We have 100 faith testers right here. This side's name was Cassios, and he stood in the hail of fire while laughing wildly. Ha ha. Is this all you got? The Emperor protects, he shouted as lost guns and missiles hit the shield and failed to move him a centimeter. Brothers, Cassios' faith is indeed strong. The chaplain admitted in a sliver of awe. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Now, all we need is 300 such artifacts, for all my Astartes. Do you happen to know any decent artificer? I asked without any ulterior motive. The chaplain nodded hesitantly. I think we can manage the Aquila shape even on the barge. Not sure what mechanisms are hidden inside, though. I sighed inward and walked away. It was only a weak power shield, barely enough for stubber bullets, and some organic remains, probably some saint's hair or other religious conduit for the Emperor. In the worst case, I would shave my hair and the 2 saintly sisters and use that. Surely being blessed by an angel counted as a minor saint. I did ask the Jebbler, and he agreed, with some reserve. I admit having witnessed the miracle of your transformation, Lord Pef. If that's your Emperor or the Omnisia lending a hand, I cannot know. The tiny power shield of that device cannot possibly block heavy bolters, and yet it does. But about using your own genetic material for the organic parts, I advise caution. You are still a blank, and that device is the opposite. The Mugos biologist was correct, of course. It would be risky to try a blank Rosarius on people depending on the Warp Emperor for protection. How about a cog-shaped Rosarius for the Ordo_Reductor Tech Priests? I wondered to myself. A few mechadendrites instantly reacted and sliced away some of my hair. We will begin testing immediately, Lord Pef. We have personal shields, of course. But such a new paradigm needs to be explored anyway, he announced and departed briskly. Okay then. I should check on my family one more time from the Pharos, and then return to my rooms, to work on making it larger. I still had years of waiting in this place, might as well use them productively. Farser Chapter 67. Time passes so quickly when you have fun, and I did try to have as much fun as possible. Simply holding my eyes closed, beside the sounding board in the Pharos and observing the galaxy and the people living in it was fascinating enough. I even teleported a few grenades to help some desperate guardsmen in some place, the shrapnel of those croc grenades exterminating an orc band and their battle wagon. But I couldn't effect true change like this. The galaxy was too big and crawling with all kinds of enemies, inside and out. I could only have fun. For example, I stole a conversion_beamer from a fallen space marine and left instead a melt-a-charge. Those cultists will not loot my prize and defile the corpse of an Astartes. Instead, they melted in howls of pain and torment. Then I located a shitty Inquisitor from the Phenonite faction and stole his weapons and ring and the ancient flare_shield in his possession. His body in a tall spire in some hive world, filled by his perverted cult, vanished in an atomic blast that should erase all evidence of an invisible hand acting from the shadows. But I mostly kept an eye out for my family, using the bird eye view to guide them towards victory, even when outnumbered and outgunned. Pirate Cobra, hidden behind that iron asteroid, in a daughter's ear worked just fine. Another croc grenade on that pirate bridge made things even funnier. No more ambush, and instead we captured another destroyer for the clan. And if a Blood Angel trainer happened to explode by accident, it was possibly the Emperor's will. Next time don't load the trainer servitors scheduled for my blank sons with live ammo. It might backfire. As for my black rage buddies in the coffins, I could only offer solace and comfort. Also asked the angel to help them a bit. They weren't exactly conscious, so I'm not sure if they heard me. The tech priests on the Canticle kept making warheads and storing croc grenades in the teleportarium, just for those kinds of special moments where fate met PEF and had to switch tracks. Then one day I just found a Mark III Shrike-patterned bolt sniper rifle on a deserted world rooftop, so I grabbed it because it was free. Sure, it will need care and some tech priest repair and consecration litanies, but it was an amazing weapon, firing bolter rounds as far as a tank. Meanwhile, the Forge Master on the battle barge worked day and night to produce those Rosarius shields for the Space Marines, while my own tech priests started a dedicated forge line for the Mechanicus variant. It worked rather in reverse, being based on logic and reason instead of faith, but it still worked. High-ranked tech priests on the Canticle and the Requiem achieved the same results as myself, and my friend Minoris seemed immune to any damage. He did have unwavering faith in me and my revelator powers, for some unknown reason. As a result, I was hastily shaved clean of all hair and most of my epidermis, as well as nails clipped and other body liquids extracted, for science. All that so more tech priests could receive the logic shield with my blessed genes conducting the will of the machine god. It wasn't really logical, but then no religion is. All that matters is that it works. The orbital forts began to take shape, 100 asteroids dragged into Sotha's orbit, but not all in the same plane or elevation. We could only make ion shields and patchwork Rosarius shields for them, as well as for the Agita. But any defense was better than nothing. And it didn't take long for that defense to be needed. By the 7th month at Sotha, a fleet of orc vessels appeared, led by a large Terror_ship filled with assault craft and fight bomba. I was in fact in need for extra guns and armor plates for my forts, so these morons arrived just in time. I took a quick toilet break to empty my plasma warheads directly inside their ships, and when the Astartes and the tech priests boarded the listing hulks, they found mostly carnage and shredded orcs, burning ammo bunkers and incinerated space fighters. Putting out the flames was proven more difficult than pacifying the leaderless orcs. Both my blood angels and the 3 companies of sides present were quite awesome at demolishing the Wyack-less orcs, because without a big boss, they always fractured into small tribes fighting each other without any strategy. With the influx of salvaged human-origin weapons and void shields, the HIATUS battle station took only 3 months to become somewhat operational, and was even decorated with a few immense eagles carved out from the more destroyed Orc ships, while the 11-kilometer-long terror ship was being anchored to the side for emergency repair. The giant ship might have been a mass conveyor at origin, although a very old one. Either way, I could use the hull to test the Necron engine once I had it. The first Tyranid tendrils were already diverting towards the Bone Kingdom, because the space-traveling bugs weren't all that smart, only hungry. And then the Eldar arrived, and it wasn't all that fun anymore. They had to have a farser with their fleet, and perhaps they had a webway portal somewhere in the outskirts of the star system. Almost certainly, in fact. I will need to use the Pharos and locate it. So, I engaged the Savant implants for a minute, while watching their slim ships prowl around the defensive ring. "Captain, Vox transmission from the Eldar," the Auspec's cousin said in a derisive voice. I wasn't known to chat with aliens, quite the contrary. But I did have these Eldar where I wanted them. "Tell them to hold. I need to take a piss," I pronounced with a wry voice, followed by the general laughter of everyone on the bridge. "Really, Vox Master? I'll be back in a short time," I added as I walked out the bridge, flanked by 2 Guardian Blood Angels. "You have that biopouch inside the armor, Lord Pef," my escort Astartes explained patiently. I nodded wisely. Of course, Astartes. But a captain can't wet himself when meeting with some high-nosed Xenos. They might smell it, I said in amusement as the elevator reached the teleportarium deck. So useful, this magic device. No more risking myself into a shuttle, or waiting for landing clearance. In a minute I arrived back in a Pharos, for a quick check on the state of the Segmentum and my family. I sent Janice the Traitor Inquisitor's ring as a gift, paired with its "keep trying sweetie" encouragement. Navigator training was really hard, but she will need it. Then I turned my mind-eye on the Eldar, exploring their vessels and armaments. It would be an even fight, even with the battle barge and my canticle. We also had the forts and some escorts, and perhaps the Farser didn't find an easy victory, even with his squadron of Shadow-class cruisers. So they tried talking. And so could I, without Vox transmission or other witnesses. "You wanted to talk, Farser," I said empathically, while I kept searching for that elusive webway. "How?" "Never mind that. You need to leave this cursed place at once. A great evil will arise from here, unless we destroy that melted rock you're trying to defend, Mon Ki," the Eldar Farser pleaded with pathos. "Nah, not buying it. Craftworld or Corsair?" I asked while closing in on the location of the portal, there. Far in the cometary cloud, and covered in perpetual ice. Nobody could find it among trillions of similar objects, unless they cheated. "We are of Craftworld Telenar," the Eldar confirmed with a proud voice. "Yes, those craven Eldar are known predators upon the humanity. And now you come claiming salvation, when deep under the magma lies an imprisoned Tan. Thus, your Craftworld is condemned, by word, action, and by intention. Rot in hell," I exclaimed while activating a warhead and depositing right on top of the confused Farser. I bet he didn't see that coming. In quick succession, I delivered 30 more plasma warheads inside all the Eldar ships, causing immense damage to their delicate conduits and circuits, and eliminating the officers and their entire bridges. Then I began flinging crock grenades in the engine rooms, massacring their engine specialists and preventing them from fleeing. And then I returned to the Canticle, slightly wobbly on my feet. "Must have been a long piss, Lord Pef," some battle brother joked in a knowing snicker. I punched his pauldron in return. "Have you grown a pair of balls, Astartes?" "Very well, there is a squadron of Eldar ships in need of cleansing. Stand by here for deployment." The big space marine just nodded and checked his combi bolter. "Fast buggers, the Eldar," he commented with grim determination. Soon enough, I returned to the bridge and sat in my command chair. "All ships, battle stations. Tactical teams prepare for boarding." Then I turned towards the surprised clansmen at the Vox console. Send them my reply, cousin, we're coming to talk, lower your shields and prepare to be boarded. Astartes Certes traded something with his buddy. I get to board the long ears, you stay and defend the captain, he proclaimed proudly and ran for the door. I just sighed inward. Damn kids with big guns. But they'll do for now. Captain, Vox transmission from the Eldar, the Auspec's cousin said in a derisive voice. I wasn't known to chat with aliens, quite the contrary. But I did have these Eldar where I wanted them. Tell them to hold. I need to take a piss. I pronounced with a wry voice, followed by the general laughter of everyone on the bridge. Really, Vox Master? I'll be back in a short time. I added as I walked out the bridge, flanked by 2 guardian blood angels. You have that bio pouch inside the armor, Lord Pef, my escort Astartes explained patiently. I nodded wisely. Of course, Astartes. But a captain can't wet himself when meeting with some high-nosed Xenos. They might smell it. I said in amusement as the elevator reached the teleportarium deck. So useful, this magic device. No more risking myself into a shuttle or waiting for landing clearance. In a minute I arrived back in Aferos for a quick check on the state of the Segmentum and my family. I sent Janice the Traitor Inquisitor's ring as a gift, paired with a keep trying sweetie encouragement. Navigator training was really hard, but she will need it. Then I turned my mind-eye on the Eldar, exploring their vessels and armaments. It would be an even fight, even with the battle barge and my canticle. We also had the forts and some escorts, and perhaps the Farser didn't find an easy victory, even with his squadron of Shadow-class cruisers. So they tried talking. And so could I, without Vox transmission or other witnesses. You wanted to talk, Farser. I said empathically, while I kept searching for that elusive webway. How? Never mind that. You need to leave this cursed place at once. A great evil will arise from here, unless we destroy that melted rock you're trying to defend, Mon Ki, the Eldar Farser pleaded with pathos. Nah, not buying it. Craftworld or Corsair? I asked while closing in on the location of the portal, there. Far in the cometary cloud, and covered in perpetual ice. Nobody could find it among trillions of similar objects, unless they cheated. We are of Craftworld Telenar, the Eldar confirmed with a proud voice. Yes, those craven Eldar are known predators upon the humanity. And now you come claiming salvation, when deep under the magma lies an imprisoned Tan. Thus, your Craftworld is condemned, by word, action, and by intention. Rot in hell. I exclaimed while activating a warhead and depositing right on top of the confused Farser. I bet he didn't see that coming. In quick succession, I delivered 30 more plasma warheads inside all the Eldar ships, causing immense damage to their delicate conduits and circuits, and eliminating the officers and their entire bridges. Then I began flinging crock grenades in the engine rooms, massacring their engine specialists and preventing them from fleeing. And then I returned to the Canticle, slightly wobbly on my feet. Must have been a long piss, Lord Pef, some battle brother joked in a knowing snicker. I punched his pauldron in return. Have you grown a pair of balls, Astartes? Very well, there is a squadron of Eldar ships in need of cleansing. Stand by here for deployment. The big space marine just nodded and checked his combi bolter. Fast buggers, the Eldar, he commented with grim determination. Soon enough, I returned to the bridge and sat in my command chair. All ships, battle stations. Tactical teams prepare for boarding. Then I turned towards the surprised clansmen at the Vox console. Send them my reply, cousin, we're coming to talk, lower your shields and prepare to be boarded. Astartes Certes traded something with his buddy. I get to board the long ears, you stay and defend the captain, he proclaimed proudly and ran for the door. I just sighed inward. Damn kids with big guns. But they'll do for now. Dark Eldar, Chapter 68. Although the last vortex torpedo on the battle barge is precious, I decide to steal it and punish the duplicitous Eldar from Craftworld Telenar. The Hearth of Sotha also has a melt-torpedo that will come in handy because it spreads burning plasma like wildfire. While the Astartes begin initial boardings via the teleporters, both from the battle barge and the Canticle, I get some sleep to recover my tired neurons. It's not like I can do a better job than veteran Astartes. The Space Marine moniker means exactly this. They were meant to board other ships, and they're bloody good at it. Catherine and the juggler keep watch over me, while Canis just snores without a care. That's a wise dog, all right. The next wave of shuttles filled with combat servitors follow the Astartes to consolidate every deck captured, and more warlike tech priests teleport inside the engine rooms to prevent the sneaky Eldars from sabotaging our prizes. The third wave is made up of my Void Marines and Catechans in carapace armor, though there are few of them, and mostly women. Armed sentinel walkers and tracked rapiers with heavy guns form their stronger offensive tools anyway. And then, we keep supplying more servitors to soak up the incredible accurate and lethal fire from the Eldar, although it's not as bad without thousands of demons infesting the ships, like it happened at Forge Tigris. They just have numbers on their side, plus knowledge of the terrain. The Blood Angels' grav guns level the field a little, as those walls can be made to crush an enemy as well as protect him. The Scythes don't even have combi weapons, with underslung melta or a grav gun, so they are at a slight disadvantage. The Rosarius shields help as well, saving lives and allowing for rapid advance under fire. They aren't perfect, of course, and the Eldar do have weapons that bypass shields, but overall it's a good result, with only a few dead and a dozen heavy wounded. We capture about 3,000 Eldar in various degrees of integrity, and a wealth of Xeno weapons, armor, and artifacts that would sell for immense sums on the cold market or to collectors. I will gift them to various forges, of course. The Mechanicus can do the dubious and difficult job of reverse engineering advanced weaponry that we don't even know how they function at all. Hell, the Mechanicus itself has plenty of machines they construct by rote, without knowing what each part is for. I am trying to change that, but it's a slow process. So, the next day I descend on Sotha, and use those 2 torpedoes on the guilty Eldar craft world, again slicing off the engines with the Vortex warhead and then demolishing the bridge and the central spires with the Melta torpedo. Hordes of demons and demonettes flood the Eldar craft from the warp portal at their rear, while the locals gather whatever they can to repel the attack. I doubt they will recover from this, since their craft world is 10 times smaller than at Latok, so barely the size of a Gloriana-class battleship. The Scythe strike cruiser Atreides and my Requiem sword-class frigate depart towards the distant webway portal to lay mines and deploy plasma torpedo on improvised launcher tubes. If more invaders come that way, they'll have a pleasant surprise and give us warning. Luckily, the year ends without more invasions, possibly because of the strange warp currents engulfing Sotha and preventing accurate warp travel. So, I have this great idea, and start looking for the vicious Dark Eldar that also raid and torture people just for fun. However, although I know what to look for, the Pharos cannot find any trace of planets or large bases in the galaxy, although minor ports and slave camps do exist. Then it hits me, of course I can't find them like this. They are in a different dimension after all. The webway is immense, and contains entire worlds and hidden realms. With my savant's implant at full power, I struggle to figure out a way. A minute later, I begin creating a solution. Follow a known object or person into the webway. And the only one I can trust with this is my buddy Minories, who would gladly chop off his tentacles for me. With a simple twist, I bend space and bring the tech priest beside me, inside the Pharos. Lord Pef. By the Omnisia, you really have ascended into the realm of saints, like Halicuria. Minories, my friend. You see that cyclonic torpedo resting here? I need you to locate a worthy target for it. The Drukhari hidden city of Comorragh, inside the webway. The place where their cable torture people and enjoy in dark rituals. I demand while petting his shoulder, or maybe a hip. I never asked what's underneath those red robes, and I never intend to find out for sure. He is not stupid, my dear tech priest. It will be very dangerous, Captain. Is there a small chance to survive? I smile kindly and teleport another barrel-sized plasma warhead beside me, then sit on it. Don't worry, it's not activated yet. I am almost certain this device can teleport a person halfway around the galaxy in a second. This gave me the inspiration for the Warpless drive I keep working on. And those Hellforges I destroyed, like Sarum and Junkata, could obviously be reached with an Exterminatus-grade torpedo. But the Dark Eldar city is hidden deep inside the webway, and to pinpoint a target I need someone I know very well to be near. I explain in a command voice. He pats his cock-shaped logic shield and tilts his head. And then, you pull me back, right? Like you did just now. I will definitely try, Minories. But I cannot be certain. You saw how tired and drained I was after each Exterminatus. Let's say, 80% chance for a successful deep strike and 20% for intact recovery. Perhaps better odds, but you might get splashed by the explosion a little. We can demand the higher ranks a few more shields, but the Exterminatus, it is very strong. I added on a somber tone. The tech priest came closer and embraced me with a dozen tentacles. Even if I die or get damaged, it would be worth it, Revelator. But please try to bring me back. I won't see that Warpless ship. I hugged him back and sighed. Small chance at that. My beloved flower, what do you say about Comorragh? I wondered in my mind. Ah. Let me, there. Almost got splashed with blood. The Dark Eldar, you say, brave traitor? Sure, it would be amazing if it works. Will it work? She asked me in warning. I didn't want to know who was leaking blood in her presence, or why, or in what manner. So I didn't ask. I'm so clever, right? Well, Muggos Minories is departing right now towards that place, and I'll monitor his progress. Sadly, that city is not in the outer universe, so I need a locator beacon for the torpedo. I explained seriously. A minute later, the brutal Inquisitor was back. You plan to bring him back, correct? If possible, yes. He has a brilliant mind and a loyal soul. I decided, vowing to try. You are exposing the Pharos secret, my love. Those sides of the Emperor, how do you think they will react? They don't even allow tech priests on their ships, not to mention a sacred place like the Pharos, she advised me in a cold voice. Even without spoken words, I could hear the chopping axe coming near. As you say, my rose. Minories will not return to the Canticle. I answered after a few seconds. That's not. She started to say as the connection failed by some transmission error. Then I sat down on my knees to pray, while beginning the ignition protocols for the Exterminatus torpedo. I stopped at the last step, and waved Minories closer. Muggos Minories cannot survive this mission, my friend. He will die heroically for the Imperium, and be covered in eternal glory. A different tech priest, with a different body chassis will keep the secret, else his forge world gets erased into oblivion. I announced with my cog rosette held in front of him. Lines of code and cognitive cants flashed into his bionic eyes, and he nodded hesitantly. I understand, Lord Pef. This section of my memory will be purged with anathema class overrides, the second this torpedo detonates. New designation, Faithful Sigma 991. Good enough, Faithful. You will step from here into the Requiem's hangar, and climb into the waiting Fury interceptor. Then enter the webway in Vox silence and enable passive sensor only. I will be beside you. I ordered him and gently pushed him a step away, and at the edge of the solar system. Daughter, don't shoot my scout. I asked of the frigate's captain, just in case. Sure thing, Daddy. Oh. Unauthorized fighter launch, and now it's all clear. Inside the webway, she asked rhetorically. In a minute, my longtime friend sped away into the Eldar webway. Have the ships retreat 1,000 kilometers from the expected flare. I commanded her, and returned to follow the scout as his starfighter maneuvered at speed among debris and various lurkers in the crystal-like tunnels. The next part was boring and long, as these webways went forever, then crisscrossed into fractal patterns. Searching blindly wouldn't work, so I told Minories to hide and wait for a passing dark Eldar ship. That took more hours, but we got lucky. A spiked vessel crossed in front of the starfighter and Minories began shadowing it from afar. And then the route became easy and fast, and in an hour the ship in front emerged into a gigantic cave, thousands of kilometers wide, filled with spires and arenas and, of course, dark Eldar vessels, thousands upon thousands. My rosette decanted the last awakening right, and the torpedo vanished from my own cave into theirs, straight above the largest spire I could see with my mind. And then a screech sound emerged, while the exterminatus started its detonation sequence, in slow motion. Time itself twisted and bent, just as the secondary explosion began. It was fascinating to watch, but I remembered to grab Minories and yank him beside me. I'm not certain what happened after, because the Pharos shook strongly and I lost consciousness. Mind Over Matter, Chapter 69. I woke up sometime later, feeling my throat dry and my mind having been trampled by a dozen elephants. Not that pleasant, in hindsight. Also, I was almost certain that Tan buried somewhere in this crypt was fucking with me. Faithful, come here. I spoke in my mind. My old friend was gone, and so were his robes and various tools he usually carried. And most limbs. A scarecrow with 3 limbs crawled hesitantly in front of me. Yes, Lord Pef, he answered in my mind too. He lacked a voxbox anyway. What do you remember, in the past hours? I asked, curious. Error. Blocked and quarantined files. Resuming new persona, as per Clavis Directive Sigma 991. I recall temporal fields, graviton particles in overkill quantities. Ships exploding. Xenos ships, Eldar. Warp phenomena possible. Unit compromised, he decanted in a string of flat declarations. I tapped his cock-shaped rosarius and it simply turned to dust and scattered in a falling mist. Not so invulnerable, after all. What about the craft you were in? I asked, a bit worried. Fury interceptor, critical structural damage. Machine spirit corrupted, purging algorithm initiated. Plasma reactor overloaded. Ion shield overloaded. Failure imminent, he explained in a storytelling mode, although the state of his body told enough. Well then. Hopefully they won't be able to recover much from the starfighter. Going by what I remembered, there were some kind of dimensional fields around that nice spire, so it was most likely not destroyed. No matter, I will just have to try again and again. 1,000 bombs and torpedoes if I had to, cleansing the mad Eldar and even better fueling Ennead's birth with their deaths. As a god of death, that Eldar godling drew power from death itself, and I possibly contributed quite a bit with my own small efforts. I did have a kill count in the billions, as a low estimate. But I needed to get it much higher. Plenty of enemies for humanity, and each of their deaths, yet another gift to a big power. Hopefully, some of that will also reflect back on me, and increase my standing among the galactic powers. The Mechanicus was great, and they surely liked me a little by now, but it wasn't enough. I did have someone who might help. Just a mind call away. It's me, the nice stranger everyone talks about. I sent towards Trazyn. Oh? I am quite certain the Bone Kingdom still stands, favor trader. What is it now, yet another foolish quest? That Dawn Sword is no use to me. And the Enslaver Bone needs too much work, the Necron Lord complained like a big child. Let me tell you a story, my friend. Not long ago, a Mechanicus priest stumbled upon Comorragh, the famous Dark City. And he called in for help, detonating an exterminatus-grade weapon just inside the central cavern of the city. But, somehow the explosion was contained and deflected away, damaging 1,000 Eldar ships and burning a few unprotected sectors. Interested? I asked in a wry tone. Trazyn seemed confused for a few seconds. Dark Eldar, they do have interesting artifacts indeed. Almost like. Exactly like Geddon, the crown world of a certain Necron dynasty. So upon this news, what do you propose, mighty Trazyn? I wondered, quite curious. Why not turn my defeat into a memorable drama and sell tickets? Well, a single ticket, but for a very good price. I don't enjoy traveling, even to witness such a spectacle. That webway makes my skin crawl. It is infected with all kinds of dregs and low-level creatures. And I suppose you want something in exchange? He asked in a worried voice. I smiled in victory. Well, I don't have anything I need right now. But for those allies of mine, a rugged high-yield reactor that you certainly have already. In Mechanicus STC format, on a data slate. Don't want my agents burned alive for something this minor, like a heretical Xeno invention. I demanded shamelessly, while also locking on his position in my mind, for the obvious next part. I don't have such an STC slate, oh. One just appeared on my work coffin. Very convenient, he exclaimed, perhaps a little surprised. Now, on to serious business. There is a place and time where someone with skill and patience might acquire a potent relic called the Soul Spear. The special vortex weapon used by Primarch Dorn. In the same place, there will be a huge space hulk and a handful of abandoned battle barges. Now, if those barges were to be saved, for a friend of mine, you can keep the spear. I hear it can kill demon princes in one blow. I explained patiently. Trazen would have to bite, because this was true history. He wouldn't care about ships. Is this a trick? You don't want a real relic, he asked me cautiously. Well, I did give away Sanguinius' spear, what use would I have for another? Sadly, I don't have psyker powers, so it is just a big stick for me. But you have your own fulgrim, so it should work. I whispered in his mind, a bit cautiously. I could hear the wheels turning in his mind. Was it a trap? Another scheme? I don't like it. Too cheap, if what you say it's true. How do I even know if it works like you say, stranger? He demanded a bit more aggressively. I hummed deep in thought. What else could I ask from the mad genius? Wait, I did have a ton of Eldar weapons, and a better scientist than anyone in the Mechanicus ready to help. Okay. I will send a few artifacts that you can keep. But I want STC schematics for a simple design with same abilities, or close enough. I replied curtly, and began choosing exotic Eldar weapons and armor, and a few human ones, like the flare shield and the conversion beam gun. Then, I even added that Jokero ring with the laser beam. Mass-produced digital weapons would be great, if possible. I couldn't recharge my ring anyway, and the Inquisition might track it somehow. An STC container filled with artifacts arrived at Trazen's doorstep, more than a few items, but I could be generous. I did have tons of loot that my Astartes buddies have just grabbed from those sneaky Eldar pirates. Someone has been having fun, it seems. There is fresh blood on these weapons, even Astartes blood, the Necron Lord commented a bit amused. I took a small break to check on Drazik, which was already mobilizing fleets and battling the first hive fleets. Winning easily for now, but it won't last. Thousands, then millions, then billions of Tyranids will converge on Drazik, and the finale will be the same. Another Blackstone mine for an enterprising rogue trader. Necron Lord Vagel is fighting the Tyranids as we speak. When the bugs win, I expect my own gift, Lord Trazen. I demanded in a colder voice, just as a warning. Yes, yes. I do keep my word, stranger. So where exactly could I find that soul spear? He replied, possibly after scanning everything I sent for traps and explosives. I nodded inward and grinned. And sinker. Well, the story is about the Soul Drinkers Space Marines. They went traitor about 1,000 years ago. Cornered by the Imperium at a place called Cerberian_Field, they abandoned their battle barges and boarded the largest space hulk in history. If you follow the tragedy in time, there is a soul drinker Astartes who kills that demon with the spear. I said in a story mode, but not divulging much. I don't see the tragedy. Astartes fall to chaos all the time. Trazen argued, and rather logically. I made the same point a few times. If you do not watch the play, I might spoil it. But anyway, these Astartes didn't fall to chaos. quite similar to the Badab War. Wait, that didn't happen yet, right? Now I really spoiled it. This tan shard might start objecting again. I complained in a deprecating tone and ended the call. I was getting tired, too much mental effort, too soon. Faithful, you're going to Antax now. There is a nice fabricator there who will take care of you. But try to keep everything between us. I sent to my crippled friend and hugged him goodbye. Yes, Lord Pef. Even in death, I serve the Omnisia, the Muggos answered in my mind and tried to wave goodbye, rather slowly and uncoordinated. And so, I sent him away. My rose would have simply put a bolter to his cogitator, but there is enough tragedy in the galaxy. Tired, I triggered the teleport beacon and returned to my canticle, only to find myself surrounded by a dozen worried Astartes, right in the teleport room. Perhaps I have been gone for too long. Bed and fluids. I mumbled, while stumbling towards my rooms. The flesh was slightly stronger now, but my mind was weak. I should work on that. Cosmic Trait, Chapter 70. During the next 2 months, I continued my exploration of the galaxy with the Pharos, trying to find interesting lore or valuable things. Also, gathering Eldar artifacts into my STC containers and simply teleporting the container just outside the fabricator's quarters. Those Forge worlds that received me before, they now got a free gift from their Santa Claus. There was a Necron vault at Pavonis, which of course drew in Xenos of all kinds in the hope of getting released. Eldar, Tau, and Chaos were all gathering there for a fight. Trazen, my friend. I see you have already managed to retrieve that soul spear. It would be a shame if people heard how slow you are about keeping your word. I quipped in the mind of the Necron Lord. Ah. Yes, the data slate is ready. Also, those space marine barges have been recovered from the Sea of Time for that friend of yours. Where should they appear? My scientist/entomologist asked curious. I pretended to think. Best place would be in the asteroid field at Forge Antax. Or Forge Triplex Fall perhaps. Yes. Those guys have larger shipyards, and they even managed to defeat the latest Tyranid invasion. However, my new friend, if those scuttle charges go off, I will consider it a gift in bad faith. And we don't want that, poison gifts imploding a star somewhere, do we? Trazen didn't reply for a minute, perhaps defusing the bombs just then. He might have forgotten about them. There. Just a slip in my memories, no need to be so upset, puppy stranger. You were saying about a tan shard somewhere? They are very useful, as you certainly know, he asked in a pleading voice. All right. Let me check for an easy one. On planet Pavonis, the vault under that Timbra mountain, right at your doorstep. Better be quick about it, as Dark Eldar are trying to steal it just now. The gall on those knife ears. My precious gift, stolen by those deviants. Can you imagine that? I asked in fake outrage. That is really convenient, this ability of yours. Do you need more ships, for your allies? That Space Hulk had quite a varied collection. Plus a whole Astartes chapter for myself. I never said thanks, did I? He replied, after a long minute of heavy silence. He definitely liked my Vortex Spear gift though. Plus, Unbound Space Marines were valuable, especially the whole chapter. Spread them around, I think. Antax, Grea, Akatran, Gantz, Anvilus, Giamat, Risa, Shanlong, Tigris, Metallica, Magaire, Estaban, Enkaladian, Dantries, and Retribution. That battleship at the new Forge Retribution in the French, yes. We can test the new engine on it, safely outside the Imperium. I declared while going through a mental list. Sure, a few of those forges were not yet in the contact list, but muddling the waters would help too. Oh, quite a collection of allies there. And I assume you want all these STC templates found inside the derelict ships, he wondered in a teasing tone. Of course, Lord Trazen. In the engine rooms, for a lesser chance of accidental destruction. If the same technology appears on many Forge worlds, it won't be suppressed and kept hidden. Traveling through the warp is rather foolish, right? I explained in my own teasing tone. I could almost hear the mental snicker in Trajan's mind. I see. And with all these other slightly better ships, weapons and shields, your allies will withstand chaos and Tyranids and even orcs a little bit better. Indeed. Oh, there's an Inquisitor Barzano on Pavones, dying of some Eldar poison. You can keep him, but I need his stuff. Not the rosette though, I already have a few. I asked after scanning the planet again, with the Pharos. It was really convenient. And how else to better watch how Trajan constrained the Tan Nightbringer? I might learn something. Sadly, while Trajan did move very fast indeed, the Dark Eldar Archon escaped in a webway, and my croc grenades didn't do anything to him, a whole crate of them. Damn it! I should have used a plasma warhead, oh well. Next time I will know. Archons are as durable as a Baneblade. At least I shredded his retinue. Using a multifaceted crystal held in his black necrodermis hand, possibly a tesseract, the Necron Lord twisted space and time around that tan shard and dragged him inside his special maze, with no real problem. I'll let you return to your collection, Lord Trajan. I believe we're almost done with our trade. I said after Trajan teleported back to his monolith on Salamis. Wait. A tan shard has a large value. Is there anything in my collection you might fancy? He offered in a second. There really isn't, Lord Trajan. Unless you're willing to part with your Blood Angel and the Catacan regiments. They would fit right in with my own. I mused to myself, while glancing around his immense vaults. All right. I will deposit them on that Retribution planet, outside the Imperium. Still too cheap, but you can't go back on your word, stranger, he exclaimed victoriously. Right, it is too cheap. Oh well. Perhaps I can take that Dawn_blade and give you another enslaver bone. You could carve 1,000 slivers from it and bind them to your new Astartes. Jetpacks are too cumbersome, and mind shields would be useful too. I proposed and immediately teleported the bone in question from my vault to the Pharos and then into his room. Defying gravity, the bone remained floating in midair. Ha! Enslaver bones for jetpacks. If your idea works, I will give away that useless chronoblade. Are you planning to chop some demons for extra years? The Necron Lord asked, possibly testing my origin and lifespan. I should be good for a few thousand years, Necron Lord. By then, I will either become someone great, or the galaxy will be torn asunder and devoured. We shall see. I concluded the pact, and closed the mind link. Then I just stared at the living rock walls of the Pharos, still decorated with Astartes prayers and litanies. Then I recalled that bit about the Canticle of Unceasing Service, a special blessing that could be bestowed upon weapons, to restrain the red thirst. Hearth of Sotha, the battle barge of the Scythes had plenty of weapons in their sealed vaults, but they probably never opened those vaults. Because why use something, and not keep it hidden, till everyone who knew about them died? I began emptying the sealed vaults, from Terminator armors to heavy guns and even exotic weapons. Better be prepared, right? In an hour, I had my own vault filled with the Scythe relics, then I turned my eyes on Retribution, to check on their progress. A damaged Retribution_class_battleship called Macaria_Victrix had just appeared in orbit, and the Fabricator was hastily boarding it with all available tech priests and servitors. It was a rather nice fit, my Forge world's name and planet and the battleship class. And by the name alone, this ship had took part in the Macarian Crusade, and might have Macarius tanks on board. Let me see. Yes, it did. And plenty other war vehicles and fighters, most of them damaged. Just as I was observing the events in the Retribution system, 3 Universe-class conveyors arrived at the edge of the Sotha system, escorted by a small Navy fleet and another side's battle barge called Onomite. My Rose had returned, with reinforcements. What's going on here, my dear PEF? I explicitly recall purging the Xenos here with Exterminatus. And now, I find a whole chain of forts, and 100 more Xeno vessels, she demanded forcefully. Isn't it better to capture their ships? I only lost a few Astartes for all of this, I said in a teasing tone. Then, is not so bad. So why are these idiots trying to get themselves killed? The Inquisitor asked me, as if these guys listened to me. Well, they did now, but not then. I convinced them to form a Deathwatch company on our new inquisitorial fortress. Even got 2 strike cruisers donated to the cause. I replied a bit more meekly. I didn't want her to start executing people, my people. Overstepping your bounds, way too much, Lord Lancefire. I will inspect the field and consider it, my Inquisitor girlfriend announced in a stern voice. And so, I held out my hand and brought her directly inside the Pharos. Love you, I said with a grin. Idiot. I almost fried you. Only your blank aura saved you, my Rose complained as she hugged me tight. All was well in the world, with her in my arms.